clear. Say it clear. Say it right. Say our name. Built this nation with our bodies and brains. You benefit, don't give us credit, say our name. We FBAs, foundational Black Americans. You want us to fight every time you in pain, but when it's time to vote for, silence remains. Yeah. They wanna be us, from the style to the hair, from the lips to the hips, body shaped in our glare. They cross borders, profit off the fight, civil rights paid in blood just to stand in this light. Asia to Africa, you walk through the door, but this land got a history you can't ignore. FBI fought it, still fighting today, made room in the system that kept us away. You praise the same power that never chose you, turn your back on the ones that broke chains just to move you. Say we don't know where we come from, that's wild. North to the south, this land raised my child. Built this nation with our bodies and brains. You benefit, don't give us credit, say our name. Say our name, say our name, say our name. We FBA, foundation law, Black American. You want us to fight every time you in pain, but when it's time to vote for, silence remains. We were renowned, check the glow for proof. Streetwear in Japan still mirror our roots. K-pop chase the cave, study how we move. Rapper world language, everybody fluent. From Atlanta blocks to Mumbai lanes, Hannah kind spitting bars, connected to the flame. That ain't hate, that's impact, that's reach. Culture travel worldwide when the source run deep. They copy the look, they borrow the sound, but skip the respect when we still hold the ground. Love the rhythm, ignore the pain, celebrate the wave, won't say the name. This was home, before permission, before approval. Say our name. Built this nation with our bodies and brains. Benefit, don't give us credit, say our name. Say our name, say our name, say our name. We FBA, foundation law, Black Americans. You want us to fight every time you in pain, but when it's time to vote for, silence remains. Say our name, say our name, say our name. 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 Don't need your respect. Never needed permission. We built everything when we weren't even seen as human. Biting the hand that fed you. Surviving on scraps. FBA stopped begging. We learned to build from scratch. Say our name. Say our name.
Tears still rolling down my face. Simple fact of being Father's Day. My confidence was confiscated. More confrontation shortens patience. I'm aggravated, agitated. Hate to say this, ain't been a father lately, and I feel like I've been a screw up. But then again, everybody needs to tune up. Self-observation, conversations, choices made. I'm trying to find some confirmation. Damn, how the fuck did I get here though? My own pops wasn't around to see his kids grow, and I'd be damned if I follow where his foots go. My baby mom took my kids about a year ago. I can't lie, shit is harsh, you don't get it though. Every day the kids asking where did daddy go. Still praying for a better way. I visualize good times when I meditate. To be alone on my own on this Father's Day. Tears still rolling down my face. To God I pray. To To each his own, I can't condone, I compensate. The weed relates and frees the mind of my mistakes. I smoke and drink, I contemplate, I start to think. I hate my baby mama, but that ain't true, that ain't you. Wear my shoes, I bet you couldn't fit them if you tried to. I'm sick of lies, I'm tired of what I'm going through. Those thoughts of your kids never knowing you. Am I putting too much time in this vocal booth? Am I spending too much time with my new boo? Or do you do it for your fam or the new coupe? Holidays have changed, they what I'm used to. I was trying to refrain from doing court moves. Never ever a fan of doing courtrooms. So many regrets, it's all in my head. It's really not true, cause all that I do was for my kids, them. Living on edge, I'm praying for help. It's Father's Day and I'm feeling like I hate myself. I hate this fame, and sometimes I hate this game, but it's gonna change. Yeah, this shit gonna change, yeah. Happy Father's Day. Hate it had to be this way. Happy Father's Day. I hate it had to be this way. My heart beat this way. Like why my heart beat this way? I hate it had to be this way. As the tears rolling down my eyes, wonder if my girl think it's kinda weak to cry. Baby mom sending threats, trying to seek and divide. Attitude hella rude, cause I'm happy inside. Met a queen, Lord knows he just sent me a sign. Who gon' grab my hand? Who gon' wipe my tears? She gon' pat me on the back like it's alright, my dear. Still wishing every day I had my grandma here, but hey, that's the way that life is though. We are living just to die the way the script goes. No answer, screaming, fuck cancer. Staring at a pic of my son, he's so handsome. Firstborn, my baby girl is so special. FaceTime to see him smile and say I love him. First Father's Day alone, I had to suffer. Still counting blessings, cause they ain't gotta struggle, Lord. Happy Father's Day. Hate it had to be this way. Happy Father's Day. I hate it had to be this way. My heart beat this way. Like why my heart beat this way? I hate it had to be this way. See a nigga going through, make a change is what I'm going to do. Sometimes people never understand till it all hits the fan. Should've listened to who warned you, but that's life and we never get to do it twice. I understand many of us never get it right, or hopefully you kinda close before you see the light. The realest shit I ever wrote in my whole life, yeah. And to my son and my beautiful daughter, I'm sorry I wasn't better for you and your brother. That bad blood in between you and your mother. We both did things back and forth to each other. I apologize, gon' dry your eyes. It's gonna come a time when it's all aligned. Daddy singing you the lullaby. Me and baby boy throwing up the high five. And baby girl probably passing me the pom-pom. Not mine, but on God's time. Still wishing y'all was close, cause I know the way the time flies. On this day, I was really in my feelings. Rolling another blunt, cause I been trying not to feel it. Tears falling down on the pad of what I written. Part of me just gotta forgive my daddy missing. Cause I am nothing like him. I'm so unlike you, going through it like them shit. Growing up right in front of your eyes. Far from the perfect that we seeking to find. There's a beauty in the struggle when you growing inside. All my insecurities is on the platters besides. I'm alive. I'm alive. And besides, I'm alive. Happy Father's Day. Hate it had to be this way. Happy Father's Day. I hate it had to be this way. My heart beat this way. Like why my heart beat this way? Love y'all.
Rolling like a motherfucker high as a kite, like a hooker in church. I'm swinging like a bitch, lit like a wick, sharp as a tick. Don't slip on the drill, 10K on the kicks. Metro on my beat, grew out from the east, so play if you want, get shot in the teeth. I cop new time pieces, $1 million at least. I cop them in threes, $1 million a piece. I'm jumping the list for the car that you wish. Deep dish rim that I bought from the fish. My arm in the pot, I'm cooking the dish. I'm working my move on
pushing my wrist.
I fathered the stack, gave you all the way, but I didn't get nothing for Father's Day. But I was the one serving all the J's. I was the one cooking all the yay. I fathered the stack, gave you all the way, but I didn't get nothing for Father's Day. But I was the one serving all the J's. I was the one cooking all the yay. Pick your face up, stop drooling. Haters on my page, not trolling. Till the goes out, no golden. I'm a red carpet shot that I'm posing. Nigga knowing damn well it can't hold me. Flow limit owe me, I paid him. Told him thank you, cause it was a favor. Thank God, cause it showed me favor. Trail God, now I got all flavors. With my vanguard, lifetime achievement. I ain't show the whole world I'm resilient. Hell, all these rappers my children. Brick factory, I breathe violence. Tell my young niggas it's no ceiling. God willing, run you up a billion. Full feelings, run to the million. I fathered the stack, gave you all the way, but I didn't get nothing for Father's Day. But I was the one serving all the J's. I was the one cooking all the yay. I fathered the stack, gave you all the way, but I didn't get nothing for Father's Day. But I was the one serving all the J's. I was the one cooking all the yay.
Father's Day to me means being vilified for the one or two things you cannot get done, and also means being totally ignored for the 45 to 50 things you do get done as a father. Father's Day to me means very little, but it means everything to the child in the situation or the children in the situation. So to all my fellas out there, happy Father's Day. Matter of fact, happy Father's Year. Keep doing what you're doing, regardless of whatever they say about you.
Damn. Stop messing over my kid, though. Why when my daughter wanna see me, you tell my kid no? So I don't fuck with you, but you know what you did, ho? Grow up, get out your feelings, stop acting like a kid, ho? My daughter ain't grown, but I tell her what's going on between us. It ain't her business, but she need to know what go on between us. Just in case you get to talking about me bad. She know your feelings just hurting, you just talking out your ass. I know how your hateful ass beat when you don't get your way. You tell her something evil about me like damn near every day. Tell that nigga to walk on eggshells, I'm talking every day. Know your boyfriend ain't me, I'm daddy every day. I don't fuck with you, but you tell the kids I don't fuck with them. And out of nowhere they acting like I don't fuck with him. Like I don't wanna spend the night and be stuck with him. But if he gon' pay, I guess it's cool for me to tell him happy Father's Day. I ain't a baby daddy, I'm a father. You mad cause I don't do you like I do my daughter? Just cause I don't fuck with you and you don't fuck with me, I guess it's cool for you to try to turn my kids against me. I ain't a baby daddy, I'm a father. I don't go for you, but for my kids I go harder. Just cause I don't fuck with you and you don't fuck with me, I guess it's cool for you to try to turn my kids against me. Look, I ain't seen since 2015. The mama was like, don't come around since 2015. Had to sneak to call me on some happy birthday shit. I was like, thank you, by the way, still got your birthday gifts. Couple dollars for her to spend, I heard they ran through that. Heard her uncle took it from her, how could my mans do that? All of a sudden, baby mama calling, asking for help. Remember, I'm a hoe, nigga, you got to do it yourself. That's what you wanted, right? Yeah, you have my picture face down. No, you don't even want her to remember my face now. Told homie you filed on me, you just want me to pay now. Never thought I'd be a hater, but I know how it tastes now. Every Father's Day Sunday, you used to text me on some hoe shit. Nigga, fuck your deadbeat ass, you know that bitter broad hoe shit. Hope my baby ain't on that daddy don't love me no more shit. I can hear this hoe saying, maybe your daddy don't want no kid. Shit, what you think the house so big for? So they can live with me and I can watch all my kids grow. I tried this shit with pride, guess it is what it is though. She don't fuck with me, that's cool, but she ain't gon' run my house. And if you in it, you gon' listen when I run my mouth. Oh, I'm just talking, huh? Guess I just like to run my mouth. And while I'm at it, fuck the queen of two, you roach ass bitch. Stole a baby to get a bag, but still a coach ass bitch. I ain't a baby daddy, I'm a father. You mad cause I don't do you like I do my daughter? Just cause I don't fuck with you and you don't fuck with me, I guess it's cool for you to try to turn my kids against me. I ain't a baby daddy, I'm a father. I don't go for you, but for my kids I go harder. Just cause I don't fuck with you and you don't fuck with me, I guess it's cool for you to try to turn my kids against me.
Before we start this video, I just want to once again thank everybody who's dropped some change in the tip jar. It supports this channel. It supports what we do. Thank you so much. Now let's hear some music. Today is my day. Girls, you don't even have to stay. I just want somewhere to rest my legs. Cause it's Father's Day. It's Father's Day. Hey, hey, hey. Time to wait. What's the date? Woo! God is great. Granny's on the way. I can't wait. Girls to celebrate. Shake and bake. Shake and bake. Hey, shake and bake. Okay, now change your own diaper. Your daddy has retired. I won't be taking questions. Your time is now expired. And don't take my money, take a nap. Y'all are tired. And put that phone away. Y'all already quit. I can't be fired, bruh. I just want today to be my day. Girls, you don't even have to stay. I just want somewhere to rest my legs. Cause it's Father's Day. It's Father's Day. Hey, hey, hey. I just want today to be my day. Girls, you don't even have to stay. To rest my legs. Cause it's Father's Day. It's Father's Day. Hey, hey, hey. So if I sneak dessert, just ignore it. You're good at that. If you hear a bang, shh, don't look for it. I'm invisible. If our bedroom door is closed, don't explore it. It will scar. And when your grandparents come over, skirt. Cause I just want today to be my day. My day. Girls, you don't even have to stay. I just want somewhere to rest my legs. Cause it's Father's Day. It's Father's Day. Hey, hey, hey. I just want today to be my day. My day. Girls, you don't even have to stay. I just want somewhere to rest my legs. Cause it's Father's Day. It's Father's Day. Hey, hey, hey.
Tell me what you know about Juneteenth. Juneteenth, it's time to celebrate. Juneteenth, 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 yeah.
Low ride, hit, switch, deep fried catfish, hot grill, this lit, nah, this ain't no picnic. Picnics are the name of events where folks in the South came just to sit and watch a black man hang till he's limp. Strange fruit hanging from the trees in the South. This is cookout. And the reason for the celebration is emancipation. Cause it took 5 months and 18 days for freedom to reach those Texan slaves.
Tell me what you know about Juneteenth. Juneteenth, it's time to celebrate. Juneteenth, Juneteenth.
Big Wiz auntie, they can't beat you. Domino again, Papa can't defeat you. What's in that cup, It ain't see-through 2 miles an hour, so everybody see you. We all having fun, cause on January 1, 1863, niggas said slavery was done in Confederacy. But the war wasn't really won, so we weren't free until the troops of the Union came in force. Stranger with the Union Army, issue order number 3, 250,000 free. Can you see it from a view when the slaves are news? Sharing loudly, trying to cruise, walking off, chucking the
Tell
juice.
me what you know about Juneteenth. Juneteenth, it's time to celebrate. Juneteenth, 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 Juneteenth.
4th of July to some is the spies, cause the Declaration signed
we were still slaves. Life, liberty, and property, John Locke. We were still considered property. Dred Scott, but I live in the USA. So on 4th of July, that flag I wave. But I really celebrate on our Independence Day, June 19th, how Ellis paved the way. So
tell me what you know about Juneteenth. June said it's time to celebrate. Juneteenth, Juneteenth.
All right, brother K, you there?
Only Jesus care about us, his about us, his about us, his about us. Jesus.
Jesus care about us, here about us, here.
You ain't know now, you know now. They want us quiet.
No way.
Skin color, there's a crime in the land of the free.
Why?
But from a Juneteenth behavior. They used to never want to hear us.
Remember.
They used to set the dogs on us.
Remember.
Rap kids get spat on.
Remember.
Only Jesus care about us.
Remember.
You better give us our respect. It's when we come from Juneteenth. You owe us. You owe us. Skin color is a crime in the land of the free.
Remember.
On my Juneteenth behavior, no. They used to never want to hear us.
Remember.
They used to set the dogs on us.
Remember.
Black kids getting spat on.
Remember.
Only Jesus care about us.
Remember.
Daddy used to set the dogs on us. You better give us our respect. Hey, when we come for Juneteenth, you owe us. You owe us.
Only Jesus cares about us. They used to never want to hear us. They used to set the dogs on us. You better give us some respect.
Remember.
And we cover Juneteenth.
Remember.
Only Jesus care about us. You owe us. You owe us. Only Jesus care about us. Remember.
Word to brother, I ain't going back. Looking for a party and some fine to throw it back. Free now and they think we don't know how to act. Worry we gon' spend like 54 mass. I know some freemen want to, but not me though. I'ma post up, laid back and stay free though. Without a boss all up on my back like a Speedo. That's nasty. I spot a black queen that got baked. That's Ashley. I see OG on the grill talking reckless. Wow, he got on lemon pepper peppers. Hey, OG. You know that fool finna hit. He looked me up and down and smiled with gold teeth. Boy, it's Juneteenth. We both free. Now grab a plate and don't call me OG. Call me Aunt. Ask your aunties about me.
Fresh out, ain't going back. Ain't finna lock me up. You ain't the boss of me. That's cause today's Juneteenth. Light it up, put that meat up on the grill. Let's celebrate, cause today's Juneteenth.
Free the homies, free the bros, bust some chains, cotton dogs, fresh out.
Hey, it's Juneteenth, it's we about to party.
Baby, what you think? I step right, I slide left, I spin around, I two-step. Said, let me learn you why today we favor. Don't be acting like Lincoln's Jesus like he savior. Proclamation did it free us all free.
labor. Just the North emancipated, free papers. Lincoln sent the troops to free the rest, each stater. State by state, he started with the North, but week later. Got to Texas 1863, Juneteenth, Order 3, issued by General J. Granger. Brother, that's why today this party sparking. My dog's barking. I've been standing too long, time to cut it up. Watch how I do it, nephew. I'm on it. I step right. I slide left. I spin around. I two-step.
Fresh out, ain't going back. Ain't finna lock me up again. You ain't the boss of me. That's cause today is Juneteenth. Light it up. Put that meat on the grill. Let's celebrate. Cause today is Juneteenth.
Free the homies, free the bros. Bust some chains, poppin' dogs. Fresh out.
Hey, it's Juneteenth. It's we about to party.
Baby, what you think? I step right. I slide left. I spin around. I two-step. I step right. I slide left. I spin around. I two-step. Potato salad busted. Hey, who made this? We gon' ask it. If the food is bobo, cover your plate up with a napkin.
Cause today is Juneteenth.
Juneteenth.
You know, erasing history is something that you have to do when it comes to conquest, domination, and destroying a people. If people knew who they were, and what they were capable of in the past, they will understand what they have a possibility or a likelihood of doing in the future.
Foundation of Black Americans, we've always had a culture of resistance. We cultivated a culture of resistance on this land, and we've been resisting ever since we've encountered European domination.
But nothing was really popping in Europe until the transatlantic slave trade, and that's where they amassed a lot of wealth.
One thing that I think is unique about our culture as far as how we resist, how we fight back is just the environment we were put in from day one. Being only 13% of the population, the white supremacists were very meticulous about keeping that population at a certain amount.
There's never a period when we did not resist the encroachment of the white man.
They have a natural behavior of authority no matter where they go. That's why they'll step up in front of us in the line at the store. We're not important. They don't even see us.
We've never been able to excel. We've never been able to relax. We've never been able to just be, which means that existence is resistance.
It must be something in our DNA, our historical background, to when something doesn't sit right with us, especially spiritually, in our souls and in our spirit, we just say no.
We live resistance. You know, from the moment we're born, we're in resistance. And it's handed down generation to generation.
And so I think that cultural resistance is actually in our DNA, in our epigenetics, and then it blossoms out into the culture.
So there's almost nothing in America that we do, from song to dance to politics to the way we talk, the way we dress, having coded languages considered to be slang today. Everything about Black American culture is a form of resistance.
Of course, they want to always downplay our contributions to the global tapestry because they continue to act like our number one export in this country is not Black innovation.
Everyone understands that our resistance has been the cornerstone of what foundational Black Americans have always done. We are the life that breathes everything into this nation.
The further back you go, the further Black you go. It's just simple like that, brother.
Introducing the B1 Rolodex, the easiest way to search for and support FBA and B1 businesses. Hundreds of entries from the Black grassroots for the Black grassroots. Free to use, free to download, constantly updated. Trouble navigating the document? Try using the map version. Notice a business missing? Use this simple Google form to submit an FBA or B1 business. Also submit anti-Black businesses, which are now being collected in that last tab. Find resources, contact numbers, and much more using the second tab. All the info you need to start practicing group economics today. Go to blacktruthunited.com. That's blacktruthunited.com.
Greetings, Black family. Greetings, and thank y'all for tuning in to another
What I'm about to say is purely
Black News. I'm your host, Chan Crooner. We're joined with our West Coast correspondent, Shabaka Sankori. Greetings, Shabaka, from the Mile High Income and Legal Market Flat City. Happy Father's Day and Juneteenth weekend to you. And on this season 6 episode, Trey 1 or 31, part 2 or part deuce of Juneteenth, and Father's Day edition of the Frontline Black News, we'll be discussing several topics. The first one.
And shout out to all the fathers who's handling their businesses in the Black community.
That's right, Shabaka. We need the men to help make the Black community a safe and decent place to live. Then was
exactly.
God.
All our soldiers too who are not fathers too, brother Chat. Because they're fathers in an indirect way, whether they're cousins, uncles, you know what I'm saying, stepdads, you know, the cats who's doing the right things. You know what I mean?
Yeah, Shabaka. I know what you're talking about. But yeah, shout out to the fathers out there. And we are on tonight with that. Then we got Ghana's slavery reenactment, honor or mockery.
It's a goddamn mockery, man.
Then we got the Bootlick lawyers, the U.S. to 10. And then we got Willie D, the Democratic shield, and attorney Dennis Spurling, another Democratic shield, clash over Karmelo Anthony's fight video. Then we got Chicago. Go ahead, Shabaka.
Okay, and then and I was reading in there. Then we got the cross burning at Grant Park in Chicago. For me personally, man, I'm at a loss of how they let that motherfucker get away with that. And that there is on the south side too, if I got my demographics correct, of the shot.
Shout out to Church. He had the audacity to give an apology, talking about he don't know why he did it. You know goddamn well you did why you did it.
Exactly.
Like Black Alpha Network said, he Wu Klux Klan.
Mm-hmm.
That's why.
And what it is, he needs his ass, man, to get his fucking mind right.
That's the type of shit the Klan used to do and still do.
Yeah. Except now they got badges and they're policy enforcers.
They always had badges, Shabaki. They just wasn't.
Yeah, that's true.
Why? We got Professor Black Truth's crime report, Friday crime report, racist assault, 9-year-old. Poor baby. Then why her home is a target for factory and farms and big tech. Did Oyelowo, I think that's how you say it.
How's it spelled?
Oyelowo.
Oyelowo. If I got it.
I guess.
Yeah, it's an African name. But
it goes too far with his accent comments. We played the accent comments previously, Shabaki. Then we got Austin Metcalf's father just proved what we already knew about this case.
Right.
Then should Black owned mean FBA owned? Yes. Then Black Americans boycott is working, but who's really benefiting? And if we have time, live breaking, Iran says Strait's closed. Strait of Hormuz is still closed. U.S. says open. And who's telling the truth? And sights and sounds of Denver's Juneteenth.
All right, okay. And I was in the house all day today, Brother Che, because it was just too damn hot to get out there, you know.
We got Michael was showing love earlier. He's called in the Jason Blacks and mentioned me.
Okay. Yeah, a shout out there to Michael, because Michael, we really do appreciate the input, the research, and what have you of what you do, sir. Very much so.
Yes, he's a much needed ally in this.
Hey man, that ain't no pony hat you got on right there, is it?
This is an East Side hat.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no ponies.
No, I lost that on one of those VOs.
Yeah, no ponies.
Broncos, Shabaka, the best horses.
And Raiders.
We're gonna keep them Gators in the bottom of the ship where they belong.
Man, I already told him, Brother Che. I tell him this every Sunday now, because about in the next couple of weeks we're gonna be having preseason. And my message is as follows. Dear Raiders, change your fucking name or leave town. Y'all is busted. You're supposed to be some Pirates, man, and you motherfuckers up here losing 15 goddamn games, man, and you know, out of the season, you know. But always a shout out to the gold rush of the 49ers for Jay Militant, you know, because the 49ers, they did some incredible stuff, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, back when most of the people watching isn't even born yet.
Oh man, well, see, this is what it is about being an old son. I remember 49ers, man, with Montana, man, Jerry Rice, Ken Norton Jr., and Ronnie Lott.
A distant memory. That's
man, this is one of the greatest daggone football teams in the history of the game. Chicago Bears only deal with y'all by default.
Only by default because you was born in Crook County. But let me finish the introduction.
Yes, Crook County.
And we are based out of East Denver, North Aurora, Colorado. Good news from our frontline and Black First perspective. We are signal boosters and part of the New Black Media, and are also signal boosters of the New Black Media. And we have been around for 6 seasons now. And counting, we're finally getting our must do shine and counting. And we have several platforms that are part of the Frontline Black News. The first one is, of course, the Frontline Black News, which we started back in 2020, 2021. Wow, that seems so long.
Yeah, time flies. Time don't wait for nobody.
Then we got Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, which is based on the 50th anniversary of the founding and the original Black Panther Party for Self-Defense. We started on Blog Talk Radio
back in
2016.
Yes, sir.
And we have been around for 11 seasons now. And Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced covers the Black experience from the beginning of time until 10 minutes ago. It's also part of and has recently, within the last 2 to 3 years, moved from Blog Talk Radio to StreamYard. So make sure to check us out on Tuesday and Friday morning for Grand Rising with Shabaka in the Chase and Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced every Tuesday. And
yes, sir.
Y'all like and share the broadcast, family. Make sure y'all remember to like, share, and subscribe to the channel. And please join us on StreamYard, Frontline Black News. The links to all of our channels are in the description. Reading is fundamental, Black family. And it's all listed here. So we got Frontline Black News, which this is. Then we got our backup channel, Frontline Black News 2. Make sure y'all sign up to that so we can get that in the algorithm and get that worked. Just in case they try to take Frontline Black News down again. And then we got my personal page, Jesse Parrish, aka Chain Krumah. Make sure y'all sub to that so y'all be abreast of what's happening here in Denver and Aurora. In terms of politics, Denver City Council and Aurora City Council. And the Sunday morning food bank. I've been providing for 10
did
years.
you do the food bank today?
Consistently for 10 years, Shabaki.
Okay, did you please get some video out? Of you doing it for your campaign is just a suggestion.
Yeah, I have some video out. You just gotta go to my personal page, Shabaki, just to press at the HN Krumah. It is up there.
Okay.
And,
okay.
Like,
We got Val, Sister Val.
Salute, Sister Val.
Sister Val.
We got a lot of ghost listeners tonight.
Okay, well, that's good. That's good. And keep in mind, ghost listeners, what we do here on these platforms right here, this is not hate that we talk, okay?
And then
we just trying to put into self-hate. You see what I mean? Because Malcolm X had said it over 60 years ago. Now, keep in mind, 60 years ago is a long time, biologically, but it's still a short time in the span of histories, because I'm also doing research on the ancient empires of Al-Qiblan, of what have you. And off the research that I have done, okay, the women commanded a great deal of power as the monarchs, as the advisors to the monarchs. Of course, like what we showed when we did Queen Moccery, the point that I was trying to emphasize on that right there is that the women are the backbone of the Black nation. You see what I'm saying? Hey, goddess. Yes, so sisters, we want to acknowledge that although this is Father's Day, but there wouldn't be no fathers without no mothers, and there wouldn't be no mothers without no fathers, and there wouldn't be no Black folk without either one,
Right. So stop trying to force the gender divide bullshit.
Oh, man. Oh, Brother Che, glad you brought that up. Okay, I know you're still doing the introduction. Okay, the hating on Angela Bassett, the hating on Denzel, and then there's a third party that, and there's a third party that came out there too that said that damn alphabetized agenda don't belong in the motherfucking community. You know what I'm saying?
Also, Black Family, make sure y'all sub to Lady Chase channel, her backup channel, Seduction Doll. The link to that is also in the description. Then we got the RBA, her channel. Make sure y'all sub to that, so y'all be abreast to what's going on over there on the Revolutionary Agenda, which covers topics that we normally don't get to on Frontline Black News, Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. Make sure y'all let's get her to 100 subscribers tonight. The link is in
please try to.
We got Shabaka's YouTube. Let's get some on that, so Shabaka can get in the algorithm and get to going live again on YouTube. And the link to his channel, Jeanette One, is in the description. Then we got our cousin out the Bay Area, out the Yay area, Jay Militant. Make sure y'all sub to his channel.
The one and only. Please.
Then we got our brother out the Mile High, Kukizi. We want to celebrate him. He is a father too, and it is Father's Day, so salute to Keezy. And he came up with the reports. So make sure y'all check him out. He's heavy. He's a dope MC out of Denver. He is our brother from another mother, Kukizi, out the Montbello region area of Denver, East Denver. So check him out. Then we got our brother, my brother from another mother, Breeze Omega. Make sure y'all check him out.
Breeze.
He was live earlier. He did a good live earlier. Shabaka, you missed it. But
oh man.
They also to his channel as well. And then we got our brother out of Watts, California, who's now in Houston, Texas. The Church of Black Power. Make sure y'all sub to his channel as well. He was live earlier as well. He did a real good Karmelo Anthony situation. And he got some information that we wasn't expecting. And then we got our brother Torian Rain Reloaded. Make sure y'all sub to his channel as well. Our brothers Black Alpha Network and Afro Elite. Make sure y'all sub to their channels as well. And last but certainly not least, we got our brother Black Truth United, who came up with the B1 Rolodex, which is a modern day green book for FBA and B1 businesses alike. And the link to submit your business to the Rolodex and the link to the Rolodex itself is in the description. Then we got the merch. We got the Reparations Freedmen Party merch. Shout out to Church for that. Then we got Council of the Congressional Black Caucus in Korea, Foundational Black American Caucus, long overdue. And the link to .org petitions in the description. Then we got our sister Brooke out of New York. It's call to action. I think this is the last week to submit those letters and them emails, but I think she got some other stuff going on, and she got her own products too. So the links to her stuff is in the description. And then we got the RDAS Act, which is the reparations for descendants of American slaves on the 250th anniversary. We need our goddamn check. And that's the Lady Chase GoFundMe. If you haven't already, the link to that is also in the description. Then we got our brother Joshua Fox. I was saying Hart, I apologize, family. It's Fox. Joshua Fox, the military veteran that put hands and feet all over that Nabisco, Chud the Bussy, after he was violently
work with him, Junior.
By that savage.
Rain upside his dome.
Chud the Bussy not getting out anytime soon. So support our brother Joshua Fox's GoFundMe. The link to that is also in the description. Then we got Stop Netflix from releasing the damaging docuseries about Michael Jackson.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And then if I may add, Brother Che, Netflix is right down here, people, in Hollywood. It is near Hollywood and Vine. Okay, strike that. It's near Sunset and Vine. And when you go up there by the Screen Directors Guild building, you will see the Netflix sign. So what they need to do is get some people out there to start protesting that bullshit. Now, if you do, people, do not get into it with the LAPD because they'll just be looking for an excuse. So I'm just putting it out there. If somebody is out here in my region in the West hearing that, please do that, because Michael Jackson was a very, very talented young man, definitely gone too soon. You know what I mean?
Yes, I agree, Shabaki. You get no argument from me on that. And then we got myself, who's running for office.
Yeah, very, very talented man. And vote for Jesse Parrish. Get Jesse Parrish elected, y'all, so he can give Shabaka a job. Shabaka broke.
Right. We all
broke. Please put the PayPal up there. Please flood that PayPal, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, because I'm taking on water out here in this desert. Well, let's say I'm taking on a lot of sand, because there ain't no water out in this place,
no water.
We'll give you, and we will give you an eyes list of what your money was spent on. Now, God says that she was handling some more major pimping. I missed B too earlier. Pimping? God is now you getting your pimping on? Okay. Righty. Okay. And Michael was asking Goddess Navi that he understands because dilution is very racist. Who is your assembly member in California? That's a damn good question, Michael. Yeah, Goddess. Yeah, we need some people to bombard the California state legislature, man. With that
some Newsom get out of office, Shabaki.
Yeah, exactly. And in fact, okay, wait a minute. Yeah, we need to call up Gruesome Newsom's office and tell him, man, to get rid of that shit, because that shit is an insult to womanhood. That shit is an insult to every woman out here. Okay. Goddess says it's not that type of pimping. Okay, sis. Okay. But I have always stated on these platforms, and Brother Che is a witness. Hey, you individuals who are confused and fucked up in the head, you have your human rights, you have your civil rights, but you do not have the right to say that the crack of your nasty, funky, stinking ass is a woman's womb. Okay? Right. That is an insult to womanhood.
I agree.
That's an insult to all the mamas and the grandmamas and the aunties and the babies' mamas.
Baby's mama.
Grown ass motherfucking man with a damn 5 o'clock shadow talking about he a woman. Man, get your ass out of here.
Right. And so then we got a copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976.
Yes,
allowing
sir.
fair use for purposes such as
Yes,
criticism, support, and teacher scholarship, education, and research. And I do not own the rights to the music. And if you don't understand racism, white supremacy, what it is and how it works, everything else you think you understand will only confuse you in all 9 or 10 areas of human and people activity, and that is economics, education, entertainment, labor, law, politics, religion, sex, and war. And some say health and nutrition. In all 9 or 10 areas of human and people activity, and that was by Mr. Neely Fuller Jr., who passed away exactly a year ago at the age of 95, produced Justice
Full life.
Scott. And when you, a black person, are captured by any race soldier, you must never fuss, fight, or flee, comply, and defend yourself in court, also by Neely Fuller Jr. Then we got, last but certainly not least, racism, white supremacy, which is the only racism that exists on this planet, in this realm, is conscious.
Yes, identify.
Hold on. Is conscious.
All right. Going on mute. Okay.
And subconscious behavior to maintain white genetic survival, to prevent white genetic annihilation. And that was by the late great Dr. Frances Cress Welsing, who transitioned exactly 10 years ago at the age of 80. And she would have been 90 as of 2 months ago. So RIP to the master teacher, warrior, scholar. She kicked in the door for black psychology. And she will be dearly missed along with the rest of the ancestors. So those are the topics. Make sure you hit that like and subscribe button. All right, Shabaka, you can go off mute.
Okay. All right. Thank you for having me, Brother Che. Okay. Now, as I stated before, and I'm going to emphasize this here some more in the next episode we do of Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. Okay, you individuals with that alphabetized agenda, you have your human rights and you have your civil rights, but you do not have the right to try to force that agenda on heterosexual people. Once again, you do not have the right to try to force that agenda on heterosexual people. And now the reason why I'm saying this is because this shit that they tried to say about Michelle Obama is really a man and all that. No, that's unacceptable. The simple fact is that that woman is a doctor of jurisprudence. That woman was also the first black first lady of the United States. That woman, stuck with Barack Obama when he was coming up. Now, Mr. Obama, you could have done a hell of a lot better for your people while you was in office when you had that power, man. I just recognize your accomplishment, but that bullshit that you pulled in Kenya, man, that wasn't cool.
Remind the viewers of what bullshit you speak of.
Oh, yes, sir. Okay, as well, Obama had went to Kenya, okay, his ancestral land, okay, and he went there and he told President, not Museveni, President Kenyatta, the current president of Kenya, or was during Obama's term, okay, and President Kenyatta, and I don't know what his relation is to Jomo. I think this is his grandson, who stated, well, Mr. Obama, we're happy to have you here, man. You're from this land, you know what I'm saying? We appreciate your accomplishments as being the first black U.S. president, quote unquote. What the fuck does Obama get up there talking about first?
The first
alphabetized agenda. Yeah, and Mr. Kenyatta had to say, no, man, no. You got to split, man. You got to leave. We don't do that here. So what happened was when he was on Jailbird 1, okay, and he's talking to the head of state of Ethiopia in Addis Ababa, who stated to Mr. Obama, sir, don't land here. Okay, because we heard about your escapade in Kenya. You sure the fuck not gonna preach that shit here. But however, man, we appreciate you being the first black president or so-called first president of the U.S. They say, and where is and you know they're getting too much with this bullshit because you already had major Hollywood celebrities come out, named actors who are not with that shit. So something is wrong.
Something is clearly wrong, Shabaki. But let's get to the first topic, Shabaki. Thank you for joining me.
Yes.
And that is our sister Demetria K. She's going to give us an update on why the men are needed. We need the men to help make the Black community a safe and decent place to live. Shout out to sister for that.
Okay.
Out of love. Oftentimes I have people, a lot of men, ask me to cover stories from different inner cities, whether Chicago, it's Memphis, Detroit, wherever it is. And they'll say, how come you don't talk about this? And why don't you talk about that? And I'm like, hello, it's just one of me, right? But my solution is one that's been asked before. What about the men? Where are the men in these communities to go about and say, hey, young man, or whatever it is who's out there causing the problems, listen, we are watching you. You need to behave. And if you don't, A, B, C, and D. Now, listen, y'all can fill in the blanks with the A, B, C, and D, but, you know, there used to be a time where the community was afraid of the men. Well, there was a time where there'd be a coalition of men. They didn't need the police, right? They didn't need to call 911 or whatever it was. They were like, hey, we're going to go handle that. And I'm speaking from experience because my dad was like that. Now, I can't really get into a whole lot of particulars, but I'll just tell you one thing. You know, my dad is gone on now, so I could tell these stories. But I remember one time something happened in the community with somebody that he knew, and it didn't even matter, right? But my dad rode around in his van, and my siblings were in the back. And every time he would stop somebody, he would hold up his machete and say, hey, do you know who did A, B, C, and D? And they'd be like, nah, I don't know. But if I find out, I'll let you know, right? I remember that. My dad would ride around with a machete and asking people, hey, do you know who broke into this car or who did this or who? He would. So I'm not saying you necessarily need to do that, right? But however you can figure out, man, I'm speaking to y'all. We are waiting for y'all to organize and get the community back together. I know. Somebody's going to say, well, the women is it. Yeah, a lot of women need to get their thing together too, but I ain't talking to the women right now. I'm talking to the men. Because see, I'm only one person. And even if I talked about all the stories of all the things that's going on in the inner city, is me talking about it going to solve the issue? Sure, I can bring awareness to it, but I think you could solve it faster, men. Y'all get a group together. Y'all can meet twice a week, once a week, even say, hey, these are the things that's going on in the community, and this is how we solve, right? Become problem solvers. Maybe there is a single mom somewhere who has wayward, kids, sons and daughters who are running the streets and they're doing this, that, and the other. Maybe y'all go talk to her and strategize. Maybe, you can step in as a father figure to some degree, right? And see if you can help. And if that doesn't work, then y'all get together and say, okay, well, there's a problem over here. Elderly so-and-so had somebody break in her house and we need to get, and listen, I know that there are organizations, so please don't mistake me in that. I know there's New Era Detroit. I know Brother Tyrone, and there in Chicago, he has an organization, but they can't do it by themselves.
Right, because you got New Era Oakland and you got New Era Las Vegas.
That's helping them. And the way I envision it, I'm not trying to be disrespectful, especially when men ask me, because I had somebody call me today, well, what's the solution? It was a man. And when I hear that, I envision that man peeping out the curtains from the confines of his living room and saying, ooh, I sure hope somebody, figures that out and do something about it. It's like, well, what about you? I'm not saying put yourself in danger because I know they doing a lot out there, but I don't know. Or call the police then. And you know what happens when you call the police? The police ain't going to do it with love. They're going to come in there like, yo, Silly Sam, and they're going to get it drunk. So men, especially black
Right.
men,
And
you
the
are the
police
original
are
problem solvers of the
policy
earth.
enforcers.
When did you stop learning how to solve your own problems? When did you stop learning how to, as they have said in the nation, and that's the battle cry for this year, when did you stop learning how to make your communities a safe and decent place to live? Because we deserve that. But we can't keep talking about it, and we can't keep seeing mothers and fathers cry over the loss of their child due to gun violence or whatever may be going on if people aren't willing to step up. A couple of years ago, the minister, the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan, I should say, he asked for 10,000 fearless men and women to get out into the community and help solve the problems, whether it's talking to people or whatever it is, organized so we can make our communities a safe and decent place to live. And people act like we don't know how to do that. So again, I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I'm not saying this out of hate. I'm really saying this out of love. Where are the men? Where are you at? Y'all asking me to talk about it. No, let's not talk about it. Let's be about it. I'd love to hear more and more stories like that of New Era Detroit, Brother Tyrone Muhammad, and in the Nation of Islam, right? Let's not leave them out. The FOI, rather, Fruit of Islam, they're out in the streets talking and, you know, and showing love and trying to problem solve and things like that. And I know there's, you know, some Black Panther organizations that are doing it, but we need the men that's not attached to those organizations to get out there and help. Now, before I leave, one of my favorite movies is Always Outnumbered, Always Outgunned by, well, it had Lawrence Fishburne in there, Bill Nunn, and a whole host of other people. And when they found out that it was a man in the community doing some things he wasn't supposed to be doing with some of the younger ladies, we'll say that, in the community, they got together. And let's just say that man did not do those things in that community anymore. So anyway, y'all let me know what you think of that. And for more insightful commentary, please subscribe to this channel and my channel, The Demetri K Show, here on YouTube. Peace.
Peace, Demetri K. All right, Shabaka, what are your thoughts on that?
Okay, now, okay, she's absolutely right on that. But what it is, though, gentlemen, is that we got to have a code, and then as soon as a code is developed, okay, it has to be approved, and if the gentlemen are going to step up to the plate on that, please honor said code. And I'm quite sure that they will go through the process to put down the code, but we need it ASAP, okay? Because I'm tired, man, of seeing our young men out here, man.
Shabaka,
we already getting feedback, Brother Che. Yeah.
You're getting it too, Shabaka. You sounding like you're underwater.
Oh, Lord. Okay, hold on. Okay, this raggedy ass Bluetooth. Okay, hold on, Brother Che. I'm getting ready to switch devices. Bear with me. Okay.
Son's in the house. I always talk shit about FBA brothers. That's why doubles love you, sapphires. But yeah, we already have that. It's called the Code Book, the History Code Concept for victims of racism and white supremacy.
Okay, mic check.
Mic check 1 2 1 2. Mic check 1 2 1 2.
Yeah, you sounding loud and clear. How am I sounding?
You're sounding much better.
Okay, so I had to put the headset on. Okay, now off here in the comments, we have Sunrise or Sun-R. Always talk shit about FBA brothers. That's why devils love you, sapphires. Okay, Sunrise or Sun-R, could you elaborate, please? Okay, Michael said, There's 2 Hispanics, male and female guy over them, Caucasian. Did you miss my response? Okay, all right, hold on, goddess. Hold on. Okay. Okay. All right, and please
Just having a whole dialogue with Michael. They just let them dialogue.
Oh,
I want
okay.
to so what Sister Demetria K said.
Mm-hmm.
And you were talking about we need to come together with a code, and I was saying there was a code already. It's called the Compensatory Code Concept for Victims of Racism and White Supremacy.
Mm-hmm.
So get a study group on that.
Yeah.
Like how me and Mara used to do.
Oh, yeah.
Because we had we protected the community as well. We're not new to it. And we lived up to the true principles of the original Black Panther Party for self-defense.
Mm-hmm. Which was, and one of the codes was controlling the economics in the.
Yeah, practice group economics, all of that. Before it was popular or trendy. We lost Shabaki.
Okay. All right. Yeah, there I am back. Okay. All right. Now, I've been taking note of certain issues that we talk about on the StreamYard platform. They start dropping us off. So I don't know if that's something that they're doing in there.
You're not the one that noticed that, Shabaki.
Yeah, because look where StreamYard is based out of. Okay.
Yeah, certain topics that start setting it off.
Yeah.
I seen doing that to Breeze earlier, or Restream. It was fucking with church.
Right.
Specify who you're speaking of.
Okay. Goddess says, specify whom you're speaking to, son.
Son was here last night.
Okay.
We had one of our biggest shows last night, Shabaki. I think this is
well, that's great news.
Let's try to get an encore of that. We had almost
and I need the YouTube link, Brother Che. If you'll send it to me in a private chat.
We had 7,000 viewers.
That's good.
Yeah. So, are those your final thoughts on what Demetria K said?
Yes, sir. And this is part of controlling our own economics as well, too.
That's
Okay. All righty. And then the code is 2. Is that Black men, we are not each other's enemy, man. You know? We're not. Just say. And the reason why external forces keep us divided, because they know our potential economically better than we do. Mm-hmm. That's what Dr. Claude was talking about. And how old is that clip? About 12 years old, Brother Che?
At least.
Yeah.
It's a whole nother time. The same stuff that helped back then, it's not helping now.
Right.
It's like a distant memory.
Right.
That's not coming back. So we gotta adapt to what we're going through right now.
Yep.
Towards white sun is higher than those two. All right, so Ghana had the Teterosity.
Yeah.
What's the slave reenactment? So was it a honor or a mockery?
I'm going to say a mockery.
So
I'm going to say a mockery.
No, Tariq.
Mm-hmm.
It's either Tariq or Lisa.
Somebody help!
Kind of felt a way about that. They were not too pleased.
Somebody help! Somebody help
Now, what do y'all think the first thing we need to discuss? Y'all, let's see if we're on the same page. In the chat, what should we discuss first? Let me see if we're on the same page, ladies and gentlemen. Happy Father's Day. Thank you so much, Cheryl. Well, we talked about Karmelo. We talked about Karmelo already. I talked about that yesterday. There you go. Ghana. Yeah, Ghana. We got to talk about Ghana. Y'all already know. Oh, we got to talk about Ghana. Oh, my goodness. Family, did y'all see the video I posted on my Twitter? Over in Ghana, they had some type of slavery reenactment outside of one of the slave castles over there, I think in Accra. I don't know if it was Elmina. I don't know. They didn't say the name, but one of them slave castles over there. They had the people over there doing a ceremony, and they were acting like they were being enslaved, and they were chained, and they were crawling on the ground, screaming and crying and all this stuff. Oh, boy. Yeah, they were doing this ritualistic thing. A lot of people here kind of felt a way about that. They were not too pleased with that. They're trying to give the impression that they're honoring the people who were enslaved. A lot of people look at it as a form of mockery, the way they were doing it. All right? It was real weird. It was real strange. And people are justified in having an issue with that performative, symbolic, gesticulating actions over there. People, they're very justified in having a reason to not feel it. One of the things I think a lot of people have an issue with is the historical hypocrisy of the so-called tribute. You know what I'm saying? The lack of historical accountability. See, the people putting on these performative theatrics, these are the descendants of the ethnic groups that captured and sold people. Oh, we're not going to forget that. They doing all of this stuff thinking we don't forget.
Got captured too, Tariq. You should add that in.
No. We're not going to forget now. Y'all were selling people to them European buyers. Now, you were profiting off the sale of captives centuries ago. Now you're cosplaying
Lerone Bennett
as the captives, as a so-called tribute. It just looks disingenuous. Yeah, you can't really honestly honor the people your history discarded. You understand? No, y'all not getting off the hook, man. Y'all not gonna really get off the damn hook. And you know what I think this is, man? This is a hijacking of the foundational Black American reparations momentum. As we know, foundational Black Americans, we built the modern reparations movement from the ground up. We have turned it into a legitimate, undeniable political conversation here in the United States. Now that momentum is undeniable because remember, the tethers were telling us we ain't gonna ever get nothing. We need to stop begging. Those were the same, remember, they were telling us that. Let's stop playing. About a decade ago, those same people doing all of these gestures were telling us we need to stop begging the white man and pull ourselves up by the bootstraps and we ain't gonna get nothing. They were the main ones hating on it. Now that we played past them and we got that momentum going with reparations and we've delineated, so now they can't come in our spaces misrepresenting us. Now these theatrics look like a calculated political mover. It looks like an opportunistic attempt to basically intercept or just capitalize on that reparations momentum so they can siphon off any kind of global funding or resources and they can get it back over there to them. That's what that whole Ghana going to the UN was about. And we rejected that over here. We're like, no, Ghana does not represent us. No, Ghana doesn't represent us. See, they're cosplaying trauma as a tourist attraction, turning the horrors of slavery into an over-the-top, exaggerated stage play. Is this a mockery of the ancestors' suffering? You know, the transatlantic slave trade, you know, that was a centuries-long atrocity that they took part in. You know? So, yeah, we feel a certain way about that. We feel a certain way about that. And they're monetizing it. They get money doing that. They're over there doing all that performing for tourists. And like I said, when I was over there in Senegal, when I wanted to go visit the damn slave castles and all that, they charged me double than they charged the locals. They charge foundational Black Americans more money to go over there to see that shit. Do y'all know that? If you've been over there, you know what I'm talking about. They charge us more than the locals. You know? Oh, yeah. Yeah, they charge me double than they were charging the locals over there. Yeah, so they're still capitalizing. They're still capitalizing off of it. And those reenactments, I guess they're designed to trigger an emotional reaction from tourists and certain Black folks who go over there try to search for their roots. And that's kind of drying up because people are standing on lineage business over here. So they want to get people to open up their wallets and all that shit. So, you know, it's a little finesse. And it's a reparations by proxy finesse. They want to try to now portray themselves as the ultimate victims of the slave trade through these reenactments. That's a low-key campaign to make the continent the center of the reparations debate. See, that ignores the reality that while the continent lost people or whatever, the people who were subjected to centuries of free labor and systemic terror and Jim Crow and redlining, that was us over here. Framing Ghana as the target for global guilt money, that's a finesse that they want to use to erase the specific targeted lineage claims of the freedmen here. And if they really wanted to truly honor the captives, the approach would be fundamentally different. You know? But the thing is, there's a disconnect in lived lineage. A lot of the people performing this, they're acting out a history that they did not inherit. These are the descendants of the people who sold the victims of the slave trade. All right? They do not have the same lived lineage or generational trauma of chattel slavery in the Americas. You understand? So they're trying to mimic a pain that they do not inherently understand. That's why it looks weird. You know? So the performative nature of it just felt real cartoonish and over the top and ultimately very disrespectful to the people whose bloodline who survived that nonsense. You know? It's very interesting. Let me talk to the family. Let me talk to the family, ladies and gentlemen. Y'all hop on in here, ladies and gentlemen. Raise your hand. Let me get some of the family in here. What's up, Samantha Shy? Hop on in, family. Let me see who we got. Everybody raise your hands, ladies and gentlemen, if you're ready to get on. Raise your hands. We're not going to do all this stuff where I'm trying to get folks on and they're not raising their hand. Let's get Victor. Let's get Mr. Victor. Hop on in, Victor. Victor.
You.
What's up, Victor? How are you?
Oh, man. What's up, big homie?
I'm good, man. What's going on with you, brother?
I'm maintaining. I'm in Philly at the moment. I'm chilling.
Shout out to Philly.
Yeah. I'm falling back. I just wanted to come up and let you know I apologize for all the negative that was brought to me about you.
No, what happened?
No, you know, all the controversial and stuff like that. But I fell back and I was listening to you, and the more and more that I was listening to you, I was like, ain't no way in the world that these people is hating on him.
Right.
Because everything that you showed us is right, and there's that. And I appreciate that. And I just want to give you your flowers and pour out a little liquor to you, etc.
Yes, indeed. I appreciate that, man. Thank you so
Yes,
much.
sir. Yeah,
Pour the rest of that liquor out, 'cause sound like you've been drinking it. All right.
That dude sounds
all right.
drunk.
Pour the rest of that liquor all the way
exactly.
out.
Tariq, yeah, he sounds like he's drinking.
Good Lord. I've been hitting that bottle. It's okay. It's all right. Shout out to him. All right. Let me see. Y'all raise your hands, ladies and gentlemen. Raise your hands, ladies and gentlemen. Let me see. Was a sister up here, and I don't know what happened to you, sis. All right. Let's get TikTok. What's up, TikTok? Mr. TikTok?
What's up, Tariq?
How you doing, sir?
Hey, man, I worked with you, man, a while back, 2011, man. You hired me to play a basketball player at the park for your commercial you had.
Over there on in Chatsworth?
Yeah, man, I appreciate you, man, for hiring me, man. That's when I first came to LA, man.
Oh, cool. Man, that's beautiful. What you up to now, man?
I'm actually producing and directing and acting out here now, man. So I'm working on my story. I got charged for a crime I didn't commit. I lost 5 basketball scholarships. So I'm doing my story. Yeah. But I ain't gonna hold you, man, because I know you be getting up off of here, man. But thank you, man. I'm learning a lot from you. How do I get that shirt you had before? You had a shirt that had
the Olmecs on it, right?
It was a black. Well, she was a black Statue of Liberty shirt.
Oh, yeah.
I love that shirt.
Oh, yeah. Thank you. We still might have some of those at the office. So email me and I'll see what's up with that. We still might have some of them left. But yeah, that was over a decade ago. Yes, indeed. All right. Yeah, happy Father's Day to everybody. Ladies and gentlemen, happy Father's Day. All right. Magnitude. Let's get Magnitude TV. Magnitude.
Blacc, what's up, Captain?
I'm good, brother. How are you?
Can you hear me? What's up with the homie on there? He sounded like he was drinking a little something. He all right?
Oh, yeah. He had a little night train. He was getting him a little sip for the weekend, enjoying his weekend. How you been, brother?
I'm good, man. Always
Some
good
damn
tapping
right
in with you,
good.
man. You know, FBA actually tapping in from Delaware, man. And I just wanted to, you know, always tap in with you and show my appreciation. Actually, just recently opened an event space, reopened an event space and a co-working space, trying to follow in those traditional FBA footsteps of, you know, enterprising and entrepreneurship. And I just wanted to say too, man, I know that you busy and the brother, my guy, Marquette is busy as well, but definitely, man, just wanted to lend some insight, man, and see if y'all could just link up and do some content together, bro. Honestly, like, I know both of y'all have similar styles, y'all have different ways y'all deliver, but y'all got a lot of similarities in the way you deliver a lot of value and truth and you know, I just think that would be interesting for you and him both, you know what I mean, to kind of uplift one another. between, you know, YouTube and the social media platforms. So just wanted to lend some insight. Looking forward to the Hidden Colors coming out, and you know, keep on uplifting our people, man. Always a pleasure to rap with you.
Respect you. Shout out to that brother. Donovan, what's up, Donovan?
How you doing? Can you hear me?
I can hear you, man. What's going on?
Nothing much. I don't know if you remember me. I was up here a couple weeks ago. But as for the Ghana situation, they trying to profit off the front end, selling slaves in the first place 100 years ago, hundreds of years ago. Now the back end today. Unfortunately, we got to look at these people just like any other group trying to profit off our struggle. That's all it is. Unfortunately, like they don't identify with our struggle. They don't see it. They just see it as another opportunity to make some money. Unfortunately, it's especially like you mentioned the reparations thing that they're trying to grift on. It's not a general grievance, right? Yeah. It's a specific, hey, our group, we put billions of hours, almost trillions of hours in the free slave labor that y'all extracted. We want that money back. It's not y'all mistreated us, give us some money. That's something completely different. We talking specifically practicality. Y'all got this amount of hours from us extracted as slaves. It's time for y'all to pay that back. That's all it is. So these other groups trying to latch on, I get it, but unfortunately we got to look at them like any other group trying to profit off what we got going on. That's all I really got to say.
No doubt. Thank you so much, brother. Miss, what's your name? Dara?
Durasco. It's just my initials and my last name. But what's up? Proud FBA here.
Yes,
and I wanted to ask you something because I've been following you for years now, and I've learned a ton. And thank you so much for that because, you know, without folks like you, folks like me would have been lost because I grew up in the burbs, you know what I'm saying? So anyways, my thought or my question rather is around the time when I first started following you was when the ADOS split and FBA split happened. And I remember you was having all of these debates with these white tea supremacists. And I don't remember none of these people being in these debates banging on the white tea supremacy until basically you proved that you and others proved that it really was a thing. Mm-hmm. And then all of those white tea supremacists, alt-right, you know, talking heads, they fell back, right? Mm-hmm. And it seems like they sent their minions to basically, you know, muddy the waters and form like Voltron against us. And, you know, am I mistaken? Or, because I know I'm kind of new to this, but do you see that too? Like where those folks fell off and it's like they sent their minions?
Yeah, well, let me break all of that down. And we got to get the wording right. When people say there's a split between ADOS and FBA and all that, first of all, I was never a part of the group, the organization ADOS, all right? Or ADOS as an organization, I've never co-signed it. I've never legitimized it. I've never co-signed the organization ADOS. And that's an organization, a self-proclaimed organization. When I talked about being a descendant of American slave, I'm talking about lineage. Everything I've always said was about lineage. From the very beginning, I have never been a part of no group. I'm not a part of a group now, all right? I do not do groups. I ain't a part of no damn group. Lineages are not supposed to be groups. That ADOS, they were confusing people with bullshit. They were muddying the water. They got co-opted. They got sucked in by the Democrats and they started Democrat shilling. That's why they fell off. All right? That's why that brand fell off. It all fell off. They're mad at me and all that. You don't get mad at me. They started a group and people were joining the group and people saw how janky the leaders were and just abandoned them. You understand? They were trying to tell people to vote down Democrat, just a bunch of weird shit. I was never with that. I've always been lineage based. So there was no split. We just kept focusing on lineage. There was no split. You can't split from your lineage. All right. Even back then, I would use ADOS and FBA interchangeably. I would use it interchangeably because Strappy and Tone Tits were out here confusing everybody. People were getting very confused about lineage. Is it a group? And they running around telling people they're the leaders. I'm like, hey. I said, no. I ain't got nothing to do with none of that. Nothing to do with none of that. So they got co-opted early by the Democrats. The Democrats don't like us delineating because us delineating messes up the vote for them. The Democrats need a big generic minority voting block, and they need us to be the fuel for it. They need us to be the base for their voting block, and we have to think in terms of a generic minority. So when we vote, we got to come in thinking that we're going to be locked in arms with Hispanics and Asians and Middle Easterners and LGBT and all of these other so-called minority groups. When we start focusing on lineage, we're like, damn, all of that. What are we going to get out of this deal? We are focusing on what we're going to get as a lineage. The Democrats do not like that. The Democrats have been the main people attacking lineage. They've been the main ones sending ops and all of these tethers and sending all of these agent provocateurs in all of our spaces to undermine us. We've done events. The Democrats have sent these feds and these ops to undermine our events. This delineation is very hard on the Democrats because now we can't be manipulated by them like we used to be. We're asking or telling everybody in the political sphere, you're going to have to earn our damn vote. We're not going to be scared in the voting. You're not going to use civil rights symbolisms. You're going to have to come through with tangibles for foundational Black Americans. So that busts up their whole little hustle. This is the reason why they lost the last election. They lost the last election, and they know why they lost. They lost because of delineation. They had a tether. They were running her around, and nobody went for it. They had a cosplaying tether running around here trying to sister girl her way to the White House, and we said no. That's a Punjabi mammy. She ain't offering nothing for us. In fact, she told us what the hell she ain't gonna do for Black people, and we said, okay, all right, well, say less. Well, I ain't gonna give you this vote either. You understand? So that's where we are. All that bathwater greens and shit, all of that stuff where they want to talk at us and talk down us. Now, we've changed that whole game, ladies and gentlemen. This whole thing where people can just shame us and disrespect us into voting for them, they never tried that with any other group. This is why it was important for us to get our cultural and collective self-esteem up. That was very important. That's why a lot of people are mad at me, because I show people, man, you better stop letting folks talk to you and our lineage fucked up. Nobody's at liberty to talk to us janky. Nobody. I start telling people, man, you better understand history. Don't let these tethers and Democrat shields come around us, cursing us out, telling us we better vote and scaring us and telling us we're stupid, bringing out the Roland Martins. Every time election season comes around, y'all stupid fools, y'all better vote, vote for Karmelo, you stupid ass dummies. Man, we're not doing that no more. Y'all not gonna run around here talking at us without offering us nothing. You don't offer us nothing and then talk crazy to us. So no. We got to get our cultural self-esteem up. You better know who the hell you are. You are a foundational Black American. You are pivotal to this country. That's why the term foundational Black American took off more than American descendants of slaves. You understand? Wording is very important. When you say American descendants of slaves, I mean, that's a cool term, but it just keeps you in a victim mode. That puts you in a victim mode. But when you say foundational Black American, now that puts you more into an authoritative position. That puts you in a more pivotal position by saying you are the foundation, which is true, because nobody can deny that. We are the foundation of this country. Foundational Black Americans, we are literally the foundation of this country. That's either true or false, and it's 100% true. So that puts us in a very special historic position. We are a very unique, special class of people, and everybody knows it. They know it. That's why, yeah, most people prefer FBA because it has more dignity. When you are a foundation of something, automatically that brings respect. You come in the door with respect, and now people are forced to show respect coming in the door. And they're not supposed to do that, but we're forcing them to. And people are getting checked now, and I love it. Now, whenever these tethers start talking crazy, everybody's on their bumper now. Ain't nobody breathing with that bullshit no more. And we should have been on that a long time ago. You understand? We should have been on that a long time ago. And I start seeing early on, look, because some of us who travel a lot, who's been to a lot of these different countries and been around the world and all that, dude, I was telling people, man, there's no way we're going to let any of these people come over here and talk greasy to us under no circumstance. One of the first people, and I talk about this a lot, Dinesh D'Souza, because people like him, they come over here and just make careers denigrating us, talking about all the crime in Chicago, all the crime in South Central LA, all the crime in Atlanta. And I said, wait a minute. I was one of the first people to say, hey, wait a minute. These people come from floating crap holes. Dinesh D'Souza is from Mumbai, India. Have y'all seen Mumbai? It's a floating damn toilet. Why are we letting people who come from floating toilets tell us about Chicago? Yeah, it is fucked up. So I started giving people the language to check these damn people. Myron Gaines? We gonna let Myron Gaines talk greasy? He's Sudanese. Do you know what they do in the Sudan? They rinse their hair with cow piss. You gonna let him talk crazy? That's why I go in them rooms and shut them down. I'm like, no. Y'all not gonna talk crazy about us at all. And you done fled your ass over here. We saved many of you. If it were not for Foundational Black Americans, you'd be wiping your hair with placenta from cows and goats. Yeah, that's why they get mad at me, because I check the hell out of them with their own culture. I'm hitting you with your own culture. They know I know what I'm talking about because I done been over there to your countries. Y'all not gonna say shit about nobody over here. You understand? Ain't nobody who wiped their ass with shea butter leaves gonna say anything about Chicago or anything about baby mamas. None of that shit. Nothing. You ain't gonna say nothing. After all we've done, and I know the history, we've done way too much for these other countries. We've been the only ones stomping for, like, especially African and Caribbean countries. We've been the ones stomping for them without trying to exploit them. So damn if people gonna come over here and be disrespectful. I just took on a stance. I got a zero tolerance for disrespect from all these other groups. Zero. You understand? I took on a stance. Nobody is going to disrespect us at all and breathe like it's cool. You understand? Everybody can get it. You ain't going to disrespect us at all under no circumstance, not even a little bit. If you fled over here, no, you ain't saying nothing. You know? So now we done got some straightening. Now people got some damn act right now. Now people done got some act right. They still try to poke their heads out when little situations happen, like with the Karmelo thing. The tethers are still trying to get a little position under the white tea supremacists, but that's not working. Oh, that's not working. So it's a brand new day. So yeah, they don't like being checked now. They're running around, oh, they're xenophobic. They're trying to be victims. Oh, these FBA niggas, they're xenophobic. I'm just a bitch-ass nigga. I don't do nothing. They attack me. They call me a teta. No. If you got smoke, you deserve whatever smoke you got. If somebody gave you smoke, you deserved it. You did something. You're not innocent. You done said something slick. or you done something slick and you're not used to being checked. It's a new day. That's what it is.
Rule work tonight. Rule work tonight. Rule work tonight. Rule work tonight. I'll be feeling so right. I got that root work tonight. Feeling fresh from the morning light. Root work hit me, I'm set for the night. Look good, smell right. Yeah, I'm that type. I gotta let the world know I got that root work tonight. Root work tonight. Yeah, root work tonight. I'll be feeling so right.
All right, Shabaka, what are your thoughts on that?
Okay, yeah, it's interesting. Okay, yeah, it's interesting. You see, and this is why. Also, to the YouTube link is shared. See, the Black experience is the most dynamic experience in the history of mankind. You know what I mean? And this is why all these other groups, feel that they could step to us and tell us about what the fuck we should be doing about our history, not only on the continent, not only in the continent of North America or South America or what have you, but throughout the whole fucking world. You know what I mean? So,
YouTube channel, go ahead and hit the subscribe button now, along with the bell icon, so you can be notified whenever a new video is posted. And if you're already subscribed, check and make sure that YouTube hasn't unsubscribed you. And of course, be sure to give the video a like as well as share it on your social media.
Sorry, Shabaka, the computer. I think I have to restart it.
Yeah, restart it, man, because you did kind of glitch a little bit. And all what that is, Brother Che, from the algorithms, from the powers that be, you know what I'm saying? They do that to us every fucking time we come up here. But they want our money. That's the part that kills me.
Yeah, it's the free plan now.
Yeah. Okay, so I'll speak with you off air, man, by seeing, something that we could do. Because man. Oh, excuse me, I might try to throw some more money on it, man, next month, but I got to get through this month first. You know what I mean?
Okay, Shabaka.
Yeah. I'm not promising anything, Brother Che. Just an effort. You know what I'm saying? Because my back is up against the wall. Now, see, the thing is about these Nabiscos, okay? Because I had to block a couple of them off my wall, okay, is they so damn self-righteous. You see what I'm saying? Then they got the damn audacity to call us racist is because we don't include them in a lot of our stuff. You know what I'm saying? Then of course you got those, and me, Brother Che, when we was with Blog Talk, talking about the raping, slave trading pedophiles as our goddamn family, and me, Brother Che.
Yeah,
I tell them that them motherfuckers is crazy.
Hold it down, Shabaka. I gotta restart the computer.
Okay, all right, ladies and gentlemen, Brother Che is going to restart his computer and what have you. Okay, out here in Las Vegas, I think we're up here about to a pleasant 90 degrees, and definitely follow Genup One on YouTube, okay, because we got to get the subscriptions up so we can start going live on YouTube. Now, for all you people out there that believe in Austin Metcalf, okay, who's worm food right now, Metcalf ordered it, okay? And send me your hate mail, request the YouTube link right here, or hell, or if you really got a set of balls, request the StreamYard link and come up here and talk. You know what I mean? And when you people don't, then that means that you're talking out the crack of your ass. And I hate to be so vulgar, but I'm not going to sugarcoat shit. And then for you tethers on a continent who sat up there and got drunk with them goddamn Dutch and motherfucking British people and French, yeah, you motherfuckers got a whole lot to answer for. And I'm standing on that square even more so. You sat up there and let the motherfucker get you drunk. Then he mugged you. Then you got the goddamn audacity to sit up there, what I do, hiccup. You know, give me some more of that Jack Daniel. Give me some more of that I.W. Harper. Yeah. So you motherfuckers got a whole lot to answer for. And then you got the goddamn audacity to come to us to help your fucking cause. But in actuality, you motherfuckers are still on goddamn puppet strings by them euros. But none of you motherfuckers address that. But fuck it. I'll do it for you. Okay, we're waiting on Brother Che to come back in, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, we appreciate Michael. And also, too, Goddess, if you're within earshot, you know, request a link. You know, you're more than welcome to come up, you know, and what have you. So as Brother Che, you know, is realigning, you know, his computer setup and what have you. And then also, too, what's happening with a lot of our computers, people, and cell phones, you got all these goddamn commercials up here with that bullshit that interferes with it. That's why I block every fucking commercial that comes on mine. Oh, there's Brother Che. He's back.
Yeah, I'm back.
Yeah.
I have to restart the computer, and it still looks like it's acting up. We're gonna continue where we left off at. So what are your thoughts on the Ghana reenactment? Was it a mockery or was it a honor?
It was mockery, and it was a huge dishonor, not only to Ghana, but to all Africans in the diaspora, a huge dishonor, because these motherfuckers are not taking no goddamn accountability that they sat there and allowed their heads to get bumped. You see? What's the first thing that stinking Nabisco came to you with? Hey, man, here's some Jack Daniels. Here's some Thunder Chicken. Here's some Night Train. You know?
Yeah.
And what's that old saying? Okay, we're going to get them drunk, then we're going to mug it. And that's exactly what the fuck they did. Now, Goddess says it's 66 degrees. Well, where is she at? Now, Goddess, you're going to have to explain to me what these symbols mean: the fire, the dynamite, the sun, and the eyes. I see you conveying the message, sister, but I just want to make sure I'm decoding it properly, you know? And then...
Shabaka.
Huh?
You're on fire, Shabaki.
Oh, okay. You know, forgive me, I'm stupid when it comes to this high-tech stuff, you know. And so, and what it is, when you look at a city like Chicago, Illinois, which is racist city, USA, not to mention all the race riots that they had right there and all that, but you all don't want to pay homage that it was discovered by a black man. You see what I'm saying? You feel me? And then also too, Brother Che, the next time remind me if I tell you that I'm going up into northern California and Nevada near the Sierras to check out the town called Beckworth.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I like to do a live feed from there, but we need donations so, you know, these trips could happen. You see, you know, and then also too, we got to look at as I stated before, Brother Che, of the juice that Frank Sinatra had here in Las Vegas, okay, is because I believe that when we did the series on Khalid Ali, she did mention that Frank Sinatra did step up for a lot of black entertainers here in Las Vegas, which he did. So, you know, I have to give the chairman of the board his respect, you know what I'm saying? You know, on that, he didn't have to do it, you know what I'm saying? And then, of course, too, Gladys Knight, I believe she just turned 82 recently. So shout out to Gladys, you know, and appreciate her contributions to the music world. Same thing with Diana Ross as well, too, you'll say. And then on top of that, too, I believe Elder Billy D. Williams, Brother Trey, I think he had hit 87, 88, I believe.
Yeah, it's damn near 90.
Yeah. Shout out to Billy D. Williams, you know, because he was a great stage actor as well, too, before he got his big break in a movie called Brian's Song in 1972, where he portrayed Dale Sayers, and James Caan portrayed Brian Piccolo, his teammate that died of cancer at 26, but that did launch both of their careers for the big time. You know, of course, as we all know, that James Caan went on and did The Godfather. Okay, then of course, Billy D. Williams went on and played in Lady Sings the Blues, opposite of Diana Ross. Okay, so what it is I'm speaking in a fireworks tone. Oh, okay, Goddess Navi. Okay. And then, so if you really look at it, this is why when it comes to the reparations amount, give us all the gold, the silver, the copper, because you see, if it wasn't for black people, United States of America, you would not be the economical powerhouse that you are. Now, this is not hate, okay? Go vote for who you want to vote for. That's your business, you know. Well, remember one thing that Dr. King did say, he felt that he led our people into a burning house with integration. And I believe Brother Che, after he made that statement less than 6 months, he was dead, you know, if I got my history right. But check with Chairman Sekou on that, you know, because, you know, he was grown at the time, you know, I wasn't. And then, two, when we say we doing for self, why do you white people figure that's racist? And then, for you Nabiscos out there, well, you know, all you single black mothers out there on welfare, the main benefit and the main people on welfare in any type of form is you Nabiscos up there in the Appalachian region of Virginia and West Virginia. But you all don't talk about that. Then just like, yeah, and Kentucky, that's right, and Kentucky. And then look at that inbred troglodyte Trey Brewer. I sent you the picture of him, Brother Che. Got a big old funny looking head and whatnot, you know. Then you Karens come up here talking about that you paying too much for gas and all this old type of shit. But you all got issues. You know, you Beckys and Karens are something else. You know, you really are, you know. Old ass Becky going to cuss out a brother who's obeying traffic laws. The Karen is going against the traffic laws. Then cuss the brother out. I mean, you know, what is this shit? And any of you are welcome to come up here, you know, request a YouTube link, you know, and request a link for the StreamYard and come up here and let's see what you're talking about. But all you hypocrites, get out there and run for cover. Same thing with you house niggas too. That's the reason why I'm blaming the house niggas more so, like your Uncle Tim Scotts, you know, Sambo,
Oh, well, who was the other one? Who was our Sambo list, Brother Che? Tim Scott. He was at the top.
Yeah, Wesley Hunt.
Yeah, Wesley Hunt. Yeah. The governor of Maryland, Westmore, talking about we don't deserve reparations. Westmore.
He's a tether.
He's a tether?
Yes.
Okay. And keep in mind that Maryland is where Frederick Douglass got inspired to do what he did when he smashed the Nabisco who hit him with that whip. Yes, sir.
What we would consider today FBA.
Mm-hmm.
Westmore.
Yeah, old Freddie D. Yeah.
Westmore is a Caribbean tether.
Okay. Okay. And then, like I said, and then for all you motherfuckers that sat there and allowed yourself to get drunk, first thing the white man came to you with, hey, we got some JD for you. We got some Boone's fine. Guzzle, guzzle, guzzle. Boom, pow, bank upside your head. And then when your drunk ass finally sobered up, you motherfuckers wondered what happened. You stupid motherfuckers. You know what I'm saying? So, to quote Mr. Nasheed, let's see who we got in with our hate mail. You know, and then keep in mind, if he hit us with hate mail, you got to come up. And God says, uh-oh. Now, what you mean by uh-oh, God? Nah.
We got Cow Dog in the building, Shabaka.
Hey, greetings, Cow Dog. How you be, Cow Dog? How you be? How you be? Yeah, you know, going through the same bullshit, Cow Dog, trying to resurrect these brain-dead mental motherfuckers. Okay. And Goddess Navi says, I met the writer of the song. Those folks are diabolical demons. Okay, Goddess, I'm gonna ask you, ma'am, you know, to be more specific. Okay, and okay, let me see some comments here. We're going to comments now. Oh yeah, oh, that's what Cow Dog is. Okay, and Goddess Navi. Okay. I hope you had a great day today, Cal, if you're a dad. Oh yeah, Cow Dog, if you're a father, brother, happy Father's Day to you, sir. You know what I mean? Yeah. Because, you know, you got all these powers that be. Well, you know, black men don't do nothing for their kids. Bullshit. And Cow Dog says, being black, we go through more shit than the toilet. You're damn right about that, sir. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you're damn right about that. Yes, sir. But like I said, and this is why I tell you Nabiscos are frying out here in this damn desert. You know what I'm saying? Hey, let the sun have more power. You know? Well, we all the same, Sabaka. No, we ain't. I ain't never experienced sunburn before in my goddamn life. Shit. You know? And I've been through some deserts with some heat. New Mexico, Colorado, California, Nevada, Utah. You know what I mean?
Yep, I know what you mean, Shabaka.
Yeah, you know. But we all the same, Shabaka. You know, my skin is burning. Yeah, well, Nabisco, thank your ancestors for it. You know what I'm saying? And then also...
No wonder they're trying to cover up the sun.
Oh, yeah. And then also, too, Brother Che, please remind me to make a footnote. In the future, I want to do a show on the University of St. Corey. Yeah.
I'm going to go with the whole audience with that one.
I'm going to have a what?
You're going to scare away the whole audience with that one.
Nah, it ain't nothing to be scared of the University of St. Corey. No. And no, Cow Dog, you're right. That Death Valley heat ain't no joke, sir. And that's why when I have to drive through California, through that desert, do it at nighttime, you know, in the summer month. Do it in the daytime in the winter months. So therefore, you know, you don't get hit with no ice. Because as we all know, is that the desert goes from one extreme to the other. You see. You know, now keep in mind, for you OTBs, meaning other than black, we don't mind having peaceful intellectual conversations with you. You see, we don't mind that at all. But y'all, got this complex that you're so superior. You see? And just like Rodney King said when he got bumped upside the head, can we just all get out?
No. So moving along, bootlicks. The bootlick,
moving right along.
The bootlick lawyers and their untalented 10th. So Professor Black Truth going to give us an update on that.
Button now, along with the bell icon, so you can be notified whenever a new video is posted. And if you're already subscribed, if you're not already subscribed to this YouTube channel, go ahead and hit the subscribe button now, along with the bell icon, so you can be notified whenever a new video is posted. And if you're already subscribed, check and make sure that YouTube hasn't unsubscribed you. And of course, be sure to give the video a like, as well as share it on your social media.
Yeah,
the white supremacists hate that. And now the Sunday address. The Black community has been saddled with a number of disadvantages, problems, and plagues over the decades, but by far the worst to emerge in the last 150 or so years has been the untalented 10th, especially when it comes to these would-be Negroes who call themselves lawyers. If there's one area that Black people could actually benefit from having smart, competent individuals in, it would be the law. But it seems as if, at least where certain Negroes are concerned, it attracts incompetent people like flies to feces. There's an old lawyer's expression. When you have the law on your side, argue the law. When you have the facts on your side, argue the facts. When you have neither on your side, pound the table. Well, we've seen absolutely nothing but table pounding from the ignorant clods calling themselves lawyers who are attacking and condemning a young man who did nothing more than to legally defend himself. The Black grassroots have hammered both the law and the facts on the case of Karmelo Anthony's self-defense incident. The thug Austin Metcalf threatened him repeatedly. What law allows him to do that? He then approached him to fight him. What law allows him to do that? You see, those are the facts. Another fact is that Karmelo Anthony told the aggressor not to approach him. He gave him fair warning. But the thug Metcalf attacked him regardless. Karmelo had a hand inside of a bag, or otherwise he had it concealed. The thug Metcalf could see that, but he was gambling that Karmelo was bluffing, that he didn't have anything on him. Now remember, Karmelo didn't touch that thug. The thug Austin Metcalf attacked him physically. Anything that happened after that was on him. Okay, so this resulted in a fatality. Well, as the moron, senile, washed-up reality punk Judge Joe Clown said, well, that's what can happen when two people fight. One of them might knock out a tooth, break a cheekbone or something. Yes, people can and do get injured. And people even die during fights, which is why you should think twice before running around starting fights with total strangers. But that bit of common sense never occurs to these bootlick shysters, and neither does the law. Not even one of them can claim that anything Karmelo Anthony did was illegal. Nothing he did was a violation of the law. He was invited to be under that tent to get out of the rain. Is that illegal? Neither that tent nor the stands that it was in belonged to the thug Austin Metcalf. He had no legal right to be threatening anyone. But the Negro lawyers never even acknowledge that because it destroys their false narrative. The thug Austin definitely broke the law when he attacked Karmelo. Nobody disputes that Austin was the aggressor. Nobody says that Karmelo punched, grabbed, pushed, or even touched the thug prior to using his self-defense implement. But these bootlick lawyers, they never address that fact because it wrecks their false narrative. Nobody questions that Karmelo Anthony was within his legal rights to stand his ground, and that the knife he allegedly carried was also legally carried. It was a legal weapon. And they can't even question that he had the right to defend himself with that very weapon. Well, if all of that is true, then what the hell can they say? Well, they say, well, he died, though Austin Metcalf died. Well, without intent to kill, that's not a crime. There's no law that says you can only use a weapon to defend yourself so long as your attacker is equally armed. There's no law that says that. And you can't claim that Karmelo Anthony intended to kill the thug who attacked him because Karmelo warned him not to come any closer. He warned him before he used his self-defense implement. That alone proves that he never intended to fight this guy, much less kill him. When you threaten someone and then you approach them to fight them, and that individual warns you not to approach them, that is them expressing that they don't want to harm you. That's the opposite of intent to kill. Now, if you've been warned not to approach them, and you decide to not only approach them, but then to attack them, as the thug Austin did, then that person who's attacked is well within their legal rights to defend themselves. And if this self-defense action results in a fatality, that is unfortunate for the attacker, but it's not a crime. You see, those are the facts of the Karmelo Anthony self-defense case. The facts that these so-called Negro lawyers who falsely called themselves claiming that Karmelo Anthony was guilty, they don't even pretend like they have a single law to support that assertion. And they can't name a single fact that would substantiate it. Instead, they're just saying the facts were against him. The only fact that was ever raised is that Karmelo Anthony is black and the thug who he is falsely accused of murdering was not. Anyone who wants to call him guilty must first say what laws he broke. The only thing that these pathetic dissemblers can say is, yeah, but somebody died though. Yes, sometimes when someone is defending themselves, that can and does happen. So that's why you examine whether they were legitimately under threat. And notice the scumbag shysters didn't have any smoke for the George Zimmermans. That guy's a career criminal who chased after a child with a gun in hand. He was not being threatened by anyone. He just saw someone he didn't like. Police explicitly told him not to pursue Trayvon Martin. He did so anyway. He attacked that child and then murdered him in cold blood. These sorry Negro lawyers we've seen the last week, they were not then and still are not now as exercised as they are about the Karmelo Anthony self-defense case. This was an actual legal self-defense action that took place. But these are cowards performing for white approval. Now, one of the things that's probably come up the last few days is there were people who made comments basically saying, oh, someone's finally going in on Judge Joe Clown. First of all, family, this is not about clout chasing, and this is not about internet beefing. There are too many folks in the community, even in places like this, who apparently think in those terms. And that also goes for the other idiots. I'm not going to be sitting here signal boosting somebody's name. That's what a lot of these idiots have been doing for the last week or so. They're sitting here trying to do some garbage hot take in the desperate hope that it's going to go viral and get them some much needed publicity for themselves. That's what a lot of the stuff we've been seeing has been about. I don't believe in giving oxygen to scumbags who are already drowning. If you're silly and you think only in terms of internet beefing, which too many black people do because they live their lives totally online, fine, but I don't. In the real world, when you have some clown who thinks they're going to boost their profile, the worst thing you can do is to help them. All you do is to give them a new lease on life, and they linger longer than they would have otherwise. When one of these creeps is out there and people seem to be listening, in many cases, the best thing to do is to let them overplay their hand. And I don't know how to break it to you, but that takes time. That way, when you move in to crush them, they get hit in a way that hurts them, and they can't use it to boost themselves. As someone who's been referred to as a thought leader in the new black media, that's the way that I operate. It's not a matter of, let's go ahead and do some internet beefing. Oh, somebody said something stupid, so we got to move in. No, family, I thought we would have learned this lesson over 15 years ago during the false flag wars. Not every idiot who's out there saying something needs to even be responded to, because a lot of them, that's what they're desperately hoping for. They're trying to get some relevance. They're clout chasing, and they're expecting us to give that to them. Now, these bootlicks we've been seeing, they are exactly like the white supremacists they pattern themselves after. They're motivated by the exact same things. I told you about how trash like Ben Shapiro and Steven Crowder and Michael Knowles and Steve Bannon and so many others on the white right, these clowns all wanted to be in Hollywood. They all wanted to make it big in the world of entertainment. And they all made their own failed abortive attempts at it. Ben Shapiro's a failed actor and wannabe stage performer. Steven Crowder's a failed comedian. Michael Knowles is a failed actor. Steve Bannon is a failed wannabe Hollywood producer. There's a very old saying that politics is for people who are too ugly to be actors. And there's a hell of a lot of truth to that statement. It goes triple, though, for these bootlicks. When you look at a Joe Brown or a Jasmine Crockett or most of these dirtbag lawyers you've seen online the last week or so, you see that a lot of them either were in entertainment or they've been pathetically trying to get some sort of reality TV show or gig. They're just like these white supremacists, failed entertainers who are auditioning for a job. Their problem is they're not white, and they're too stupid to figure out that no amount of dumping on black people is going to make the white media forget that fact. They don't have the connections to be a Ben Shapiro. They can't be a Barry Weiss or a Charlie Kirk. All of those people are ugly as sin and have absolutely no talent. What the hell were they going to do in Tinseltown? You see, there's no fracking billionaires in Texas or tech billionaires like the Ellisons who are going to pay Jackass Brown, Joe Brown, or any of these other dirtbag shysters you've seen crawl out of the woodwork the last week or so. They don't have any white sugar daddies who are going to bankroll them. Their failing YouTube channels have utterly failed to get them noticed, so this is the Bootlick's plan B. Hell, it's their only plan. These crusty, musty failures have spent their worthless lives hustling clients who didn't know any better, and no doubt offering their pathetic legal services to this or that white interested party. And this is where it got them. Now they've been reduced to going online and just spouting any kind of gibberish because they're trying to get noticed. They're desperately trying to get some white TV producer or network executive or white talent agent to notice them. They're trying to go viral and hoping that Fox News is going to put them on for a segment. So many of you wonder why it is that I practically never watch TV or movies. Let me tell you something. This was a decision that I made a long time ago, decades ago, well before I started posting anything online. And even that was a long time ago now. I realized way back in the early 90s that I couldn't stomach the stuff that was being put on the air for me to watch. I began to take note of the names that I saw, the producers of these TV shows and movies, the writers, the distribution companies. I began to see the same names over and over. But even when the names were different, the anti-Black slant of the material they pushed was always the same. And these Black people I saw on TV and in the movies were only too glad to make excuses for this or to even defend it. Paul Mooney talked about that there's no scumbag more cowardly than these sorry Negroes out in Hollywood. Well, them and the fools who desperately wish that they could get on TV. Every time I would see this or that name or this or that face, I immediately associated them with some sort of content that took jabs at Black people. I learned very early on to pick up on these kind of things. No matter the TV show, movie, or even cartoon, they always made sure to slip some mess in there that disrespected, maligned, or marginalized us. TV is supposed to be about turning your brain off, they say. That's why they call it escapism. Well, my brain doesn't come with an off switch. And when you decide to make yourself a passive observer of white media content, you're also allowing the enemy a direct pipeline to your subconscious. And then you too will be like these sorry scumbags in Hollywood, pathetically trying to excuse the inexcusable. They do it because some of them are getting paid to. And you'll make excuses for it because you've become addicted to the white media's drug of entertainment. And like any junkie, you'll offer any old excuse just so long as you can keep on doing it. And then you wonder why trash like these punks are so eager to justify maliciously prosecuting a Black teenager for defending himself. A lie can only be perpetuated by the use of violence, and that violence can only be maintained by the use of more lies. When it comes to anti-Black violence, you have to start from the position of Black inferiority. You can't get there naturally because the evidence doesn't support it. This is why when it comes to Karmelo Anthony, these bigots and bootlicks never start from the beginning with Austin Metcalf's threats and incivility. They do not and refuse to start from the actual beginning of this incident, which was when the thug Austin Metcalf threatened Karmelo Anthony. They don't start from when he came down the stairs to fight Karmelo Anthony either. They don't even start from when that violent thug assaulted Karmelo Anthony. They skip all of that because they can't defend any of it. Instead, they decide that the entire incident started the very moment that Karmelo Anthony actually defended himself, which was literally 1% of the interaction. The other 99% is memory hold. That's a lie by omission, by the way. That's what that is. When you decide to leave out everything, that's a lie of omission. Omission is when you tell a story, but you deliberately leave things out. Karmelo Anthony had no criminal record. He was never in any sort of trouble, so they can't smear him. So instead, the white media lies about him after the fact, deliberately leaving out how he was threatened and attacked. And they know exactly why that is, because they know that there's going to be an online phalanx of white supremacists and bootlick scum who are going to be saying, well, let's forget about all that. Let's just go ahead and jump to the end of this. This is done in order to create the false narrative that he used his weapon to attack when the truth is he used it to defend himself. Oh, it was totally unmotivated. He had no reason for that. Yeah, because the threats and being approached by someone who says that they're going to beat your ASS and then this person grabs you to attack you. Yeah, that's not motivation. That's no justification to defend yourself. Adversity reveals character. Let a black person do something the dominant society doesn't like, and these bootlick lawyers will show you that they're only too willing to bend over backwards, or in the case of these black lawyers, just willing to bend over, period, to give evil an opening. Walking trash like Judge Joe Clown called Karmelo Anthony cowardly for defending himself within the bounds of the law. Karmelo Anthony was no coward. Bootlick Brown is. It takes no courage and no character to regurgitate what the dominant society says. When you echo what the white media puts out there, that doesn't take any courage. When you have these idiots online demonizing a black child because they're desperately hoping that their little hot take will go viral and that maybe Fox News will put them on for a segment, it takes no courage to suck up the white media. It takes no courage to go along with a courtroom lynching. We know what cowardice is. A coward is George Zimmerman. A coward is Kyle Rittenhouse. He murdered people in the streets, and garbage like Ricky Schroeder, who ain't had a career since the 80s, was giving him money and support openly. Daniel Perry, who pre-planned a murder and then carried it out, he killed 2 white men, and the racist governor of Texas gave him a pardon at the behest of Tucker Carlson, simply to send a racial message to the BLM protesters. Neither Perry's lawyers nor Tucker Carlson nor Greg Abbott were worried about how it would look for them to be defending and protecting a coward, a real one. This is the company that these bootlick shysters have called themselves being part of. Failed child actors, a washed-up courtroom quote-unquote judge from the 1990s, even a former reality TV contestant. This is supposed to be what qualifies as the black intelligentsia, the black legal experts. And the people who platform these creeps, they're no better. It's just a circle of failure. Again, this is what these creeps who defend these white supremacists all have in common. They're all has-beens or never gonna be's trying to smear this child so they can score some brownie points with the white media. But when you ask them to substantiate their false claims with the law that they're supposed to be experts on, not one of them can do it. Not even one. Predictably, none of these suck-ups and aspiring white media morons has actually gotten anything for their feckless, cowardly behavior, and they're not going to. They're not getting paid by the white media now, and even after this shameful display of cowardice and incompetence, the white powers that be still won't throw them any crumbs. You know, lover or hater, and I definitely fall in the latter category, Candace Owens requires her white paymasters to actually pay her to spout their gibberish, and if they don't, she's not selling the soap for them. In fact, she'll turn on them. Oh yeah, trash like Candace Owens will bedwitch and buck dance to beat the band, but she's not going to do it for free. Apparently, black lawyers only believe in working on contingency when it comes to black people. When a black person shows up, these black lawyers are like, well, I need to know how I'm going to get paid. On the other hand, when it comes to kissing white racist society's rumps, these black lawyers gladly do that for free. Or should I say pro bono? Pro bono means for free for any of you black lawyers out there listening. I feel like I have to say that since for the last couple of weeks now, black lawyers have shown they don't know the first thing about the law. Reminds me of that old saying, it's more important to know the judge than it is to know the law. Well, the bootlicks don't know either. So I'm not going to elevate these talentless nobodies who are trying to audition for a place under white supremacy. They depend on that, you know. They depend on other people to circulate their names, try to get them into the algorithm. There are certain individuals who no amount of e-beefing is going to raise their profiles. Roly-poly falls into that pathetic category. But there's others who desperately hope that it could. Look, there's a time and place for everything. When you move in to crush some bootlicking punk, you do it in a way that doesn't benefit them. In that respect, timing is everything. As for Judge Joe Clown, this is someone whose profile won't be helped by us going in on him, especially now. As for the other morons, they're small potatoes as is. Unless Kevin Hart takes pity on some of these morons and puts them in his next comedy special, they're not going anywhere. When it comes to certain creeps and enemies of black empowerment, you don't attack them in a way that elevates them. You've seen the trash who have been online attacking Karmelo Anthony, and you've also noticed these morons have been attacking the black grassroots, all the while claiming to be part of the black grassroots, many of them throwing around the term FBA, etc. These are cowards bootlicking for white supremacy. They're cockroaches in sheep's clothing, perpetrating a fraud. I haven't heard of these idiots until some bootlicks chose to platform them, and after this, they'll disappear because they were never a thing to begin with. But make sure you don't forget who these bad actors are. And be sure to let others know. This is something the whites on the left have learned, how to use discretion when it comes to undermining the prominence of their opponents without elevating them. One of the million differences between us and these two-bit bootlicks is that we're not looking for a check from some white media company or some white political party or some white political action committee either. So we can stand 10 toes on business for Black empowerment, and we can be completely unapologetic about it. Unlike these bootlicks, we can fly in the face of white media and white society's opinion precisely because we don't want anything from them. The bootlicks, on the other hand, have to get on their knees before their white masters, and they have to apologize for being Black and crawl like the worms they are. They have to say what white daddy wants them to say because they're trying to get some crumbs from his table. They try to pretend to be on Black people's side, at least rhetorically, but as I said before, adversity reveals character. And as soon as something happens that the dominant society doesn't like, oh, these bootlicks will show their true colors. And it ain't Black, it's yellow. They only pay very scant lip service to Black empowerment, and they only do it so they can try to con you into listening to them and use you as their base. But that's only temporary. And you know it's a fraud because when white power does something, or when it's time to stand with a Black person who the dominant society is targeting, those same courtroom clowns are the very first ones to start shucking, jiving, tap dancing, buck dancing, and wagging their finger loud as they can in the pathetic hope that some white media or political figure will see their shameless sucking up and throw them some crumbs. That's the bootlick finesse. The good news here is twofold, though. These scumbags have been encouraged to come out of the cotton patch and buck dance for some butter biscuits. That means that they've been forced to expose themselves. That's what happens when the dominant society starts getting agitated. The little bootlicks out here, they start responding to Massa's unspoken commands. Ooh, Massa don't like this. I can get in goods with Massa if I say some stuff about this Black person. That's what they have to do. They have to do it because that's what happens when you're looking for a comfortable place under white supremacy. You have to be hypersensitive to what the dominant society wants. So that's the first thing. These guys have exposed themselves, and there will be no question or any sort of contention about what they are in the future. And secondly, the Black grassroots are not with these clowns. Just remember who they are. But then again, considering how irrelevant these people are, you can be forgiven if you do forget about them. It just goes to show. All of these bootlick bad takes don't help them because they've got the personality of a rutabaga, the courage of a spineless jellyfish, and the intelligence of, well, of a bootlick lawyer. Good evening, and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors. Russell Richardson, Gavin Andrade, Cornell Sly, Ephraim Yasher L, and Nora Brown. Salute to them and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
Well, once again, the professor's speaking truth. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. You know?
Right.
And hopefully, yeah, and hopefully Karmelo, you know, will get his sentence overturned. You know, just pray that that brother stays strong. Okay, I got to go on mute for a second, Brother Che. Please take over. Okay.
All right, so I'm on to the next topic. And that is Willie D and attorney Dennis Spurling splash over the Karmelo Anthony verdict. So Coon versus Coon. Get ready for this madness, y'all.
What's up, family? Now that the trial footage for the Karmelo Anthony case has been released, a lot of people who thought they understood the case are taking a second look. Some people believe that the new evidence strengthens the verdict. Others believe that it exonerates Karmelo, while others are still asking many, many more questions. I got attorney Dennis Spurling on to offer his professional viewpoint on this intriguing case. Dennis, have you changed your mind at all about this?
Willie, the only thing I did was explain how the jury arrived at the guilty verdict. That's it. The question is whether or not they had evidence sufficient to give rise to a murder conviction. And the answer is still yes. So we look at the video, consider the 20 people who testified for the prosecutor, the 4 people who testified for the defense, all the other physical evidence, the expert witnesses, and the jury saw all this and came to the conclusion that the young man, Karmelo Anthony, was guilty of murder. That hadn't changed because the jury's my opinion hadn't changed because the jury's opinion hadn't changed. They saw all this evidence and then they came to that conclusion. We went over the statute in detail. Now we can piece this out and kind of figure out, well, what was the jury seeing? What did they see? What did they think? But we still we didn't have the benefit of sitting in the audience. Sitting in the jury pool and listening to all the evidence that was included. And that's the only thing that matters. So no, my opinion hadn't changed as to why the jury, no, I don't think this is an invalid finding by the jury. So it hadn't changed in that regard.
So you see the video, you're watching the video right now, and you see what's going on. You see people under that tent. You can tell there's a lot of people under the tent because the area under the tent is dark, and you can barely see any bleachers toward the top. But now you see to the right, that's Austin and his brother and their goons charging. Look like they're charging towards the tent. Like they're being really intentional, charging toward the tent. That don't say anything.
Willie, I don't see anybody charging towards the tent. Now you can say they're charging. I see some children, some young high school kids walking in the direction of that memorial tent, which is in black and gold. I don't see anybody charging, Willie D. I'm just saying I see everybody walking about the same pace. I'm just saying, Willie D.
If they actually
hold on, Willie. This is why people don't like me now, Willie. Willie, I've been catching all kind of hell.
Look,
you invited me on the show, right? And I'm like, yeah, no problem, Willie. And now all these people angry with me for telling the truth. It's the truth. I mean,
but here's the thing, though. Like, we're speaking from a legal standpoint, and that's why I brought you on, because I respect you speaking from the legal standpoint. I'm speaking from a layman's standpoint. I'm not the person going out here doing any extensive research, and I'm not a lawyer. You know what I'm saying? I'm a layman, a human being. I'm a person. I'm a citizen of this country, and I'm a resident of Texas. And what I see is some bullies who accosted this boy who was minding his own business, and one of them ended up dead because he put his hands on him. Like, we talk about how people need to keep their hands to themselves, and we're all for anti-bullying until the narrative don't fit like we want it to.
Well, even if somebody's bullying you, if they're not bullying you and your life is not threatened, you don't have a right to use lethal force against them. If someone hits you, you have a right to use proportional force in defense. Willie, I mean, look, man, you and I both know that we have a lot of young men out there who, when they get afraid or they get angry, they overdo it. And that's the situation we're dealing with. It just so happened that the defendant—
No, man, that's bullshit. That man defended himself.
And the victim is white. But this happens 100 times a day in the black community, whether or not you get punched in the face or you look at somebody wrong.
You know, good motherfucker, there you go.
We have a lot of young boys and men out there who are over emotional with their response. And it's not just one race or the other. We got a lot of young men who don't know how to control their emotions. This just so happens to be a case where we have a death, and now society has to deal with it.
Nigga, you crazy.
If you want to put that video back up, let's go ahead and break that down, and we could try to put ourselves in the place of the jury and see what the jury saw. I'll give you my legal take. If you want to run it all the way back to the beginning, I'll tell you what I see. Now, again, if you look from right to left, the highlighted part, that is Austin Metcalf and those gentlemen. If you can pause the video right there. If you can pause it right there, Willie. If you're able to pause it or run it back real quick. Those two young men he's walking with, you can slide it back a little bit. All right? Now I want you to, stop it right about, keep going. Stop it right about there. Okay, so those two gentlemen are not Austin Metcalf's brother. Austin Metcalf walked in. That's him with the shorts on, with the black, appears to be a sweater and some shorts. Those other two gentlemen, apparently his friends or schoolmates. You know, this was supposed to be, the way people have it pictured is that these are a bunch of white boys picking on a black boy. But when I look at this young black man in the blue hoodie, he's clearly not white. So this was a mixed group of friends. This wasn't a bunch of, this is not 1955 when you have a young black teenager surrounded by a bunch of white boys who are bullying them. This is a mixed school district. These boys play football together. On what Texas football team do they don't have a bunch of brothers on a young black men on the team? So this is not just a bunch of white. Now I'm just looking at what the jury look. I don't know what the jury contemplate, because when those people go behind those closed doors, this is what they contemplate. But if we're gonna make this out to be racial, this is hard for it to be racial if you're in a mixed group of friends. And mind you, these are the same group of quote unquote, you said they were rushing over. They don't look like they rushing me, but that's okay, okay? But this is a mixed group of young men. Yeah, Austin was white. Those two gentlemen, we don't know what color the young man with the black hoodie on and the pants are, but we know that other young man is not even white. So how can it just?
But we also know just because they're not white don't mean that they're not some flunkies. You know what I'm saying? He always got a flunky or two hanging around white folks. So that don't mean nothing just because he's black.
Okay.
What I understand, it was a black guy who called him over. The guy named Eddie was black. That's the guy who called him over and said, "Hey man, come sit with me." You know, he's the one. Like, it sounded like to me, Eddie set Karmelo up.
Well, I don't want to go that far. I don't know Eddie, but I do know that there was a young man named Eddie who testified on the stand, I believe, and said that he basically denounced even knowing Karmelo Anthony, saying I didn't know him. And then the defense attorney showed some photographs of them hanging out at least 2 or 3 times in the past. I think they hung out at least 3 times a week. So obviously they were familiar with each other. Why the young man would deny knowing him, I can imagine, because Karmelo's hot. Okay, but if we go back to this incident, if we go back to this right here, I see 3 young men. One of them is Austin Metcalf, and another one is this young man in the blue, clearly is not white. So we can't just say it's a bunch of white boys picking on Karmelo Anthony. What I said was Austin was walking with some other young men.
Wow.
On his football team or from the school. So, you know, race always plays a part, but this begins to eliminate the idea that it was all racial. Maybe it was just kids bullying.
Yeah, nigga, please, man.
Going more into
that motherfucker there, his coon shoes.
I've said this before. We love the race game here in America. We talk about it, baseball is a national pastime. The truth is, racism is our national pastime. It's intrinsic. It's part of the ethos of this country. It's founded in the Constitution, and we're not going to be able to get around it. But just like bad weather, we're going to have to learn to live with each other in a civilized society.
No,
okay?
we don't.
Whether we like each other or don't like each other, we still have to live in this country. We have to use the highways. We have to use the public facilities, and we have to come to some consensus on what direction we're going to go in this country. So, but that's my first take from this. If you want to fast forward to the next scene, you can see these young men walking.
His brother's about to come through now.
Yeah, his brother is dressed identical to him.
Hunter, this is the one who, from what I understand, instigated everything.
Okay. So that's Hunter. They're twins. They're dressed alike. That's another friend. I'm assuming they're walking together. I don't even know if they know each other. So now, if we look here, well, I don't see the actual tent, but we can see Karmelo Anthony. They have him highlighted. He's gonna walk. It looks like he looks right and then looks left. That's him walking with his backpack. He has a gray looking hoodie on, and he's walking from the left part of the screen to the right. He's not rushing. There's a bunch of, all of them seem to be walking at the same speed. He's now leaving the image, and this is and now if you look carefully, that's the Memorial High School tent. Okay, now it's hard to see, but if you zoom in really close, right there under that, the right M leg is where they're sitting. Now, I can't, if you can blow it up a little bit, that'd be better. If not, we'll kind of, people can see.
I don't know.
But there's going to be a push from left to right, and then there's going to be a response, and then you're going to see Karmelo Anthony sprint up the back of the tent and then run from the left to the right and break off up past the 40, 30, 20, and all the way up to the what it seems to be the parking lot. But you're going to see a little action. And this gentleman, if you look at the guy down in the front, see the one with the white, he's kind of bent over. When he leaves, that's when the action starts. When he leaves, when he picks his bag up, look up to the right about 1 o'clock, and you're going to see the pushing start. Now, again, this is what the jury saw, along with the evidence. They looked at this and they determined that reasonable, the amount of force used didn't give rise to a self-defense argument. And
how
so
do they know how much? If they can't see no more better than what we can see, how the hell they know how much force was used?
Well, again, this is just one piece of evidence. And again, Willie, I'm just explaining to the people what they heard. They got the police report. They have the police officer's video footage from his vest. They have the 20 witnesses. They have the 4 witnesses from the defendant. And so this is how they're able to put together what happened. What I don't see on this video, Willie, is I don't see a big ruckus going on under that tent and 4 or 5 people standing on top of Karmelo Anthony, punching him in the face, stepping on him, stomping him out. I don't see that. I see force going this way and then force going that way. The force going this way was the push. The force going that way was the right, was the knife being put or being plunged into Austin Metcalf's chest. This is what the jury saw. And so the question is, did the jury have evidence to convict Karmelo Anthony of murder? And when we look at the evidence, first of all, we have to start off the fact with there was a knife. There's a young man who's dead. And in the great state of Texas, if you kill and a confession. So if you kill somebody in the great state of Texas, more likely than not, you're going to go to prison. Let's just start with that. If you kill somebody if you kill more than one person, you're going to get capital murder. And you're going to get the death penalty more likely than not. You'd be lucky to get life. If you kill somebody in the act of robbing them, then you're going to get capital murder. If you hurt a child under 10, capital murder. If you hurt an elderly person, capital murder. Okay, so let's step down from that. If you murder somebody, you more likely than not, you're going to get life. If you just straight up murder somebody, you're getting life. If you murder somebody and you're in the hot, passionate, or you didn't mean to do it, it was negligence, guess what? You might get manslaughter. You get manslaughter, you get murder. Let me run a scenario by you that happens, and this is where the action starts. Now you see Karmelo running off to the right, okay, running down the steps. He's taking off. You see him sprinting, getting out of there, moving along. And at some point up here, he's gonna slow down. He's getting outside the gate. There's a guy pointing out. There's people chasing him now because I guess they think he's trying to run away. And at some point, he's going to encounter the police officer, and he's going to say what he did. Now, if you have the police officers, they're pointing, you see the people behind them pointing that he did it, etc. If you have the police officer's body cam footage, you can hear Karmelo Anthony give what would be considered excited utterances, basically saying, he touched me first, okay?
I'm currently treating the victim. Again, he's on the north end of the stadium.
He put his hands on me. I told him not to. He put his hands on me.
That's the alleged suspect.
Okay. No, I'm not. I know how it goes. I'm not alleged.
Okay. Watch your head. All right, see a little bit of blood on your hands there, okay? All right. So your first name is Karmelo?
Okay. So you hear what he said. Well, this is what the jury heard. The jury heard he put his hands on me. The jury heard a confession. So we have a dead body and we have a confession and we
That's
have a
not a
murder weapon.
confession, man.
It's really difficult to
You
get
said
around
he
that.
put
Now, I'm
his
gonna play
hands
devil's
on him. That's
advocate
not a
for a minute.
confession.
We've all seen verse 48, right? What's the first thing your defense lawyer tells you to do?
The first thing your defense lawyer tells you to do is to shut the hell up.
There you go.
Exactly.
Now let's say Carmen, and look, I know people. What happened has already happened. Okay, but if Karmelo Anthony has said, "I don't have anything to say. I want to talk to my lawyer," then we could argue some of these other arguments that people are throwing out there. Oh well, Austin Metcalf fell on the knife. I've heard that before. I've heard somebody say, "Oh, it was a defensive plunge." So in other words, you lunge at somebody, they have a knife out in front of them, and they lunge into you and fall on your knife. There's no intent in that. You see? Now maybe you pull the knife out, but you never actually poked him. But because he said what he said, he put his hands on me. I warned him not to. And here's the thing, man. This could have easily gone worse. I've seen some instances where, you get a motion for new trial and you end up worse off than you were with the original trial. So, that's a game that you play. Now, and I've had time to think about, again, I don't like the practice of criminal law. I don't like it. Don't want to do it, but I know the reason. Let me just tell the reason Willie D brings me on this broadcast is because I don't have a dog in this hunt. If you bring a prosecutor on one of these shows to talk about a criminal case, they have to advance the position of the prosecutor. Because if a prosecutor who is an active prosecutor, whether federal or state, comes in and tries to be reasonable and objective and tell you what the defense attorney is thinking or what they should be doing, then guess what? The next time they go to court and they have a case with that very same set of issues or fact pattern, that particular defense attorney is going to say, well, hey, you on Willie D's show or one of these other major shows, whether it be cable, and say, well, you said this here, sir. Are you now making the opposite argument? You see, and then that makes that they have to fight with what they've said in the past. If you get a defense attorney who comes on here and say, yeah, the prosecutor was right, this guy was dead wrong, he's going to lose all his clients because the people are going to say, well, look, man. And matter of fact, the prosecutor who appears with this defense attorney will say, well, you on CNN or MSNBC or Fox News, and you said this on Fox News, and this is the very same fact pattern, Mr. Jones. And so now what's different? So you lose credibility. So a prosecutor is going to prosecute and the defense attorney is going to defend. When you have somebody like me on here, I don't care one way or the other. I don't like it, so I can give it to you straight. I can give you the facts straight. And basically, you have a dead body, you got a confession, you have a murder weapon, and you have dozens of witnesses who saw it happen. On top of that, you have some video footage, you have confessions. It's all bad. This young man was going to prison. The only people that think Karmelo wasn't going to prison are regular lay folks. The judge knew it. The DAs knew it. Lawyers all across America knew it. Anybody who's hell, you can go to the penitentiary, and most of them will say, "Yeah, we knew he was going to go to prison. It was too much."
Who didn't know he was going to prison? Yeah. Not based on the evidence, based on the fact that he being tried in Collin, racist ass 53% white county, and this is a black boy accused of killing a white boy. This is why everybody knew he was going to get railroaded, and then you got not an all-white jury, but a jury that's comprised of not one black person in a racially charged case. Come on, man. The prosecutor, the judge, supposed to be the judge got to say, "No, man, we ain't gonna let that happen." The prosecutor got to be like, "Man, let me just get 1 or 2 in here, so when I get my conviction, they won't be able to come back on appeal with it." Come on, man. You can't go in there. You can't do a racially charged case like this, man, and not have one black person on that. Well, you got a black person being accused of killing a white person in America. Hell no, man. White people ain't not non-biased. They just not. They've shown us time and time again they cannot be non-biased in these type of situations.
Willie, let's do this. Let's flip the script. Let's say this trial happened in Harris County, and you got an all-black jury in Harris County, and we're gonna remove the race of the defendant, and matter of fact, we're gonna make them both black. Do you think an all-black jury would have convicted a black defendant who killed another black boy because he pushed him, stabbed him in the chest?
No.
Here in Texas?
First of all, okay, say it again. You said an all-black.
If we got a black judge, this is a hypothetical because you know the internet, they want hype. What if this? What if, okay, fine. My position is that an all-black jury with a black judge, black prosecutor, black defense attorney, a black defendant, black victim, they would have still found this young man guilty of murder because he killed somebody. You killed a black boy, killed another black boy. You don't it stabbed him in the chest for pushing him. You don't think that an all-black jury would find murder?
I say maybe, maybe not. He got a better chance with an all-black jury. He got a much better chance of getting a fair trial.
The jury of your peers.
So answer that, Dennis. Would he have had a better chance if he had an all-black jury as opposed to the one he had?
He would still have been convicted of murder, in my opinion, based on these facts. However, I'll say this. However, the only issue was whether it was going to be murder, manslaughter, or murder where you go to jail for 35 years, or I think it was 0 to 99. An all-black jury may have said, well, he was defending himself. They may have given him the benefit of the doubt, but he was still going to go to prison. You see, that's where the racism comes in. See, he was going to get locked up that day. He was going to prison that day. The question was whether it was going to be manslaughter or murder. And you and I had this conversation. I said, I'd be surprised if he got anything less than murder. Now, again, it could have been manslaughter, but this particular jury found a way. They found a path, and it's a legitimate path to determine murder. They did not believe that this young man, the amount of force that he used in response to that attack was reasonable to justify murder. It didn't rise to the level of deadly force. Now, again, let's go back to this. We got to talk about these internet. They say he was jumped. I didn't see that on the video. I didn't see him getting packed out on the video. The jury didn't see it. And so that's why they didn't.
Very difficult to see anything on that video. I heard that there's a clear video out there.
But they also didn't hear it. So I heard that too, but where is it? I heard that too. Somebody, but we didn't. It wasn't.
And this is why I say he was railroaded. Answer this question for me, Dennis.
Yes, sir.
As someone who have practiced with criminal law, as someone who knows the law, just as a reasonable person, how plausible do you believe it is that you had all those kids out there and not one recorded it, when you know kids love recording drama? The moment they think something might happen, they start recording. They said that Karmelo was sitting under that tent for about 3 minutes before the altercation occurred. That means youngsters got plenty of time to pull those phones out and start recording. And we ain't got one recording? Come on, man. That's why we knew he was going to get railroaded. We ain't got one recording, bro. Not one. Ain't nobody answering that question. Nobody wants to know why. Where are those damn videos? I submit to you that somebody got paid off and intimidated.
Well, what would the video recording of the killing change?
The video recording would show exactly what happened. Because right now we're leaning on the understanding or the testimony of Austin Metcalf's tribe, his friends, his schoolmates. We're leaning on and the testimony of people who was intimidated by the prosecution and investigators. Yeah, you think that's not going on in Collin County, where people are being intimidated and threatened to not give full testimony?
Well, here's the thing, Willie D. There were other people who weren't even from Collin County out there. It was a track meet. You had grown-ups. You think these people are gonna lie and put their life? I mean, if you lie on this. Well,
there's a million precedents for it. Yes, they will lie. Okay. They will lie and put their reputation on the line. Yes.
Okay.
We've seen it happen many times.
There were 20 prosecution witnesses. There were 4 defense witnesses. And let's talk about something else. Let's talk about Karmelo Anthony. Number one, he didn't take the stand. So the only thing we have to go on is the body cam footage and what was recorded in the police report from the body cam footage. He said he touched me first. He never said they jumped me. They touched me first. So out of Karmelo Anthony's own mouth, he never said he was jumped. The only people to start saying he was jumped was the internet. Karmelo Anthony never said that. So my question is, if this is what the jury heard, if this is what the evidence is presented, you have a path to conviction. So again, I can't focus on what the jury didn't see, and I'm not going to speculate as to what's out there. If it's not before the jury, it doesn't count. It's just like this. It doesn't matter what happens. It's only what happens. The only thing that the jury can relate to is what's presented in court. That's the evidence. Evidence has to be presented in a certain form. Otherwise, you could just start making up stuff. Somebody could come along and say, well, he did this to me, he did that. We've seen that happen in a lot of other issues related to SA. Somebody comes out the blue from 30 years ago and said, you did this. There's no evidence, but because they said you did this, and now we're talking about a civil matter, preponderance of evidence, which is a very low standard to meet, you lose your fortune. You get sued. And so we have to have a gatekeeper sort of situation when it comes to evidence. We can't just rely on speculatory evidence. If it exists, it needs to come forward. If there's evidence out there that can exonerate Karmelo Anthony, we can't just talk about it. Where is it? We'd like to see it. Why didn't the prosecutors bring it forth? Where's TMZ? Right? We have all these people. Now we can talk about what kid could have, should have done, why they didn't whip their video out. I don't know. That's not before the jury. The only thing I want to focus on is what was brought before the jury. And if we stay focused on what the jury had, we can come to the conclusion they had enough evidence to find this young man guilty of murder beyond a reasonable doubt. That's where we are.
Okay, now I will agree to you if we stay focused on what the jury was presented. But Dennis, you acting like these people don't suppress evidence and that you acting like they don't omit evidence, like everything that we saw and everything we heard was the only truth that was out there. Like these people time and time again have lied, suppressed evidence, intimidated witnesses. How much prosecutorial misconduct is out there on a daily basis where these people act like they have complete autonomy over the legal system? They just do whatever the hell they want to do. Let's go back to what you said moments ago when you talked about Karmelo Anthony confessing that he put his hands on me. That could be a fraud. That could be a fraudulent slip. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah. I mean, we think about it. He's under a lot of pressure. He's under intense pressure right now. He's experiencing anxiety. He just stabbed somebody. You know what I'm saying? Like, how many times have you misspoken? You know, in the heat of the moment, in that exact moment. How many times have you misspoken? So that don't mean that just he. I mean, two things can be true. He could have put his hands on him, but other people may have put their hands on him too. But he mentioned him because he stabbed him, not them.
All right, Willie. You I hear you, Willie.
Man, look, I'm just, my thing is this, Dennis. Look, man, Dennis. I'm just saying, man. I just know how these people are, man. I know these people play dirty. And when we speak like we talking about the rules, like the rules don't get broken, like they don't move the goalposts, like they don't suppress evidence, like they don't lie, like they don't intimidate witnesses. You act like that stuff is off the table. It's not.
I'm not. I'm not, Willie. I'm not. And they have something called a Brady disclosure where the prosecutors are obligated to give exonerating evidence that would exonerate a defendant. They're obligated to do it. If they don't do it, it's grounds for a new trial. Okay, but
do they overlook that and they never get punished? And people never get punished.
They do get punished, Willie. They get punished. But what I'm saying is, man, they have an obligation to do that. But in this particular situation, you're telling me that Karmelo Anthony's statement that he put his hands on me, we shouldn't believe it.
No, I didn't say we shouldn't believe it. I say two things can be true. He could have said he put his hands on me, and yes, indeed, he did put his hands on him. But also, he could have admitted other things that happened in that moment, in the heat of the moment, while he's being arrested. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, he also said that. I mean, he also said that. He said that I'm not. He said this is the alleged perpetrator. And he said no, it's not alleged. I did it. Are we not supposed to believe that either?
Yeah, we believe that. Yeah.
Okay, so hold on now, Willie D. Hold on, Willie D. Willie D. Hold on. So we can accept the fact that when he admitted that he did it, that's true. But we can't accept the fact that when he said he put his hands on me, that limits it to one person and not multiple people. Is that what you're telling us, Willie D?
Yeah, I'm saying that two things can be true. That the fact that he did admit that dude put his hands on him, and suggesting that is the reason why he stuck him. But at the same time, he could have omitted.
Still got to look at the weight
fact that everything else that was happening around him and other people attacked him. Because the fact that he stuck him is the most important. Is the reason why he's arrested. Not because of he was defending himself against fighting off other people or whatever.
You have a valid point. You're basically what you're saying, Willie, is that hey, he might have just omitted to tell you that he was so hyper focused on the individual in front of him that he didn't bring up the fact that there were other people around him creating an environment of fear because he felt like there was an imminent attack from multiple people. I get what you're saying. Exactly. I hear you. I hear what you're saying, but the jury, not only did they see the video, and it didn't look like it was a bunch of people standing over and packing them.
It was not a jury of his peers.
They heard multiple witnesses, and none of them testified. It was a bunch of people standing around him. I know you said the jury, they fearing for their life, and they don't want. I get what you're saying, Willie. But if you take all that evidence together, okay, if you take it all together, and you weigh it out, the trier of fact, the jury determined that there was no grounds for this young man to use deadly force. And that's why he got a murder conviction. All I'm trying to do is
goddamn kangaroo court. It was a goddamn kangaroo jury. Karmelo was not tried by a jury
been involved in the criminal justice system. Figured out well ahead of time that this young man was going to prison. The only question was whether or not he was going to go to prison for murder or manslaughter. Now let me give you some. We'll just say, I guess, for the people, legal game. Let's listen. I want you to hear this strategy.
It's self-defense, sir.
The reason we don't know what happened is because we haven't heard Karmelo Anthony speak. He didn't come up on the stand and testify. We shouldn't hold that against him. Defendants who are accused don't have to testify. But Karmelo Anthony was 17 when this incident happened. He's 19 now. Willie D, a fully grown, mature man, is going to be able to testify different than a young 17 or 19-year-old boy on the stand. Same thing with Dennis Spurling and any other mature adult. We're going to say it. We're not going to feel overly stressed out. It is what it is.
Okay, Joe.
Okay? This 19-year-old boy, had he testified that really
changed the case.
His testimony would be locked in to the public record.
Exactly, Joe. Fuck the jury.
So let's say he gets an appeal. And I think he will be granted an appeal because appeals are mandatory in the state of Texas. The state of Texas Court of Criminal Appeals is an intermediate court, so it's mandatory. So he's going to be granted an appeal. They're going to look at everything, and I think there's a more than 50% chance that this particular verdict is going to be overturned.
Yeah, go on, nigga, get your lies straight. Get your lies straight.
Black jurors. Now we can go into that another time, but if people want to look up Batson, I think that's a good reason. So now, as I said earlier, and I want you to understand the mindset of a criminal defense attorney. We understand that this young man was going to prison. Any lawyer worth his salt is going to say you got a confession, a dead body, and a murder with dozens of witnesses. He's going to go to prison. The question, if he had been able to go to prison with manslaughter, that would have been a win. And I know that's hard for the public to understand. People think this is going to be a Perry Mason moment. Defendant, you're free to go. That was not going to happen in this case. I don't think it would have happened in this case if it was an all black jury, a black judge, black prosecutor, black victim, and a black defendant, you're going to go to prison. The question is, are you going to go to prison for 7 years, 7 to 10 years, or are you going to go to prison from 5 to 99 years? He got the 5 to 99 years, of which they gave him 35 years. So now let's look at the strategy here. If we know he's going to go to prison, if we know there's more likely than not he's going to get a retrial, then why not preserve the idea of have him testifying until he gets a little bit older, till he can sit in that cage? And I know it's bad. It's going to be bad. It's not going to be all good, but it's not going to be all bad. He's going to mature. He's going to grow. Hopefully he programs correctly. His mind will mature. 7 years from now, when it's time for a new trial, okay, he doesn't have that 19-year-old testimony saying, well, you said this then, you said this then. What's changed? You've had a chance to sit in that penitentiary with them hardened criminals and work out your life. That's what the prosecutor's going to say. We knew he was going to do at least 7 to 10 years. We knew that. Anybody.
He shouldn't have done a day in jail. He shouldn't even been arrested. That was clearly a case of self-defense.
Now, because he didn't testify, he preserved that. He preserved that testimony. Now you can say, well, we go ahead and go forth with this again. Maybe now I'll testify and explain why this was self-defense and not murder, why I was afraid for my life, why I felt the need. There was other people all around. Maybe then it'll be better. That's the best shot he had. We knew he was going to prison. And I think that's very difficult for the public to understand. You know, that's the strategy I think they're going to use, man. And that's a win. The goal was to get him manslaughter. If he and the reason that's the goal, because that's only 7 years. You got a young man dead, and you only got that you can get out and still live your life.
He brought the shit on himself.
I mean, bro, people go to jail for prison forever for that. If they can get manslaughter for this, that's a win. But sometimes you got to go a roundabout way to get it. He does 7 years, time served, manslaughter, he can get out, or probation, or whatever they come up with. And that's the best case scenario. But the defense attorney already knew what was going to happen. I'm sure if his
Of course he knew what it was going. Of course he knew it was going to happen. He did a wink, wink, shake, shake. Man, I got you, baby. We're gonna make this happen. He did one of them. It was one of them. Like, what's that little sign that they do? Yeah, man. Look here. So wait, let me ask you this.
Yeah.
What do you think the strongest part of the prosecution's case was, and what was the most vulnerable part?
They got a dead body, Willie D. They got a dead body, a confession, and a murder weapon, and dozens of witnesses. That's the strongest case. This is not a case built on circumstantial evidence where we can't find the body. We don't know. We don't have a confession from the defendant. He lawyered up before we even put him in handcuffs. He was talking about, I want to talk to my lawyer. There's no witnesses. There's no body. There's no physical evidence. This is not that case. This is a cakewalk for the prosecution. The only question was whether or not he was going to get a manslaughter or a murder conviction. That's it. That's the only question. He was going to go to prison. And see, here's the thing. When I hear that little boy crying, he touched me first. I hear a baby. I'm compassionate to Karmelo Anthony. I have sons that age, man. He's a child. But see, on the flip side, Austin Metcalf is a child. These are children that we taught. These are kids whose minds haven't even fully developed, and we have a dead child. We cannot have a society where we allow children to kill each other because of a push. So somebody's, especially here, Willie D, you know where we are. What we talking about, Texas, we put more people to death for capital murder than anywhere else in the world, right here in the great state of Texas. This is what we do here. So
Man,
you absolutely know
that raggedy
something like that. You going to prison, and if it's a white boy in a white county and you black, you don't stand Ice Cube's chance in hell of getting out, walking out of there free and clear. It's not going to happen. We know that, and hopefully we begin to tell our children, especially our black boys, you got to control your emotions. You can't do. It ain't like when we was young and you could box with somebody and handle in the street and then shake hands afterwards and be friends. These kids are not like us. They're different. They're emotional. They're walking around strapped. And this could have went one way or the other. He could have pulled a knife and somebody else could have pulled a pistol if it was out in these streets. So we have to teach our children to control their emotion, because guess what happened when they get in front of the judge? We see what happens. And that's what you see Karmelo. He was a good kid though. And I feel sorry for him.
Now, Dennis, you're absolutely right. We do need to control our emotions, but that goes both ways. And I don't want that to fall deaf on the ears of those people who are out there in support of Austin, because they believe that Austin didn't do anything wrong. There's people out there that all they talk about is Karmelo, but they ain't got no heat at all for what Austin did, putting himself in that position. You know, so it goes both ways, being in control of your emotions. Like
absolutely.
If Austin had controlled his emotions, we wouldn't be here. If and he's starting it, we wouldn't have been here. But if Karmelo would have been able to control his emotions, we wouldn't be in this situation.
And let's back it up a little bit. I got one for you. I got a better one for you. Had Austin Metcalf pushed Karmelo Anthony, and then he said okay and reported him to the police, Karmelo Anthony Austin Metcalf would be in handcuffs, because that's assault.
Hell, not.
No. No, sir.
No, that's bullshit. Nigga, get your lies straight. Get your lies straight, you stumbling, bumbling motherfucker. Get your goddamn lies straight, punk.
That's battery. You going to prison. That's how you get rid of that problem. That teaches a bully. That way you don't have to get your hands dirty. You don't have to respond, and he goes to prison. See, that's what. Look, man.
Not in Collin County. He wouldn't have went to prison.
That's when your politicians come into play. That's when your legislators. That's when you push the issue. He pushed me. I want him to go to prison. You got to go full Karen on these people. Use that system against them. That way you don't have to get your hands dirty. All he had to do was call the cops on him, should have been a research. 20 of them same people that testified against Karmelo Anthony. You would have forced them to testify against Austin Metcalf. And it's my understanding, I don't want to speak disparagingly of the dead, okay, but the young man apparently I don't want to speak poorly of people, but it's my understanding that the young man had some incidents in school before. I'm talking about the Austin Metcalf, the brothers. Apparently they were known on the campus for
bullies, man. Go say it, man. They was bullies. They were bullies.
And look, I have no way of verifying that, but that's my understanding. But all that would have come out. Okay, but bottom line is nobody. He's not the police. You got a child acting as an enforcer, putting people out the tent. That should have never happened. And the truth is, none of this would have happened had Austin Metcalf not initiated the conflict. We can all agree on that. Whether you like Austin Metcalf and all the white people and all the black people, I know you all want to make this a racial issue. I get that.
No, that's exactly what the fuck it is, Cat.
One of them had a battery in his back, thinking it was his job to play security, and another one over-responded and killed him. And now he's dead, and the other young man is dead. He's going to jail for 35 years. So it's a lot of emotions involved. It's a lot of young men who didn't have emotional control and who overstepped their bounds, and other young men who responded disproportionately. We can get that. So what do we do from here? You see what I mean? Where we go from here?
Yeah, that's the $1 million question. Where do we go from here? Like I would submit to you that the reason why we're here is because you have white guys like Austin Metcalf who think that their whiteness self-deputizes them. They think they have control over black bodies and they can make black people do this and that. Move, what are you doing here? You're not supposed to be here. Let me see your teeth.
That motherfucker wasn't a goddamn police.
Here. Get away from here.
He wasn't even a motherfucking security guard.
This type of stuff. And that is a big problem all around this country. And that needs to be addressed too. See, you can't address one without addressing the other. If Austin has respect for Karmelo and his right to exist and not try to become the damn tent enforcer, we're not here. And it's a lot of dudes that do that. A lot of these dudes behave that way because They believe the system is going to protect them, and they also believe that Black people will not fight back. That is the reason why he did it in the first place. You don't see Black people doing that. You never hear about Black people walking up to white people saying you don't belong here.
Exactly. I hear Black people walking up to Black people saying you don't belong here.
You're right about that. And that's bad.
Look, Willie, I'm not. Bullying has been around since.
You're absolutely right about
that. Bullying has been around. This is not something that's germane to one race or other. We have, look, it's part of human nature. We got kids who are bullies. Oftentimes, kids who are bullied themselves. But the way you fix a bully is you punch them right in the nose, and then they learn their lesson. Now we can't do that. Like,
well, motherfucker, you just contradicted yourself right there, Trick.
But the bottom line is, this is not.
You just contradicted yourself there, you four-eyed fool.
But this issue, I think the adults have injected race into this. I think the adults who play the racist game, these are two kids. Basically, two young men. I mean, both of them play football. They play for opposite teams. Karmelo Anthony wasn't just under the tent being quiet. He was under there talking stuff, so he wasn't scared. Look, let me tell you, we always talk about Karmelo was scared. Karmelo was under there saying, touch me again. That don't sound like scary.
No, motherfucker.
That sounds like I wish you would.
He don't have to be a coward to defend himself.
Fuck out of here.
Yeah, but it don't mean he was afraid. So you can't say I was afraid for my life if you weren't afraid. That's the thing. And that's why the whole self-defense, if you're afraid for your life to the point that you have to use deadly force to protect your life, that's one thing. But Karmelo Anthony, and that's just one little piece of evidence. But with
the nigga with the glasses on is overlooking people is that Karmelo Anthony had a GPA of 3.75.
And then he said, touch me again. That don't sound like fear to me. I know what fear sounds like, and that doesn't sound like fear. And so, this is what the jury had. And so we always have to go back to, was this verdict valid? Did they have evidence to substantiate the elements necessary to prove murder? And the answer is yes.
Tails' brother,
the answer is yes, and it's going to remain yes. Now we can pick apart what they saw, what evidence, what weight they gave each piece of evidence. But the question is, when the appellate court looks at this, they're going to say, well, we think that the verdict is valid. Now, had you had 2 or 3 black jurors on there, you might have got a holdout. They may have come to a determination. Look, we don't believe murder, but we will agree with manslaughter. So we can come to that consensus and get a unanimous agreement.
If I was on the goddamn jury, I would have deadlocked the motherfucker. Would have said that he was innocent
in there, because it only takes a holdout to get a hung jury. And so, had you had 3 black people on the jury, and remember, this wasn't an all-white jury. I think it wasn't an all-white jury. It was other people, but my understanding was no black people. But that's why they wanted to get rid of the black jurors, because they might have held out for a manslaughter. There was no way this young man was going to be exonerated and go home that day. He was going to go to prison. The question was manslaughter or murder. A black juror may have made them hold out, and you're going to sit in this room. We're not going to be here for 4 hours. We're going to be here for 4, 5, 10, 15 days. And when you have somebody who kicks back on their heels, plants their feet in the sand, say, no, I don't believe it's murder. I believe it's self-defense. We can do manslaughter. But that was the reason why they wanted to get rid of those black jurors. And that's why I think it'll be overturned. But that's the only reason. I think the verdict was valid. However, the jury played a part in it. And as they always say, that you know the outcome of a case after voir dire, after the jury is in panel. And in this particular case, same thing with O.J. Simpson. We knew what was going to happen once we saw the jury. It was over. It was acquittal. So, and that was that's the magnificence of the practice of law.
Man, fuck this trick. Fuck this trick.
When the jury is in panel. And that's the things people don't know. So you want more black people to get out of jail? Y'all sit for jury duty. That's what you do. Stop trying to pretend like your mama's sick and you got to go to work. And you got a medical condition that won't let you sit for jury. Stop ignoring. That's what you do.
Do you think that the jury put more weight on video evidence or eyewitness testimony?
I don't know, man, and I don't think that they. I don't think they questioned the jury after the jury polled. It's called polled. I don't think they polled the jury after the jury left. I'm sure at some point some of these jurors will come up with a book and we'll know what happened. Because typically on all these famous cases, there's always somebody who does an interview.
Motherfucker don't
but I'm not
understand.
sure. I don't know what the jury did, but I know that there was enough evidence for them to convict. That's what I
Man,
do
go
know.
to hell,
And that's
nigga.
my only point.
Go to
Was there
hell.
enough evidence for the jury to convict? Was there enough valid, admissible evidence for the jury to convict? And that's the question that I look at, and my answer is yes, there was. And you see what
You
they did.
stupid.
Again, the only question is whether or not this was going to be manslaughter or murder. They elected murder.
No,
So that's
it's
the difference.
called self-defense.
Sounds like you
Negro.
think that he was overcharged.
I think it was a range. You know, I think it was a range. I think it could have been
Yeah, it
manslaughter
was
and
a
it could have been
range,
murder.
all
I
right.
think
It was a goddamn
capital murder
kangaroo
would have been
court.
overcharging. I do think that because it wasn't premeditated. He
Man,
didn't
how
kill
much
multiple
they paying
people.
this
He
trick,
wasn't in the
man?
commission of committing
How
some
much is they
aggravated
paying this
crime.
trick?
There was the victim wasn't under the age of 10. So that would have been overcharging. In this case, it was a range, and that's why they have something called lesser included charges. You charge him with murder on the indictment, and then a lesser included charge is manslaughter, which I believe the judge laid out in the in the jury charges. So it was included, but they didn't want manslaughter. They saw murder. That's it. And this is where we are. I know it, man. Look, good kid. Good. The boy had no history, a criminal record, good grades. He was a good kid, you know. But
Right,
this is what
nigga.
happens, and this is the problem with
But you
emotionalism.
ain't mentioning that.
This is why we got to teach our sons to control this. I'm gonna say something. This real chauvinist. I'm about to say it's gonna be real chauvinist. I don't care if they don't like me. But back in the day, we were taught
then,
boys don't cry.
I don't like your trick
And
ass.
now at this age,
Fuck what
I
you
understand
talking
why we
about.
used to teach, why the old people used to teach little boys don't cry. Little girls can cry. Little boys can't cry because if you allow them to fully embrace all those emotions, sadness is not the only one. Anger comes with that. Fear comes with that. And the reason we don't want men in our society, all men, to just always embrace their emotions because they'll go too far with it. Now you got an emotional man, whether he's angry, whether he's fearful, whether he's sad, he's going too far. And this is why we limit our boys in this society to control their emotions. And that's part of the training. And this is what I've taught my sons. This is a hard lesson that a lot of men have to learn. Bro, I know one thing. I know, you know, Karmelo been in there a week. And if some of them OGs would take him under his wing, they'll say, son, at least you got a date. Because some of us got 250 years. We never getting out of here. You got a date. On top of that, you young. So you're going to get out of here and you're going to still be a baby. You're going to be 35 years old. You up for probation.
No, man, he wasn't even
and they're also going to
supposed
say
to the
after, if he's willing to
family,
talk
man.
about it, because
It
I'm
was
sure he's been in there
self-defense.
crying. You know how that is. Look, man, I'm going to
Self-defense,
tell you
you
something, man. I
four-eyed
worked in Lake Charles, Louisiana as a law clerk. And they would just bring bodies in. I worked for a black judge now, and his name was Judge Wilford Carter. He's famous over there. 5 o'clock, he goes home. 5 o'clock, they go with that man in that gray van. And I would see literally thousands of young men of all colors every year getting football numbers. And we go to lunch, come back, here goes some more football. It don't mean anything to these people. This is a process. The criminal justice system is an animal that needs to be fed, and they're gonna throw bodies in there. And what they do is throw people in there who can't control themselves, and they throw people in there who are undesirable. You see, and you can read into that what you want. But the bottom line, when you get into that system, oftentimes there are OGs in there who will sit down and talk to you and say, yeah, nephew, you should have controlled yourself, man. It wasn't worth it. You in here for this some childhood schoolyard stuff. You in here for something. You got 35 years for something that you could have just walked away from. And that's just good old-fashioned common sense. Anybody who loves their child is going to tell them, look, man, walk away if you can. That don't mean you a punk. I done walked away from plenty. And I know you have too, because we wouldn't be here where we are. Anybody in the public who has a problem with that, they're here to see the circus. They're here to see the chaos. They don't care nothing about Karmelo Anthony's family. They don't care about Austin Metcalf. They just want to see a spectacle. And that's the truth. What you and I are doing right here, both fathers, is, we're speaking honestly. That you're as passionate about how you feel. And I'm just saying, bro, this is what the law says. I don't like to see that young black man dead, and I don't like to see that young white boy dead either. I don't want to see any children hurt like that. And we need, you know, we need to tone the rhetoric down, man. It's not getting any better. It's just making things worse. And so all I'm doing is coming here throwing some water on that fire that you've been spitting, bro. But hey, that's all I got, brother.
No, it's cool. It's cool. But I absolutely
who's that cow dog?
Speaking on the emotional thing, because
he's
there
down
is
with black people, but man,
we have a huge
who is that
issue with people, not just boys, but everybody in this country right now.
Okay, cow
controlling their
dog, you
emotions.
stay out. Okay,
You know,
brother, thank you
we
for
gotta
joining us.
absolutely start like getting into conflict resolution. You like we got to figure that out, how to resolve conflict, you know, without fists, guns, and insults.
No.
Yeah, but I appreciate you coming on, man.
Put his
parting
hands on
words?
you, man. Put him on his ass.
I appreciate
That's how
everybody,
you
and I
get
know
rid of that shit.
they've been giving me hell over on my page. I'm just gonna give it to you straight.
Yeah.
Really
What is
bring
your
you in
page?
here because I'm gonna be
I'll
honest
give
with you.
some
I'm gonna tell
help.
you the truth. I'm not gonna hold back. I don't want your money.
His name is
I
Dennis
done had enough
Spurling.
money in my life. I realize
Let
it's
me
not
see
gonna
if I
make me
can
feel better
Google this
when I'm
bastard.
sick. I don't do it I do it for the love of my people and
Nah,
Americans in general. I want
motherfucker, you getting paid.
going. It's a very young country that we live in. We're coming up on our
Paid.
250-year anniversary. And the truth is, especially now, we
Yeah,
got all
your
these
ass
Europeans and
scratching,
folks
yassa
coming from
boss.
overseas.
Yeah.
They say, man, America's great. We always look at these other countries like they so amazing. I'm not saying America's perfect, but it's imperfect, but we have to continue to live. We've been here in this land for 500 years. And we're gonna have to try to figure out a way to get along. Otherwise, we're gonna tear it up and we don't have anywhere else to go. But man, shout out to you. I just got 100,000 subscribers on my
I looked him up, cow dog.
and that's pretty good. And I appreciate everybody, and I appreciate you having me on.
If I'm locked up on some shit, I'll go get me a jailhouse lawyer before this
It's a long
trip.
time coming, Willie. We need to deal with this in the black community. And I know people don't like to say this.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
it's
say
called self-defense.
this happened 100 times a day in the black community. A young black boy get emotional, or a
No, nigga,
a black
fuck
man
you.
gets
Man,
emotional
fuck
and
you,
murders
fuck
another
you,
black man,
fuck
or hurts
you,
another black
fuck
man,
you,
a black
fuck
woman.
you.
And now it's seeping over
Fuck
into the
you.
white community, and they not having it. And
But
let's just deal with that. They
boss,
not
we
having it.
sick.
They're not going for it. They're not
Yeah,
gonna get your
boss,
pass.
we sick.
Yeah, but usually
Yeah,
when
we
black
sick,
people
boss.
do it to each other, the perpetrator goes. If the perpetrator can be identified, they're going to jail. You know,
And that's,
they're absolutely going to jail. But the reason
yeah,
why,
really, and that's what happened to Karmelo Anthony. The perpetrator went to jail. So why are we surprised?
well, the reason why people are in such an uproar with this one is because they know that we're dealing with a biased system. We're dealing with a system that gives the white guy the benefit of doubt. Whereas if a black guy ends up in the system, they want his body warm or cold. It doesn't matter. They want that body warm or cold.
Yeah, that's true.
Ladies and gentlemen, Dennis Spurling. Appreciate you, King.
And he just contradicted himself in his last statement.
Always bringing that heat.
I wouldn't hire that trick, man, if I was being accused of a traffic ticket.
Right.
Stupid ass.
All right, we're gonna begin with an
motherfucker,
NBC
man.
5.
That shit pissed me the fuck off, Che.
Yeah, I tried to warn you, Shabak. I said it was going to be a bunch of coon bootlicking going on.
You did, sir. You did. But see, but what the coon ain't looking at, but like the host of that podcast did, okay, this man is a 3.75 GPA student.
Yeah.
He's not out there gang banging, man. He ain't out there carousing and drinking with thugs and all that. He's focusing on his education. So it starts raining. He goes get up under a tent. So the white boy, all high and mighty whitey, who outweighed him by over 50 pounds, that the nigga with the glasses on did not acknowledge not one fucking time. But hold on, though. But Joe, speaking on his GPA does not make it better. But what I'm just saying, though, Joe, a person with a GPA like that is focused on academics, man. I wish I had a GPA like that. You know what I'm saying? That is a person focused on academics, you know? So I'm quite sure for him to get this high GPA, Joe, I mean, he's spending a lot of his off time, you know, studying, not trying to hurt nobody. Speaking on how smart he is hurts him. Well, Joe, I respectfully disagree with you on that, brother. And you know how we do, man. We disagree agreeably, man. You know, because, you know, I'm just going by, man, for my 60 plus years of being on this planet, man, you know, coming up in gang infested ass areas in Los Angeles. Cats with those type of GPAs, man, they pretty much off to themselves, man. They ain't out carousing, drinking, doing dope and shit like that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know, that's just from my observation, Joe. You know, Joe, there ain't no love lost between you and I, and never will be. But that's all that what I'm saying. You know, okay, ZV. What'd you say, Joe? You said I'm a kitchen crib, had a 3. Okay, so you had a 3.5 GPA. Wow. Okay, Joe. Okay. All right. So community resources of independent people. You know what I'm saying?
That's right,
You know. Yeah. And what I'm just saying, old man, is that conviction is tainted to high hell. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
I wish the hell I could have got a 3.5 GPA. You know what I'm saying?
One time I had one of those.
Yeah. You know what I mean? And I think the highest I ever did when I was in junior college, I think I did, Brother Che, did get it up there to the 3. You know?
Yeah.
Because I had it, because I think, man, I had, what was it, 5 courses I was taking, and I got a B and 4 and a C in the other one, you know?
Yep.
Okay, Joe said he'd play idiot savant on him. Okay, Joe, could you please specify on that, sir? Okay.
They played dumb.
Oh, okay. Well, you played dumb? Yeah. Well, you know, I must admit, people, when I got jacked about the LAP,
Self-enjoy, bro. That's how you feel. You're gonna stop jumping in my lap, though. I know that. Bro. He got an attitude.
Amaru, he wants to come on TV. It's showtime.
No, he put himself in jail.
In jail without the bail?
Yeah, he did it himself.
Okay. All right. So Joe says emotional response, involuntary manslaughter. How smart he is, or saying that he should have known better as well as he thought it out. Okay, now let me ask you this, Joe. Did Karmelo have the right to go up under that tent in the rain? I would have made him think that Anthony was on the spectrum. That's why his GPA was so good. Okay, now let me ask you this. Does anybody know what Karmelo's major was in high school? Because in high school, I believe you can't pick a major. I would have made them think that Anthony was okay.
Well, he wasn't in college, Shabaka, so I don't know what his major was.
Okay. Or they call that there like okay, let's say he's taking mathematics, geography. Okay, wait a minute. What's another subject that can go with mathematics? Okay, you can't have elective classes in high school, right?
Yes.
Okay, so let's say if the cat was taking geography, okay, mathematics,
science,
okay, science, yeah, okay, which is some heavy subjects, okay. But the young man only weighed 140 pounds, man, and this big-ass Neanderthal, man, with his cave-dwelling, funky, stinking ass, is tipping the scale at 215. Just off the weight factor that I'm looking at, y'all. I'm just looking at the weight factor.
I'm getting the basketball player, Karmelo Anthony, not him. Let's see, what was Karmelo Anthony studying in high school?
Okay, we're sitting. Okay. He was supposed to go to Morehouse, Val? Size is not a game that Negroes want to play when it comes to self-defense. Okay, now let me ask you this here, Joe. All right. Let's say if a cat outweighs you by 50 pounds, and I could tell, man, you in good shape, and he encroaches on you because you are coming out the rain. Now, I could see if he was coming up on your porch of your residence or trying to get in your vehicle, which is a whole different thing altogether. But
And
out there in the public park.
Shabaka,
yeah,
he ran into a white mob. It wasn't just Metcalf. It was a whole mob.
White mob. Okay. Okay, so the whole white mob was fucking with him, but Metcalf was leading it on, right?
Yeah.
Okay, then Metcalf got what the fuck he deserved. That's the act of cowardness.
Exactly.
Okay, Joe says my dad didn't raise a man that reaches immediately for him. So the way I came up, man, was by any means necessary.
Yep, that's how I came up too, by any means necessary.
Yeah, by any means necessary. You see what I'm saying? I mean, if dudes want to go out there and fight, man, go to Las Vegas, get your boxing license, and fight for some money. Yeah, damn. Yeah, Joe. Yeah. I've had run-in with Nabiscos in high school as well, too. Yeah. One of the motherfuckers I caught with the motherfucking right cross and put him on his back.
I caught quite a few with the right cross and put them on their back.
Yeah.
So
yeah. They say, so what this is, people, is that that we are hated, as they say in the beginning of this, here for our culture, charisma, dynamics, stability through adversity. That's why we are hated. Now, another question. Hope ain't no ladies present. So how many black girlfriends that Metcalf have that he was paying for sex?
I mean, you're kind of young to be a trick, but
No, stupid as this motherfucker was and looking at his brain dead ass daddy, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, I think he would have been a big trick. Question was asked, was Karmelo aware days ahead of the confrontation about the Metcalf twin waving guns threatening to smoke? Track me? Okay. Who had an attempted rape charge on him? Joe? Asking Joe. Okay, so wait a minute. Okay, ZY 41. Question was asked, was Karmelo aware days ahead of the confrontation about the Metcalf twins waving guns threatening to smoke the track meet? Supposedly, okay, so the dead boy had an attempted rape against him. Attempted rape.
And his twin were big issues at that school.
Yeah, right.
They had a reputation, a very bad reputation.
Okay.
So,
Okay. So they thought that Karmelo was a buster that they could pick on. And Karmelo defended himself once again. It's self-defense.
But what are your thoughts on these bootlickers? Oh, Willie D and Dennis Spurling. I heard you going cussing them out and shit.
Yeah, just what they are, bootlicks, you know what I'm saying? The sellouts, you know, the kind of motherfucker the Europeans came to with the alcohol.
Yeah.
Phone is pinging. Okay. Let me see. Am I getting some hate mail right here? Okay. Oh boy. Yeah, so you know, bootlicks. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, big time.
And it's really sad. Okay. Okay. All right. And then ZVY4 says the Twins, known for their suspensions, cause of fighting. Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. You inbox me the Anthony picture. Okay, Joe. All righty. Okay. I'll take a look at it, Joe. I'll take a look at it. Okay. All right. Okay.
Bucket to the shot. Chicago
Yep.
burning suspect gives bizarre explanation.
Damn.
News investigates exclusive. This was the startling and offensive scene in Grant Park last Tuesday. A burning cross, a symbol for centuries that has represented racism and hatred. For just about a week now, Chicago police and the FBI have been trying to identify a man who is suspected of setting up this cross and torching it. Well, tonight, the NBC Chicago investigative team has now ID'd a 21-year-old college senior who says he is the person in this photo and describes why he did it. To our investigative reporter, Chuck Gowdy, who has interviewed the man behind the burning cross and tonight has this exclusive story.
Until right now, the young shirtless man running from a burning cross in Grant Park was a nameless person of interest in a Chicago police arson investigation and subject of a possible FBI hate crime case. NBC5 Investigates has now interviewed the man who admits burning the cross. University of Illinois Chicago senior Merlin Liu says he knew the implications of a burning cross and had placed a MAGA hat atop the cross, explaining his motivation was to protest Trump administration injustice, not something racist.
How did you land on a burning cross?
Just, it came up to my head one day. I wanted to find something that I could do by myself, like no organization, no friends, I did know about this historical relevance beforehand, but
How did you not know? That's a damn lie. Do you believe anything this wonton is saying? The hell is you talking about?
Hell no.
Oh my God.
Yeah, okay.
I
Joe
didn't know,
says Yang in jail charged with hate crime.
the severity, how racially motivated it may seem from what I did, because my protest has nothing to do with race, nothing to do with gender.
Should you have done it some other way?
Yeah, probably.
Merlin Liu is a 21-year-old Naperville
Oh, he
native.
watched
And Liu
First
rips his
Nation.
forehand shot. That's him playing tennis at Neuqua Valley High School, where he was graduated in 2022. Last week, Liu sent this scripted video to NBC, claiming responsibility for the cross burning, but saying he had no affiliation with the Ku Klux Klan, apologizing to those who were offended. In the video, he also criticized President Trump.
I don't want to wait till his term ends. I don't want to wait until he may or may not get impeached. I want him gone right now.
On that video, are you threatening him?
No.
You say that you think that he should be brought to an end.
I said he deserves to stand trial to the American people. Some paraphrase, I guess, but
I think you use the word end.
That's what I mean by end. I mean by end, I don't mean like a civil war. If that is the imagery that you're trying to imagine.
Liu says he built this cross after carrying wooden slats from his near West Side apartment to Grant Park last Tuesday afternoon. He showed the red ball cap that he put on the top beam and used lighter fluid and toilet paper to get it all going.
I put a red hat to signify the MAGA hat, the Make America Great Again hat. So that was, yeah, that's what I tied on top.
So that's not visible in the one video that was taken by a motorist.
Liu says he was protesting what he calls MAGA Christian nationalist supporters and the Trump administration ruling class.
You're just scamming people. We're just scamming out of money, right? And I think that's a great reflection of how this country works right now, where money controls everything. Money has power over healthcare. Money has power over transportation.
Chicago police and the FBI have been trying to identify him ever since, putting out this flyer with pictures of him running away. CPD labeling it an arson.
Are you surprised nobody's identified you to this point? And
a little bit.
Called them?
A little bit.
Oh, yeah.
But to me, that's not that important.
Right.
I don't really, like, to me, this issue is bigger than just myself.
Did you make it all the way through almost 4 years at UIC without somebody teaching
the
you
issue
that
is
a burning
you need your
cross
ass
is one of the
whooped.
most divisive symbols in
That's
America?
what the issue is,
No, I
motherfucker.
don't really have any,
And
like,
plus that in
I never grew
Chicago
up
too, you need your
with religion,
ass
never
whooped.
really surround myself with people with it. My childhood friends, I remember them going to like confirmation and stuff like that. But
But
No.
it's a symbol of the Ku Klux Klan. I mean, that really is
Yeah.
where it started. Nobody ever taught you that. You
No,
never
no.
read it in a history book. Nobody.
I just saw the Wikipedia page with the movie with the, like, I think it's called like
Wikipedia.
Under One Nation or something like that.
The
Birth
Birth
of a Nation,
is a
Trick.
famous 1915
And the
silent
movie was
film that
made in
romanticized the
1915
KKK
by
and showed a
goddamn
cross burning.
D.W.
Was it a
Griffith.
hate crime?
Yeah,
No,
the same
for sure
motherfucker
not.
they got the
In no
park
way
named after.
possible was that a hate crime. I do understand why it was interpreted that way, and I apologize for that. But no, the intent was not there.
All right, what's up, man? We're in the building. We are in the building, ladies and gentlemen. Round of applause
ain't
for
cut
you.
no mustard with me.
Welcome to the Tap In, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Tap In. I am Tariq. And you are you, and I'm glad everybody's tuning in. Everybody give me a retweet. Let everybody know that we are indeed live. If you guys can retweet this, that would be absolutely phenomenal, ladies and gentlemen. And before I get started, let me shout some people out, some of the regulars. I see who we got. FBA Town Business, FBA Law. We got 666. We got who we got? Ty Powell. We got the Grassroots Reloaded, Grinds TV, Sir Mike, Brother Macau, Brother Raheem. We got Nikki the God, Queen Mother Empress, and the legendary Tether Nigga. Round of applause for you guys. All right, family, before we get calls, because I do want to chop it up with the family. First things first, I want to talk about in Chicago. I know about a week or so ago, people were talking about there was a cross that was burned downtown Chicago. They had a photo of the suspect, which was an Asian guy, and they finally caught the
Grant
guy.
Park is not downtown
They
Chicago.
finally caught
Tariq.
this Asian gentleman.
It's on the south side.
Who was sitting up here burning a cross in the middle of Chicago. The guy's name was Merlin Liu. He was charged with hate crimes because he burned a cross in a public park. This was at Chicago's Grant Park. So he built this big old wooden cross from 2 planks of wood using hammers and nails, wrapped it in toilet paper, and he doused it with like a gallon of kerosene. Then he put a MAGA-style hat on top of it, propped it up against a tree, and set it on fire in broad daylight. And there were people who were filming this. They filmed it. The fire department came and they extinguished it. But they later identified Merlin Liu through facial recognition. They use facial recognition technology. We'll go back to that in a minute. But he got arrested a couple of days ago. He lived in Chicago's Little Italy area. And he admitted that he built and burned the cross. So they charged him with 2 felony counts of hate crimes. That's interesting. They charged him with felony arson, felony criminal damage to state-supported property by fire, and little misdemeanors like disorderly conduct, reckless conduct, criminal damage to property, and a cross burning to intimidate. So he was in court today, I think, and I think they released him pending the trial with conditions. They gave him a ban on purchasing items that could start fires. And it's interesting they hit him with a hate crime. Because there's a Supreme Court decision, Virginia versus Blacc, that described cross burning as a very, very virulent form of intimidation. So they were asking the guy what his motivation was. What was your motivation? Why'd you do this? And he gave some cockamamie story talking about his actions was a solo political protest against Donald Trump and the Trump administration. He said he was against MAGA Christian nationalists, and that's why he placed a red MAGA hat on top of the cross as part of his protest, which that don't make no sense. This is my thing. This is my thing. I believe that this was anti-Black intimidation. All right. Burning a cross, that's not a blank canvas that can be repurposed for a personalized political statement. In the United States, that's a very unique weapon of domestic terrorism. It's tied to the Ku Klux Klan. It's tied to historic lynchings and murders and intimidation of Black people. So trying to say he's using a cross burning to protest Christian nationalism, that makes absolutely no sense. 0 sense.
Exactly, Tori.
That symbol has a fixed, universally understood definition: violent anti-Black hatred.
Mm-hmm.
I want y'all to understand how some of these people try to act like the white supremacists and pretend to be naive. They try to act dumb. No, there's an implausibility for these Gen Zers to be that naive. This guy's 21 years old. He's a chemistry student. I think he attended the University of Illinois, Chicago. So claiming he didn't know the severity of the racial motivations associated with burning a cross, that's no. I don't believe that.
I don't believe it.
In the modern information age, the cultural footprint of burning a cross, that's taught in basic grade school history.
Right.
That's depicted in countless films. That is universally recognized as the ultimate hate symbol.
D.W. Griffith.
So trying to feign ignorance, that's a tactic by bad actors who try to test boundaries. They try to provoke outrage and then try to retreat behind this shield of youthful incompetence that they don't know any better. And all of that, putting a MAGA hat on the cross, that literally makes no damn sense whatsoever. Talking about he was trying to target Donald Trump's base, using a premier hate symbol of white supremacy to protest a white conservative.
Hey, thank you for coming through.
Symbolically, that makes 0 sense, ladies and gentlemen. If anything, combining a MAGA hat with a cross burning, that's not a protest against the political right. That's like an endorsement of it. Yeah, you're endorsing that.
Right.
They try to play dumb.
Mm-hmm.
Listen, there's a flawed assumption that only the white supremacists participate in anti-Black racism and anti-Black ideologies. In reality, the modern alt-right and the far-right movements now, they have a whole bunch of these non-white or non-Anglo members that's unifying around their shared anti-Blackness.
Mm-hmm.
Being Asian, that doesn't make you immune to harboring the same type of anti-Black racism as the white supremacists. Understand, with the whole alt-right and all these white supremacist groups, remember, man, these guys, a lot of Asians align themselves with them.
Mm-hmm.
You look at some of these, look at Ian Miles Chong, that Asian wannabe white supremacist who lives in Malaysia, who's always clicked in with these people spewing anti-Black racism. Andy Nungo, remember him?
Mm.
He's an Asian conservative, quote unquote, influencer who's always spewing anti-Black gibberish. Remember that little big waterhead Asian woman, Tila Tequila, that reality chick who was on MTV at one point? When her look started to go to hell, which it wasn't that much to begin with, when she started falling off, she started aligning herself with neo-Nazis. Y'all remember her? Remember Tila Tequila? Big football head ass woman.
Yeah, she used to be on
a funny looking Asian chick.
What is that stupid show? Jersey Shore.
So yeah, man, listen, understand some of the motives that's happening right here. Listen, right now, a lot of Black people are talking about keeping their money out of these Asians and other stores and just really focusing on Black businesses. We saw what happened with that Rick Chow situation.
Yeah.
Out there in South Carolina, where an Asian man unalived a Black child and they let him walk.
Mm-hmm.
So the Black community is, hey, like nationwide, everybody's getting on code. They're like, hey, man, we're going to kind of slow our money down from some of these businesses that this is how they're going to do us, we might as well look after our safety and stay out of some of them businesses for safety reasons.
Right.
You understand? Yeah, we don't want to be falsely accused of shoplifting. Our brother Cyrus, remember, he didn't shoplift anything, and they unalived that kid and let the killer go.
Mm-hmm.
You understand? Hold on, Mr. NFT, hold on. You're doing a lot of gestures here, Mr. NFT. Mr. NFT, hop on, sir.
Yo, I got something to say. Look,
where you from, sir?
I'm tired of all the slander. I'm a nigga. You're a nigga. We all niggas. It's just niggas and bitches.
Oh my.
The sooner you understand that, the easier it's gonna be. You a nigga, she's a bitch.
Right. So
thank you for letting me speak. Thank you. Are you a nigga yourself?
Oh my God.
You got to work on your material, bro. You got to work on.
No, I don't. No, I'm really big into etymology. I know what a nigga means.
You got to.
Are you a nigga? Are you?
Sir, you can't. Are you East African? This is that East African corniness. Usually,
bitch, I'm from North Carolina, bitch.
Okay. Oh, I hear a list. So you're a punk. Okay. Somebody's sassy. He got real sassy real fast. Okay.
Nah, that's not.
Okay, sir. I heard a list. You got real sassy.
That's from me eating pussy. That's what that's from.
No.
That's
from me. No, that's eating bussy. You be eating bussy. You a big old punk, and it's okay. We don't discriminate. If you're a big punk, because your material is whack and you're sassy and you just wanted some attention from a man. And look, there's websites you can go to. There's Boochie Cat Chat, little websites you can go to meet you a nice strong man. But this ain't the space.
Okay.
Miss Thang, calm down. All right. Now we don't. I respect your lifestyle, but this ain't the space for that. Okay. Got it.
Got it.
Okay. Now where you from, by the way? Where you from for real?
I'm from Winston-Salem, North Carolina, my nigga.
No, not with that accent. That's not a North Carolina.
Hey, and I do.
Where are you from for real? Because no, you're not from North Carolina, sir. Where you from?
Where the f am I from then?
It sounds like East Africa. You sound like an East African immigrant.
Oh yeah, you sound like you got a fat ass neck.
Oh, you thinking about niggas' necks? I do something to your neck. See, that's why I know you're not from North Carolina.
That's the weakest ass.
Your grandma would have prayed the moisture away from you, sir. Your grandmother wouldn't have tolerated that sassy.
Your grandma would have gave me.
You got an Ethiopian grandma who raised a tether punk. Yeah, FBA grandmother wouldn't have raised the punk like you.
Yeah, but that's your best.
Yes, sir.
The tether punk, bitch. You a bitch.
Okay, yeah, and you mush mouth because all them balls in your jaws. You can't talk worth a damn, sir. You're very sassy. All right.
You're the only person laughing at you.
Yes, sir. You have your grandmother talk to you.
Hey, guess what?
Okay, guess what? Chicken butt. All right, get up out of here. You unfunny buffoon. Okay.
Man,
boy, he was very sassy. Very sassy. All right, let's get Key in here. Work on your material. You're not even a good troll. Your shit wasn't even funny. It was all corny. Yo, Key, what's
the Democrats are sending them Shabbat. The Democrats and these dumbass trolls like this sassy.
What's up, Key? Hop on in, Key.
To Joe what he said up in the chat. Yeah, Joe,
Mr.
I'm
Key?
gonna check it out.
Okay.
Mr. Key, if you can hop on in, because you were making a lot of gestures.
Make sure I hit that like.
So please hop on, Mr. Key, Key Music or something like that. And if not, Mr. Key, I'll take you down. All right, I give you 5 seconds. All right, Mr. Key isn't saying anything. So I'm going to take Mr. Key down. All right, I get y'all back in a minute. Hold on, let me get this together. All right, we'll get you back when you get your shit together. But like I'm saying, a lot of Black people, going back to what we're talking about, this guy who burned that cross, was this kind of symbolic retaliation against Black people who are low-key boycotting a lot of businesses around the country?
Good question.
Could this be a form of symbolic retaliatory vengeance?
Mm-hmm.
Now, I understand they charged him with a hate crime. I thought that was very interesting because if we look at certain cases with the white supremacists, when they do stuff, they're very reluctant to charge them with hate crimes.
Yep.
So what they did with this guy, they used him as an Asian sacrifice. He's an Asian sacrifice for the justice system. See, the state, they occasionally need to prove that the hate crime laws actually work so they can maintain the illusion of an impartial justice system. But they don't want to use those laws against the primary purveyors of anti-Black terrorism, which are the white supremacists. So charging an Asian man who burned a cross, that serves their purpose perfectly. He's a pawn on the chessboard. The state gets to loudly announce, look, we're protecting marginalized groups, without actually challenging or damaging the structure of white supremacy. They'll sacrifice a non-white wannabe to protect the dominant group.
Yeah.
You see? See, they'll protect white supremacy by minimizing white violence. See, when a white person commits an explicitly anti-Black act of violence, the state immediately tries to minimize it, individualize it, explain it away. They don't want to set a legal precedent that acknowledges that white supremacist terrorism, that's a systemic issue. If they charge too many white perpetrators with hate crimes, they would have to admit that that ideology is widespread and it's very, very dangerous. So they reserve these hate crime charges for people like Merlin Liu. They can keep the focus off the actual foundational source of that anti-Black violence over here. That's why, family, they haven't charged Chubb the Builder with a hate crime.
No.
If anybody needs a hate crime, that would be Chubb the Builder's ass.
Right.
It was completely racially motivated. This dude tried to unalive a brother after he done bragged about that's what he was going to do. He should have been charged with a hate crime based on his tweets. Dude, if I tweet something, not even a threat, if I tweet something that's kind of cryptic, the FBI, they start knocking on my door. The feds have knocked on my door asking me about shit that I've tweeted. Like, hey, what that mean when you tweeted that?
It can be used against you.
But these folks sit up here and get on Twitter and fantasize about unaliving Black people.
And I think that's more of
this dude Chud sat up here harassing Black people, calling them the N-word, got into an altercation outside of a damn Tennessee courthouse and shot a Black man, Joshua Fox. And they have not given this man a hate crime enhancement. Same thing down there in Georgia, Lee County, Georgia. That white supremacist went up there to that family reunion, shouted racial slurs, and then opened fire with an AK. Not only did they not charge that man with a hate crime, which was clearly a hate crime, they let him out of jail for $5,000. His bill was $5,000.
Yeah, you're right about that, Joe. Marimba ID spoke about that. Not
charging Merlin Liu with a hate crime, that doesn't threaten the social political power structure of Chicago or the nation. You know, he was a 21-year-old student acting alone allegedly, but conversely, charging a white supremacist live streamer with a hate crime forces the state to basically confront and penalize the racial disposition of the dominant society. So the system, they get on code, they protect their own by setting a very, very high bar for proving hate when the perpetrator is white. So again, they got to do the whole optics of justice. You know, they can do press conferences talking about his actions are symbols of hate, and they can do a quick PR victory. But it costs the political establishment nothing to make an example out of that Asian guy. And it provides the appearance of aggressive civil rights enforcement while you really avoid the heavy lifting of prosecuting the real deal, which is white on Black violence that occurs every day. You know what I'm saying? And they weaponize the hate crime label. See, hate crime designation is frequently weaponized to manage public relations than deliver actual justice. See, when they apply it, they do it when it's convenient politically. You're going against a college student burning a cross. Okay. What about this dude out here shooting people? That's who I really need y'all to put that shit on. Yeah. So that Lou guy, he's facing those crimes, those hate crimes, because the state needed a scapegoat to prove the book exists, the laws exist, not because the state is actually committed to eradicating anti-Black racism. See, that's why we need a whole, very specific hate crime bill specific for our lineage. You understand? So they ain't just gonna be out here picking and choosing and all that shit. But like I said earlier, another thing that was very interesting about this case is them using that facial recognition technology. That's how they found out who he was. So I want y'all to understand something, man. How deep that facial recognition stuff is. See, there's an illusion of anonymity in public places. They want you to think that you can just walk around through a park with a hoodie on and disappear in the crowd. That's an illusion. The reality is, man, in major cities like Chicago, LA, New York, everywhere, they're blanketed with high definition surveillance networks. They're integrated with databases containing your driver's license, your social media photos, state IDs, the whole shebang. So when this Merlin Lou guy ran from the park, they didn't just stumble upon him. They got a blurry image of this dude, put it in the algorithms, and cross-referenced millions of faces in seconds. So we're all walking data points.
Okay.
In the government, they're constantly logging our movements, even when we think we're off the grid. You understand? See, they don't have to force us to give up our biometric data. We just hand it over. Every time you unlock your phone with your face, you tag a photo on social media, you renew your driver's license, you've already fed the machine. They use all of these massive corporate databases, which they can access through legal loopholes. And you know they're clicked in with Facebook and all that shit. Remember, Facebook really got started, and from what I understand, the government was trying to put something together where people give up their information and they can have all of their information in a database. There were some people who were rejecting that, so they revamped it into what became Facebook, where you just voluntarily give up all of your information. You understand?
That's why I never gave them motherfuckers
And
my driver.
the authorities, you look how they present these cases to the media. They frame it like it was good old-fashioned police work or some kind of investigative leads. So they go out of their way to downplay the role of facial recognition technology. Because, see, they want to maintain the magic detective narrative without triggering Fourth Amendment concerns about illegal searches and mass surveillance. Because they know if they openly admitted to using advanced AI to track citizens without a warrant, civil liberty groups, they'll have a field day with that. So they got to keep a lot of the methods covert. And there's a slippery slope of public safety. They always justify the rollouts of these surveillance tools under the whole public safety narrative. They got to catch violent criminals. Oh, they got to catch terrorists, all that stuff. But also it trickles down to monitoring political people who are dissidents and they want to track protesters and over-police our communities. You understand? See, they don't want to talk about that because history shows once the state gets new surveillance tools, they expand the use beyond the original stated purpose.
Exactly. Hey, Brother Che,
And
now
the
that's
government tries to play dumb about facial recognition because the way they acquire the technology is real shady. They bypass strict legal oversights by purchasing these facial recognition services from unregulated private data brokers.
That are all made
Companies
in China.
like Clearview AI. They billions of images from the internet without our consent. You understand? They use these third-party vendors that law enforcement can kind of outsource. And they can keep their hands clean while still reaping the benefits of this unconstitutional surveillance state. Yeah. And this is my thing. With all of this surveillance, they know how to find certain people. That's why I don't buy all of these unsolved crimes that happen to the Black community. Black folks get shot and all this stuff and don't nobody know what happened. That's bullshit. Listen, they can track people, a fleeing suspect in a busy park using facial recognition overnight. There's really no such thing as a truly unsolved crime. It's when it's a black person, it's unsolved.
Right.
All of a sudden, when it's something happens to us, somebody's kidnapped, kids are missing something, everybody throws their hands up. Oh, we ain't got no leads. We don't know nothing. They have
like
the technology to track anybody anywhere. If a crime remains unsolved, it's because the system has made a calculated decision not to solve it. Because a lot of these crimes are law enforcement and white supremacists doing them on the low. You understand that? It ain't these covert black criminals. A lot of this shit is white supremacists on the low and law enforcement orchestrating a lot of these crimes and unalivings. Remember the other day, I was talking about that Tupac situation. Remember in Atlanta when Tupac pew-pewed a couple of undercover white cops who were out on the streets doing some shit they weren't supposed to do. One of those cops ended up getting fired. But Tupac got off from doing that because those cops had illegal guns. Those cops, one of the cops was about to pull his gun on Tupac, this illegal gun, and Tupac saw it and shot back at him. Come to find out, they illegally got those guns out of police evidence. They weren't supposed to have those guns. Nobody ever asked, what the hell were they doing on the streets with them illegal guns? What were white cops running around Atlanta with illegal guns for? Nobody ever thought to ask that question. You understand? There's only one thing you're doing with it, and only one group of people you're doing it to. All right? Put two and two together. This was in the 90s. So this still goes on.
Oh, before
to
the
this
Olympics.
very day.
Yeah.
We see black folks end up lynched and hanging in certain places, and the police don't know what happened. Bullshit. Right. With all the technology we have, every other week, some black person is found hanging somewhere. They're talking about it was a suicide. They hung themselves in some impossible ass scenario. They're hanging off a bridge with their hands behind their back, and they're talking about it's a damn suicide. How?
Before viewers, make sure y'all like and subscribe.
Where's the surveillance? Y'all got surveillance all over the place. I remember in Atlanta, they had a brother hanging off a bridge right by downtown Atlanta. They don't know what happened. You know how many cameras are in Atlanta? Atlanta's loaded with cameras. You run a damn light, you'll see. They'll take your damn photo in 4K if you run a light, but they can't find nobody lynched in the middle of Atlanta. Bullshit.
Fortunately,
so yeah, they have all of this technology. They know who's doing what. All that unsolved crime stuff. I don't believe that. I don't believe it whatsoever. Let me get Professor Alon in the building. Professor Alon in the building. Hop on, sir. Professor Alon.
What's up, Brother Tariq?
I'm good, brother. How are you, sir?
Oh, doing well, brother. I just wanted to weigh in right quick. Years ago, in 2021, I was a board member with the Air Force Association. I was vice president over aerospace education and STEM. And I remember the Marines, I met with the Marines. They were cool as H, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. And the Marines were like talking about how, you remember when they were trying to fight TikTok and trying to ban it?
Oh, yeah.
I was like, why are they trying to ban TikTok? And a couple Marines told me that TikTok was used for exactly what you were talking about. The Chinese were getting our face and getting all our information to put it in a database so cameras could identify us. So I was on Winchester in Memphis, this back in 2020, somewhere around 21, somewhere around there. And they were remodeling Walmart, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. And I walked in and accidentally walked past the little surveillance area, the little loss prevention area. And I saw the security screens, and everybody who walked into Walmart in Memphis, it had like a whole bio on them. I was like, wow, Walmart knows who you are. That's all I want to say, bro.
Yeah, man. When I went over to Turkey and Africa recently, and I came back to the US, I arrived at JFK in New York. I didn't even have to pull my passport out. I walked through, and there were cameras, and it pulled up all of my damn information. I didn't have to dig in my pocket or nothing. It took me like 10 seconds to walk through. They're like, hey, Mr. Nasheed, and they just had my whole life story just by my face. I'm like, damn. So yeah, it's real out here. It's very, very real out here. All right, let me see who we got. Let's talk to Queen Mother Empress in the building. Queen Mother Empress in the building, ladies and gentlemen. Queen Mother Empress. Miss Empress, where you at, beloved?
Hello there, much Detroit love, gorgeous. Happy June. Good morning, everybody.
Yes, ma'am.
Let's get down to business, shall we?
Yes, ma'am.
You know, this is just a minor sample. You wait until next week, going all the way up through August 18th. It's getting ready to get real live. Remember, we in the year of the horse. And in China, that's Gemini. It's a fire horse. That means rebellion, damage of property, fires is going to be prevalent. All of the remaining of 2026 and even more so 2027. Innocent blood gonna be shed continuously. The only difference is now it's gonna be revealed who did it. See, in the 60s, they could get away with things, but the ancestors is gonna put you on blast. You're not gonna be able to sleep. You're not gonna be able to get away. Every idle thought that you did behind closed doors, the ancestors gonna reveal who was in them rooms. Many of these people, Brother Tariq, is gonna get a spiritual justice. See, the spiritual justice is far more stronger than street justice. Spiritual justice, you and your bloodline gonna go through that. If it's 12 generations, they all gonna be struck with your very actions. Just like the innocent child that's 1 year old was unalive.
Yes.
By a lowlife, lack of phallus having Neanderthal. His offspring, his bloodline will always be cursed because of it. And the horse is going to kick them dead in their little phallus. Because, you know, a lack of phallus is why they hate on a black man so strong. They want missiles. When you look at your Catholic churches, all of them have the tall crosses and steeples. That's to represent the phallus. The missiles, that represents a phallus. And Dr. Chris Franz Wilson talked about this. There's an insecurity because just the phallus alone can create multiple nations, to which that's why their lineage is being wiped out. So now let's deal with that cross burning. That ain't all that's going to happen. See, if he had been smart, he'd have made it in the image of a horse. And if he had set it on fire, because it's a fire year, might have walked. Right? He could have walked, but he's too stupid. So he wants to come up with a blatant lie. Oh, I'm just protesting. The MAGA use a lie. You're mad because foundational Black Americans is coming on cold. We sticking together and we're deciding we don't have to give you our money. We don't have to harm you. We're not finna get violent. We don't have to do no more protests, no more sit-ins. Enough with that. We are $1 trillion entity, foundational Black Americans alone. Our dollars and talk that talk and walk that walk, and it's gonna make many of them are going out of business, Tariq. July in a 7-month you getting ready to see many of them gonna start wanting to kiss ass. Too late. You're finna start losing businesses. See, they would not stand up. Look, when that young lady, is her name Latasha, the first one that got killed around 1981, 82, and she went into the little convenience store. They said she stole a juice. Turns out she didn't. Remember that ugly pug-faced witch walked free.
Yep.
And she didn't just walk free with that. If you go back and look at it, she had did the same thing to some other foundational Black American children that would be about 57 to 59 if they were still alive. So it is the time of the Asian, the Hispanic, and the Arab. They're getting ready to be hit really strong financially. See, when Mercury goes into retrograde in Cancer, and Cancer is the mother of the zodiac, Cancer can be very vindictive and it don't forget. It keeps dates. It's gonna wash your face day in and day out for everything that you did. It don't give a damn if it's a new generation. You gonna eat that. We're getting ready to enjoy. All you got to do is sit back and wait. Now, what I see coming in that Karmelo part, a lot of these people finna face the fire. Many of them gonna lose jobs, and I see reverse prosecution, and I see death happening in that bloodline. Now, some of them will be possessed by demons that they may unalive themselves and blame it on the foundational Black community. Remember that, brother.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
We are off to a good.
Thank you. It was. I was getting technical difficulties there, but thank you, Brother Emperor. I'm still kind of hearing some stuff. Freshan.
Hey, how you doing, brother?
I'm good. How you doing, bro?
I'm good. I had a question for you, man. Yeah. It's been a while. Do you remember a name of Kamaria?
Kamaria.
Kamaria Wall. It was over my iPad. It's been like a few months ago. And I accidentally, he called me an Omek. My shirt was off. He called me a Harry. You a wolf. It's been a minute.
I don't remember that.
He clowned me. It's funny. I'm gonna get into it. My origins, Little Rock, Arkansas.
Okay.
Little Rock, Arkansas. And I just found out I got, family Mississippi. And you learn this from the elders. So my father's side, he's a Walls. And the Walls come from Scottish. And Little Rock, Arkansas, and a lot of people are not familiar with that. Some people are familiar with Arkansas. It's a southern state through the Louisiana Purchase of 1804.
Hey, brother, goddamn. Okay, brother, you ain't got shit to say. All right. You don't call and tell us about the history of Arkansas. We know what it is. All right. I don't know what you're talking about, man. Remember you had called me a wolf one time, a long time ago. You called me a wolf, but I'm from Arkansas. Arkansas, it's a state. There's a few 100,000 people in there. They got it through the Louisiana Purchase. Brother, what the hell? You just giving us a rundown on the history of Arkansas? Okay, brother. Yeah, you don't. Okay, brother. Brother, you just wanted somebody to chat with. You over there drinking by yourself. That's why y'all don't drink by yourself. Y'all drink by yourself and start feeling lonely and need somebody to chat with. They don't do that now. Put that bottle down and take your ass to sleep. You're just sitting up there with a bottle of damn Thunderbird. He drinking old school shit. That's an old school drinker. He got Mad Dog 2020. That's an old school drinker right there. His ass got some Ripple. That's an old school drinker. That nigga got some muscatel. What y'all know about that? He got some muscatel. He got them old ass drinks from back in the day. Just getting drunk as hell by himself. Man, that nigga has a champagne. Good Lord, bro. That nigga sitting over there drinking a champagne. God, brother, put the bottle down and go to sleep. Take your ass to bed, brother. The party. Party, what's up, brother? Mr. Party. The Party Prince, hop on, man. Mr. Party Prince, are you in here? All right, Mr. Party Prince ain't saying nothing. Mr. Marcus, hop on in, Marcus.
Hey, what's up, Tariq? I'm calling out of Chicago. I
Go
just
ahead.
I just want to just back up a couple of things you said about the camera things. A lot of our, I've seen a lot of videos where there was a shooting that was on the west side of Chicago, and it was on a main street, and the video that showed up online came off of a truck, and the vehicle that went the opposite way showed up on the camera of the truck. So they have surveillance of the vehicle.
Oh yeah.
And if they use that technology, they can get the license plate off the vehicle as well. So what you said about the surveillance, they can get this information. They just choose not to. Right. And also that Asian guy, he watched the movie Birth of a Nation. He said that in the interview that when he was on the news.
Oh, wow.
When he did that movie. Yeah, he watched the movie Birth of a Nation. So he knew exactly what that cross burning
Silent
was.
film
And I
era,
just wanted to land
1915.
that.
Man, thank you so much.
D.W.
Yeah, man.
Griffith made it.
Look, the
same
technology they
motherfucker
have,
named Griffith Park
they
after
know what's
Los
going
Angeles.
on out here. That's why, ladies and gentlemen, they got surveillance video of Karmelo Anthony, Justin Metcalf. I mean, Metcalf, Austin Metcalf. You better believe they got some clear ass footage that they're just not releasing. They know exactly what happened. Yo, Party, what's up?
Yeah, what's up, my man? Just had some technical difficulties. How you feeling tonight, bro?
Good, man.
Not much, man. I just wanted to touch on something that Queen Mother Empress was talking about. This is, I believe, the time in which Black financials are about to get right. And so, everybody's protesting, but I want to let everybody know that it's a key thing for us to not only protest, but eventually start transferring that wealth into buying distressed assets within America. So, our great brother, Reginald Lewis, who was, who was a part of the Not Brown crew.
Yeah, I remember Reginald Lewis.
Who, became the first Black billionaire.
Facts.
The leader of a Black billionaire, Black $1 billion company. Yes. And so, we should keep our eyes open for, companies that, that are distressed, go ahead and, and start figuring out how we can buy different, companies all around America. Baby boomers are retiring. And so, it's about time that, we get our paper right in that regard as well. And so we have $1 trillion buying power. Oh, yeah. And so we need to go ahead and make that happen for sure.
No doubt, man. Yeah. Getting distressed properties and businesses. Yeah, that's always been the lick. Our brother, one of the people who's basically the guy, what I call the godfather of Memphis, Robert Reed Church, I think that's his name, who's one of the first Black millionaires in the U.S. He was down there in Memphis. In Memphis, there was a plague. There was like the yellow fever or something like that. Something went down out there. And a lot of the white people were dying off. And they were leaving Memphis. They were basically abandoning Memphis. This was mid 1800s. And our brother saw them people bouncing. The property value went down. He said, hey, let me scoop this up. This is a good location. Hell, he started scooping up all that property, and he turned Memphis around. Memphis became popping. It became, that Black district became real popping over there. He opened up a lot of businesses. So Robert Reed Church, big money, very important brother out there in Memphis.
Shout out to the damn near 100 viewers. Make sure you hit that like and subscribe button.
Yeah, and please share the link, share the link, share the link, share the link, share the link.
Nah, then else will do. I got that rule work for you.
No, Joe, you right about that.
And reservations for two. Rule work for you.
Now Abdullah,
nothing else will do. I got that rule work for
type in how you heard about
and
it.
reservations for two. I got that rule work for you.
These are all
now, why you God blessing America, Cat?
Because they're probably FBA, Shabaka. And they came over from the vertical.
Okay, yeah, Chase. So what I'm gonna have to do with you, man, we're gonna have an offline conversation, man, because I need to get some notes from you in regard to the vertical versus the horizontal.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. What are your thoughts on the Chicago cross-burner suspect?
Okay, that son of a bitch deserves to go right straight to fucking jail.
Family and fellows.
Don't pass go. Don't collect $200. Throw his ass right there in the goddamn Cook County jail. And put him in there, man, with some of the brethren.
So you're not buying his explanation or his bullshit apology?
Hell no, man. It's bullshit, man.
Exactly.
Straight out.
All right, so moving along, we got Professor Blacc Truth's crime report. Friday, crime report. Racist assaults on Black 9-year-old.
No, man. Oh, Lord.
Family and fellow soldiers, I'm the professor, and this is the moment of truth. And now the Friday crime report. Naperville, Illinois, Saturday, June 13th, 2026. The incident began after a group of children had built a fort in their neighborhood. There was a girl who damaged the fort. After the girl did this, a boy, age 9, then went to a nearby home at the 15,800 block of Cove Circle and knocked on the door. A white man came to the door, then came outside. He yelled racial slurs at this boy, pushed him, and threw the child's bicycle as he ran away. It would later come to be known that the girl who damaged the boy's fort is the daughter of the racist man's girlfriend. Naperville police responded after they got the report of a white adult male who had pushed a black child while using racial slurs. This racist thug was arrested and identified as Jeffrey Feigenbaum, age 29. He's been charged with 2 counts of hate crime and 1 count each of misdemeanor battery and disorderly conduct. The state attorney requested that he be detained. He attacked a child after all, but he's also got racial immunity from law, so of course the judge decided it's all right to let this creep back out on the streets. As part of his release conditions, Feigenbaum has to wear a GPS monitor, stay at least 5,000 feet away from the boy, his home, and his school, surrender any guns, ammunition, and other dangerous weapons. His next court appearance is scheduled for July 13th. There was nothing that was written in any of the articles about this crime that says that he has a criminal record, but if this scumbag is brazen enough to assault a 9-year-old, then we can all safely assume he's got at least a few priors. And as expected, the predictable whitewashing of this crime has already begun. The DuPage County State's attorney said, hate crimes have no place in a civilized society. That's all well and good, only the U.S. is not a civilized anything. Dr. John Henrik Clark called that one. The root word of civilized is civil. And there's nothing civil about this white supremacist hellhole because it was created and run by savage anti-black racists. So no, this scumbag who attacked that black child is exactly what this society is. Because this society makes a place for these hate criminals. It makes a place for these white supremacists. In fact, it makes a place for them and tries to make sure that there's no place for anyone else. The entire reason this animal attacked that child is precisely because he knows that he's got racial immunity from law. It's baked into the cake in this country. He knows full well that he's not actually going to be punished harshly. Oh yeah, there's going to be a couple of unflattering headlines, but then, as the judge showed, well, this is pretty much over now. It's a done deal. You know, there's going to be a paperwork process to go ahead and just get you off the hook for this one. And aside from that, what kind of consequences is this Feigenbaum creep going to be facing for attacking a child? Oh, by the way, I don't know about you, but I am wondering where Michael Rappaport and Juliana Margulies are at a time like this. And speaking of people who aren't saying anything, the white media has been lying by omission about this story. Most of the headlines about this violent hate crime only mention the racial slur part. but they deliberately left out the part in the headlines about him pushing that child and then throwing his bicycle. That's deliberate. As I've explained numerous times, 90% of people who look at news articles online never read past the headlines. They look at the headlines and that's all they see. They never even bother to read the stories. So by only mentioning the racial slur part and not the assault part, this gives cover to the online bigots to try to play dumb and say, oh man, he was charged with a hate crime just for using a slur. Of course, the reality is nobody's charged with a hate crime simply for being racist or using a racial slur. It's only a charge if you do it during the commission of another crime. That's why it's called a hate crime enhancement. Also, prosecutors bend over backwards to avoid charging anyone from the dominant society with a hate crime so they can get off that mess. But we have to take a hard line when it comes to protecting our children from these anti-Black racists. As we've seen with Cyrus Belton and more recently with Karmelo Anthony, these anti-Black bigots are constantly looking specifically for Black children who they think are soft targets. They're not harming Black children simply because they're doing it because that's who they're trying to attack. That's their goal. They plan this crap out months, if not years in advance. When you see these racist scum harassing Black children at the park or at the beach or a public pool, they're preparing to carry out a race attack. That's not just some act of typical white racist discourtesy. That is an anti-Black racist preparing to commit an act of violence. That's what they work their way up to, and it doesn't take long. We'll continue with the moment of truth in just a moment, but first, a word from the official sponsor of Black Empowerment, Power Tools. There's no telling when something's going to come up, so make sure you carry your power tools at all times. You never know when you're going to need to bring the hammer down, or when you'll have some trash that needs to be blown away, or some obstacle that requires cutting down. Don't get caught empty-handed. Keep your hammer close by. Keep that leaf blower at the ready, and always carry your steel. Power tools, because no matter what your day job or side hustle may be, there's no excuse for not being ready to put in some work. Now, while the likes of bottom feeders like Judge Joe Clown are in denial about this, as are substantial portions of what passes for Black lawyers in America, those of us who aren't desperately looking for a white client or a white media gig can see that Black children are being intentionally targeted, and we don't tolerate it. By now, I'm sure we've all heard about the garbage who murdered a little 1-year-old baby, Cohen Wiley, in Mississippi. The police there murdered that child, and they're trying to hide the murderer behind the same old veil of anonymity. The government at all levels deliberately allows these criminals to commit their crimes and do so with impunity precisely to carry out this kind of violence. Not just to harm some child, but to kill a Black baby. And history has shown us in 2020 that when the public takes control of these situations and handles the attackers, then some of them learn some manners. But that doesn't happen until the people get active. And on cue, of course, you got Mushmouth Crump who's shown up. Apparently, he was just too busy to lend any legal assistance to Karmelo Anthony. Not that I think that he's some sort of great legal mind, but apparently he was too busy to recommend a Black lawyer for him. But now that he sees a chance to get a payout from the city, suddenly here he comes. These anti-Black scumbags see Black children as soft targets. But more than that, when they attack a Black child or murder a Black child, that is them testing the Black community's response. Whether it be a Black teenager who is shot in the back or a baby murdered by some thug with a badge, these are the forces of anti-Black racism testing the community's response to murders being perpetrated against them. And you don't respond to anti-Black violence with displays of weakness or of accommodation. You respond by showing strength and resolve. When it comes to children, you are not supposed to play about their safety. Everybody's supposed to be put on notice that you do not call yourself harming a Black child or menacing a Black child unless you can also expect some consequences. The enemy has calculated, however, that Black people will always play by some sort of rules that don't involve rocking the boat. But history has shown that when Black people don't play by the enemy's rules, when Black people decide that they're not going to sit on their hands and wait to see if the same racist prosecutors and judges who encourage and enable these racists are actually going to punish them, when Black people decide to do that, that's what changes the mental calculus for these racist killers. In a racist society where they know that they can depend on the so-called authorities not to ever punish them for their criminality, in their sick minds, it's worth the risk to go ahead and roll the dice and see if they can get away with it. Oh, the thrill of being able to harm a Black child, threaten a Black child, or best yet, kill a black child, well, that makes it all totally worth it. And that's the reason why they lost their minds about Karmelo Anthony, because that was one of those incidents where, well, you couldn't just take it for granted that it was going to go all one way. I can understand why it is that whoever this child's parent or parents were decided to call the police. That's fine. There's not a problem with that necessarily. But when it comes to these anti-black racists who live next door, black folks need to understand that these guys are operating on the supposition that black folks are always going to wait to see if the local racist DA or racist judge is actually going to punish one of their racist buddies. But as we see, just like what happened with Karmelo Anthony, this little white racist here also pushed this child, except in this case, you don't have the usual idiots who are able to say, oh, well, I mean, I'm sure it was a gentle push, right? Yeah, when he threw the child's bicycle, I'm sure he did that gently too. The safety of black children is never going to be secured by the exact same forces of anti-black racism who protect and encourage the Feigenbaums of this world. It's going to be up to the black community itself, particularly black parents, to make sure that their children are safe. And that the next time some scumbag calls himself thinking that he's going to be putting his hands on a black child, the child's fort isn't the only thing that's going to get damaged. And that's this week's Friday Crime Report. Keep your eyes open and stay on alert, because there's a lot worse criminals out there than the ones the white corporate media chooses to show you. Good day. And be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors: Kemet, Suleiman Alaji, Antithesis, Farrell Taylor, and Anthony Pollard. Salute to them and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
Shout out to Antithesis. Antithesis have been over here as well. Shabaka, what are your closing thoughts on the racist that attacked the 9-year-old black child?
Absolutely, totally disgusting. That's a child. You see what I'm saying? And you could best believe, man, them buster motherfuckers ain't gonna step up to you. They ain't gonna step up to me. They ain't gonna step up to Joe. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
Or any other conscious brother.
You're right, Shabaka.
Say, and I always remember that they do that shit in groups. You know what I'm saying? They do it in groups.
It's never one-on-one. It's always in a group.
Yeah. All right, now here we got a comment here from X-Ray Cat in the comments. He says he's wait a minute. Okay. My screen hopped. Okay. He says he's Russian in the US. Came here 20 years ago. Want to say thank you to the black community. Is the best people. They always been kind to me. And this is most people in US who still got sold in them. And then he corrects himself soul with SOUL as opposed to SOLD.
Yeah. Yeah, they're from the vertical. And
okay. All righty. Okay. Welcome.
She wouldn't have I don't blame you, sister. I don't call the police either.
No, for what? Call the police for what? They're policy enforcers. The police evolved from slave patrollers.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Say,
that's still function to this day. Okay,
yeah,
Shabaka.
Exactly.
Is that your closing statement?
No, yes, sir. It's my closing statement, Brother Che. It is 1:39 a.m. You know what I mean? And thank you for having me on here. Season 6, episode 31, part 2, Juneteenth and Father's Day edition of the Frontline Black News. Okay. Antoine, wait a minute. Antoine Richardson. Russians are as cool as hell, though. They not like Ukrainians, people. Get them confused. Russians and Ukrainians. Okay. All right. Antoine Richardson.
He came over from the vertical.
Okay. And then Antoine, pull up a back episode episodes of Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. You should be able to get them when we were on Blog Talk, and you should be able to Google them. And I think they got them on Podbean, I believe.
Appreciate you tapping in, Antoine.
Yeah, you say. And he says I'm subbed. Okay, so I think he subscribed to Brother Che, if I'm reading that correctly.
He did sub to the channel.
Okay, and please subscribe. Okay, and also to on YouTube, sub to GenUp1 on YouTube.
Yeah. I put it in the chat, Shabaka.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, 10-4. I'm going to check y'all out. Good energy. Okay, all righty. Appreciate you. You know. Okay, X-Ray. When I came first time in black areas, police stopped me and say, okay, whoa. Nah, this is what I've been saying. He says when he first came in black areas, police stopped me and say, what are you doing here? Do you know it's dangerous area? Let me take you to a safe area. Yeah, man. Yeah. Sounds like Los Angeles. Yeah, okay. So he said, since y'all see me around 100, thank you for that link. Got it. Okay. Yeah, and what we're trying to do, man, we're trying to build it up, this platform, man, so we can start getting some sponsors, man, to go mainstream, you know? And definitely check out Shabaka's Black Experience here on StreamYard as well too. Okay, which is part of the Frontline Black News group. Okay, and there's never on it here, you know what I'm saying? And that fool there in the shy, man.
It's part of the Frontline campaign, not the group.
Say what?
Frontline campaign.
Yeah, exactly. A Frontline campaign. Yeah, I stand corrected, Brother Che. Thank you. Okay, and so X-Ray said he told the police, he told him that he was in a safe area. Thank you, sir. For real. Okay. Yeah. And then also too, X-Ray, as you know, if you check out the slave patrollers, man, you could Google it, man. I will tell you how the police were formed. Okay. I'll support. I'm going to catch the full replay. Shall be safe and vigilant out here, gentlemen. Oh yes, yeah. Indeed. Okay.
At all times.
Okay, yeah, absolutely. Okay. And so therefore, people, okay, so I'm gonna bid y'all a good morning from Las Vegas, Nevada. Okay, and I think the temperature is about 80 degrees right now. All right, Brother Che, so I'll give you a call tomorrow, and then definitely, folks, pull up our back episodes, you know, pull those up as well too, and Google us. Okay, Brother Che, I'm out. I'll give you a call tomorrow, sir.
Okay, Shabaka. Have a good night. Or good morning.
You too, sir. Okay, all right. Thank you for having me. Okay.
All right, so moving on to the next topic. You got the data centers, you know, Elon Musk with these damn data centers. So they try to take over our sister's home. And this is the story about it. So why her home is the target for factory farms and big tech.
That data center is over there. And you see all these homes. I was born in that house right there.
If something is coming, if you know it's coming, then you can head it off. But if you don't know it's coming and once it gets started, you through.
I'm in Kingsborough, North Carolina. It's in Edgecombe County, where residents are in the midst of a quickly developing battle against a proposed hyperscale data center. Residents of the area, Janice Bullock and Kevin Wilson, are leading a community opposition group called Edgecombe Neighbors for Data Center Accountability. David Batts, a 69-year-old U.S. Army veteran and retired truck driver, has taken up local politics to fight for the future of his community. A short drive away, Belinda Joyner continues her decades-long battle for clean water from industrial pollution.
It's like they're living off us, they're profiting off us, and we're the ones that are suffering.
Can you tell me of anyone that lives near a data center that has anything positive to say?
This data center would be 2 miles from the Tar River, our main source of drinking water.
We're talking about people's lives. We're talking about people health.
A few decades ago, the same community fought off another outside industry following a similar playbook.
They would have been slaughtering 20,000 hogs a day.
Water use of water, our health, our environment, and the minimum jobs that they was proposing. So that was the reason then, and this is the reason now.
Janice, a lifelong resident of Kingsborough, showed me the location of the proposed hyperscale data center.
This is what the developer wanted to buy 122 acres in order to put a data center there. Well, this area is predominantly Black. Edgecombe County, the income level is middle to lower.
The idea that something might come in and put $1 billion in the county economy that's wild. But the scale of a data center is unlike anything.
As Edgecombe County commissioners decide whether or not to sell the land for the data center, residents haven't been able to get straight answers from the developer about what's actually coming.
They say they're doing this for the future, betterment of everyone, but I can't see it. Not knowing really what we were up against or what was happening, it was being bulldozed through.
And then the term hyperscale started to be used. It went from 122 acres, and this is what the developers looking at, 122 to 300 acres.
The developer had brought in probably 10 or 12 expert witnesses.
Being a layperson, just a person from the community, I didn't understand a lot of that. And I know a lot of the other people didn't understand it. This data center is supposedly to employ 500 people. What are these 500 people going to be doing? What kind of jobs are you talking about? That question was not answered.
Well, I'm in construction. That's a normal thing to do, to tell somebody, yes, we're creating all these jobs. But generally the workers, the actual construction people, are on teams that are coming in here from other locations where they've been before.
But then after the construction, you done build all this building and you only got about 2 or 3 people in there working? What sense does that make?
The 100 megawatt site only had 29 parking places in its design that was submitted for approval.
Then they talked about the water usage.
And how much water is this thing going to use? And he said 2 million gallons a day.
Well, what about the contaminants, the PFAS that they talk about, the forever chemicals? And this is over the period of time, we're looking at generations.
We do know that they have to put additives, just like your car radiator. You have to put antifreeze in there to keep it from overheating or keep it from freezing. The additives generally be things like PFAS that won't stick to metals, but also can't be removed from the water when it goes to a treatment plant.
This data center would be 2 miles from the river, 2 miles from the Tar River, our main source of drinking water. 5 schools, 5 to 6 churches, over 200 to 300 homes. All this should be took in consideration when you propose something like this. That's all we ask.
Also, just make you aware, there's nothing on this agenda related to the data center. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Have you signed up? There's nothing on this agenda. You have signed up?
We want to keep the quality of our air, our water, and our community in the county.
I'm downstream from this data center, so it does impact me too. Data centers don't really care about county lines.
I believe that clean water shouldn't be a luxury that is only given to people based on their zip codes.
I'm here to present signatures of over 1,000 citizens that have woke up, that are against the data center. I am so tired of, the elderly have to come out and fight for their homes. And we just did not envision that we will be going through this again.
No teeming masses and crowded freeways.
but small towns with individuals. Perhaps there's only room for individuals here. Individuals who can work as a team and become Iowa Beef Processors Incorporated.
In 1995, Iowa Beef Processors, or IBP, the world's largest meat packer, later acquired by Tyson, set its sights on Kingsborough to be the home of a new large-scale slaughter plant.
Iowa Beef Processing Company was trying.
Enforcers, like Shabaka was saying. I just want to say I used to have a neighbor. He's a police. Are we talking? I told him how we even looking for people, for example, black people now. That's what he told you, or that's what you told him?
Trying to build a hog processing plant in the same Kingsborough area. It'd be on the same ground as this data center.
This area, in 1995, IBP wanted to put a hog slaughter plant here.
So this is not the first. Our core group for the Edgecombe neighbors for data center accountability were people that were involved in that early IBP fight.
No, IBP! No, IBP!
They would have been slaughtering 20,000 hogs a day. A day. I live right over there. But can you imagine? 20,000 hogs a day. The water, the stench, in the air. And when I show you the area where people live in, your mind is going to be blown.
1995, numerous of trucks would have been roaming through the neighborhood, 400-500 trucks per day. And trucks had not stopped because they had the hogs on them. And if they stopped, the hogs would die. So they got to drive through your neighborhood continuously. And you know the smell of that. And then they would have a cesspool for all that waste, their blood, the guts, and whatever. And we didn't want that. And we thought that we are not against industry, but we want good industry for our people. We was more against that then than we are now, because that would have been very impactful.
We don't want to be just trampled on, so to speak, because they thought they could. And it was a black area. The same thing is happening now. We are coming together.
Look, you're talking about 20,000 hogs per day and these large mega data centers, a lot of use of water, our health, our environment, and the minimum jobs that they was proposing. We want good jobs for our people. We want our kids to come back home to a decent, nice community. So that was the reason then, and this is the reason now.
The question was asked, well, when you looking at these companies, these industries, do you think about the people? Are you thinking about the residents? This is my 85-year-old cousin right here. Now, she on her porch, and you're going to hear that noise over here. This is where that slaughter plant would have been. Yeah.
North Carolina is one of the top 3 pork-producing states, and 2 counties in the area are raising more pigs than anywhere else in America.
Well, the pig farms have been here forever. You know, everywhere you go, there's a hog farm somewhere. Well, environmental justice is supposed to be fair to everybody. No matter what race, creed, color, whatever your situation be, that's what environmental justice is supposed to be. But then we have a lot of environmental injustice. Where we're in right now, we live in a community where it's predominantly black. And I'll take Duplin County, for instance.
Well, yeah, X-Ray, I'm not surprised if the cop told you that. I'm not surprised at all. That's exactly how they view us. It's one big N-word. Mm-hmm.
They have more hogs than they have people. You see all those hogs in there together. You know, when the feces, you know, they walking in it, they stepping in it, you know. When you're talking about the odor from the lagoons, can you imagine trying to have a cookout and the odor, the wind is blowing like today and it's coming your way? Some people like to hang their clothes on the line. Why would you hang your clothes on the line when you take them in? You're going to have to wash them all over again. or even just to sit out on your porch and just enjoy your environment. You can't move because if something was to come right here across the street, where am I going? I've been here all my life. So why should I have to get up and move because something comes in my community that's going to disturb my livelihood? It's like they're living off us, they're profiting off us, and we're the ones that are suffering. It comes from, first of all, our leaders for allowing this stuff to come, because without their permission, we wouldn't have it. When we I look at our county commissioners, you should think about your community and the harm that it would do your community before you bring anything in. So, like I said, we're going this afternoon because we're asking for a moratorium because we don't want a data center to come here.
We had a county commissioner that was running unopposed when the primary happened in February. And he was on record, in fact, in one of the meetings, saying he didn't see anything wrong with data centers. One of our members at that council meeting said, "I'm going to run against you. I'm going to beat you." He'd never run for office a day in his life. Didn't have a platform, anything, but he made the commitment. He went the next day, filed his paperwork. In the primary, he won, my guy won 3-1 over the 16-year incumbent.
Well, I really didn't want to get into politics, but they proposed as data centers. And we didn't have a lot of representation. And I thought it was for the best for the community, for someone from the community, to have a say and be a voice for the community. I've advised the young people to pay attention because this is going to impact our young people more than it do anybody else. And we are looking out for the future generations.
I tell them, if you can head off something before it starts, you have a possibility of stopping it. But if you don't, once it ever gets started, it's hard to stop it. And 9 times out of 10, you won't stop it. As John Lewis said, making good trouble, that helps a whole lot. Because when you stand for what you believe, somebody's going to hear you.
20,000 hogs a day. That's what they wanted to do. And the community rose up and defeated that. And we have a historical marker at the intersection in honoring that defeat. See right there? Citizens for a Responsible Zone. The historically Black community of Kingsborough organized to stop hog slaughterhouse efforts. 1996. Got it? Okay.
As of now, the Kingsborough sale has not moved forward. A county-appointed advisory board is recommending against allowing the data center. Those findings will go before commissioners in July. Shortly after our interview, Belinda Joyner's community won a 32-month pause on data centers in their county.
How many? 30 what? 30 what? 32 months. Oh, man. Almost 3 years. Almost a 3-year pause. What's that? A year, 2 years, and 2 years, 2.5 years. Wow. Well, shout out to them for making a stand against the meat processing plant, and then now the data center. So, shout out to my godmother for sharing this story with me. I wouldn't have known about this. Shout out to godmother Marianne for sharing this. Now we'll move on to the last few topics. This next topic is that is he British or Nigerian actor? I think he's Nigerian. David Oyelowo says, did he go too far with his accent comment? Now, we did share that on our previous episodes. So this is actually a follow-up to that. And this is Lisa Cabrera's take on the situation. So shout out to Lisa. She's gonna give us an update on that.
To my relatives that have a
and also with the data centers, make sure y'all check out the RBA. Lady Che been going in heavy on them data centers for over a year now. So make sure y'all check out the Revolutionary Agenda to get more information about those and the protests about them. So Lisa gonna give us an update on this topic with this Nigerian actor who was talking with Godfrey and another tether about us FBAs.
Shalom, family. Good to see you all. Hope you're doing well. We have some good topics to talk about. And, you know, we're going to talk about a British actor. And some of you probably saw the movies he was in. And believe it or not, I know who he is, but I have not watched any of his movies. And, you know, Hollywood hates us. So they would prefer to have foreigners play our icons because they're really showing their hatred for us. And they don't want to deal with us. If they could get us all out of the industry, that's what they would do in a heartbeat. In all honesty, I wish that was the next thing we would actually boycott is entertainment, because, you know, especially when it comes down to movies and TV, the racism, and we're still looking at things with our actors and actresses not getting paid, but they're giving millions of dollars to white actors and actresses. So anyway, y'all, back to this. What I think this is stemming from, y'all, is Drewski. Drewski did a skit on British actors taking over roles of Black American icons, and he did not like it. In fact, a lot of the British did not like his skit. And I think this is just a retaliatory way, but the way he did this didn't make any sense. First of all, Southerners do not sound anything like a Nigerian. And then he talk about subservience. That's just a load of nonsense. It just sounds like you sat around and made something up. And then the next time you went before the cameras, you said it. But at the end of the day, the Drewski skit was true. Many of y'all are taking over those roles because that's the way Hollywood wanted. And the problem is, just like with Cynthia Erivo, y'all don't really know the history. You don't. You're playing a historic person, but you know, I noticed this with the Africans, the Caribbeans, all of y'all. When you come here, you don't take the time to learn the history of this place. You come, you make assumptions, and then when you decide to try to quote our history, you quote it all wrong and out of context. And then, you know, you have no understanding, and you're not trying to get the understanding. That's what makes it even worse. So sad, but true. But I think that's all this is stemming from. You know, and there's a lot of people mad at Godfrey. I can't listen to him all the time. You know, sometimes I can listen to him and I agree, especially when he is saying something about white supremacy. But there are other instances where the Nigerian comes out of him. You know what I mean? And those are the moments when I can't listen to him at all. You know, Well, let's just get into it. Before we get started, y'all, I got to tell you about the latest sale, which is going on right now on all of my stores. You can get 45% off of my products. Every time, if I'm able to give discounts, I will definitely do it, because I know with all the inflation, believe me, it's hitting me as well, because my supplies are costing me more than when I started back in 2024. My supplies, many of them have gone up. In fact, I don't think anything has stayed the same. All of them has gone up. And, I did not want to raise my prices, but it got to be a situation where it was kind of backed up in a corner and had to do it, because I was paying more for, bottles and jars and things like that. So 45% off with Etsy, Shopify, TikTok Shop. And the sale already started, and it will go on until June 21st. So if you need to stock up, this is the time to do it. I got some of the first orders out early this morning. So hopefully, you should get everything in the mail. I try to get everything out as quickly as I can when you place an order. All right. So let's get to it. First, we're going to hear what David Oyelowo, and I don't know if I'm saying that's right. We're going to hear what he says, and then after that, he later comes back and apologizes for what he said. And, quite naturally, a lot of our people, they are not embracing his apology at all. They're not feeling it. So I'll let you be the judge. Please give me a 1 if you can see my screen. I don't think you need to look for a British actor to play Dr. Martin Luther King or play, someone in Selma. Like I said, it's blatant disrespect, and also a sign of Hollywood showing their disdain for us. That's all it is at the end of the day. Thank you for the 1s. Thank you.
If you take the Nigerian accent like this and you slow it down, you put a lot of slavery in there. Facts. And then you start to put a little bit of subservience in it. This is what starts to happen to the Nigerian accent.
First of all, a Southern accent and a Nigerian accent are absolutely nothing alike. When I speak to my relatives that have a very notable Southern accent, they don't sound like a slave to me. They just sound like my relatives speaking to me, and they just have a different dialect because of the part of the country they come from. How do your voice have slavery in it? Can somebody please explain that to me? How do your voice have slavery and subservience in it? That's a behavior. That has nothing to do with what you vocalized. Okay? Subservience is a behavior. It is nothing that comes out vocally from your body. So, you can tell he sat around and made this up and then dove in front of the camera to say this because he thought it was a swipe at us. That's what it is. And there's a lot of people that don't particularly care for that African accent. some Africans you can listen to and you understand. There are some Africans, y'all, that I have listened to, and they are absolutely speaking in English, and I cannot understand a word they're saying because their accent is so pronounced. I can't understand it. And it's almost like I need subtitles to understand what they're saying. And they're saying it in English. So like I said, he was one of the people that was upset over the Drewski skit about Black British actors. And I really think this is what this insult is stemming from. So let's go on.
Man, it goes this because literally, if you're down here and you start to speed it up, and then you start to take all the thing out of it, then before you know it, you're talking like this. Now we are free again. Now we are free. We are released. Hey,
bruh. At this point, going at an ignorant tether like that would be kind of pointless because at the end of the day, he's gonna apologize like he just did. He already apologized. And they're gonna try to sweep it under the rug. Yeah, he's gonna get a little publicity for a little while, but they're gonna forget about it. Like Cynthia Erivo, she did something similar to what he did. At this point, as Black Americans, we gotta start going to the sources. We gotta go to the people who's empowering people like that ignorant fool. Jordan Peele, every time he does a movie, he's a director. Every time he does a movie, he makes sure to put a British UK actor in it over a Black American actor. Ava, she's the one who put him in Selma. She let a guy like that talks like that about Black Americans play Martin Luther King. That dude played a cowboy. We got to go to the sources. We got to go to the people who's empowering behavior like that. Ryan Coogler. I love Ryan Coogler. Sinners and everything. But damn it, every time Ryan Coogler does a film, he always puts a Black African immigrant in the film over Black Americans. At this point, if these people can't come over here and respect us and respect the culture that gave they dumbasses opportunities, they should just be cut off. And now we're going to have to start putting pressure on these directors, these casting directors, and the people that's empowering them, because at this point, yeah, we can say stuff about them because he's easy to talk about. He looks funny. But at the same time, nah, man, he shouldn't be playing no Martin Luther King. Cynthia Erivo shouldn't be playing no Black American icons. That's the problem.
David Oyelowo has come out with an apology because he said it's not how he feels. And yeah, it was the wrong thing to say. So let me read it for you. Here it is on the screen in case you haven't read it already. It reads, I want to apologize unreservedly to all those who are rightfully offended by my comments on the 154 Africa podcast regarding Southern accents. It was the wrong thing to say, and it is not how I feel. I have nothing but deep respect and great love for Black people of all kinds, especially those from the American South. Reducing a dialect born from the richness and resilience of Black Southern culture to anything less was careless and wrong. All I truly care about is lifting up my Black brothers and sisters from all places through my work and my words. Please forgive my failure to do that in this instance. He mentioned the American South.
Here's the problem I have with his apology. Here's the problem. You got all in front of the cameras when you were insulting Black Americans from the South. But when you apologize, you put some lame post up. Why didn't you get back in front of the camera? You know, you put a post up that many people probably won't even see or read. You know, it amazed me. He wanted to be all on Front Street to insult us, but he wants to put some lame ass posted apology up. And no, I don't forgive him because he knew exactly what he was doing. And, no, don't try to say that wasn't you. It was you. We saw you on camera. We heard what you said. That was you. That was how you felt. That was what you wanted to say. So I don't want to hear this at all. I don't want to hear it. But let's go on.
The American South is where Black American culture was born and bred. It's the place where no matter where Black America relocates, they will always come back. It's home. The lights of the big city.
If you take the Nigerian accent like this and you slow it down, you put a lot of slavery in there. Facts. And then you start to put a little bit of subservience in it. This is what starts to happen to the Nigerian accent. Man.
I will never understand why some African people lack critical thinking and discernment. And in this instance, I'm talking about Nigerians. Why am I talking about Nigerians? Because David is Nigerian. And Godfrey is Nigerian American. Because what do you mean you take the Nigerian accent, slow it down, add slavery and subservience, and you get the Southern African American accent? What kind of brain damage do you have to believe something like that? And then you have the nerve to issue an apology. Don't apologize for things that you believe in. You could never get me to apologize for something that I believe in. Anyway, is this your wife? Okay, next.
The entire diaspora is coming together to drag David Oyelowo, and to that I say, it's my time to shine. Because when it comes to irrational celebrity beefs, he has been at the top of my list for years, except that my beef is not irrational. It's 100% USDA rational beef, baby. Let's get into it. It's 2016. I'm in the movie theater waiting to see Hidden Figures, which is a whole nother conversation, but we're not going to get into that right now. I'm sitting with a man that I don't even speak to anymore. That'll come up later. We're watching previews. David Oyelowo comes on the screen, portraying an African king who falls in love with a British woman, marries her, and she becomes the queen of an African nation. And they have to deal with all of the trials and tribulations of this white woman being the queen of an African nation. I go, I'm not gonna see that. The man next to me goes, why? I go, huh? We don't speak anymore. From that moment, I said, something ain't right about this man, David Oyelowo, that is. And then I don't know if I found out in the theater or later, he produced that film. I said, okay. I'm sure he said and done things since then that have bothered me. But then I learned that he was a producer on the Nina Simone biopic starring Zoe Saldana in blackface and a prosthetic nose. And I felt validated because I said, of course he was a producer of that. Of course. Now he's on the internet talking about to do a Southern dialect, you take a Nigerian accent, slow it down, and put subservience and slavery in it. Okay. Some of the other things he talks about in that interview was the whole Drewski skit about British actors taking roles from Black Americans and his feelings on that. And I don't remember exactly what he said, but really it was skirting the real issue of it all. Because what it is, white casting directors see British Black people and they go, oh, they're exotic. Because at the end of the day, African Americans are always at the bottom, even though we literally create the culture that the entire world mimics. But everybody looks down on African Americans. And I'm not trying to start no diaspora wars because I don't believe in that. But I've talked to people who are from Ghana, who are from other countries, and they say, when we come to America, first of all, we're not taught about your history in our country. And we come to America and we are taught to look down on you. So a lot of this is a lack of education. But if you're going to portray Martin Luther King, I don't know, I would expect you to do some research and learn something. And one of the biggest arguments that people make is oh, well, the Black British actors, they're trained better. There are plenty of Black American trained actors. How do I know? Because I am one. I didn't pay for 4 years of theater school to be told that I'm not trained, that I don't know what I'm doing. And if we really want to talk about it, to do a Southern dialect, Southern dialects are different. They're not all the same. A Southern dialect from Virginia is going to be different from a Southern dialect from Arkansas. It's going to be different from a Southern dialect from New Orleans. But you want to talk about put some slavery and subservience in your voice to get the dialect. You're not doing the research, my boy. You're not really doing what you're supposed to do to actually embody the accent. You're just doing a general slave accent. Okay. I just think it's funny how some of these, and again, I'm not putting it on everybody because I know it's not everybody, but some of these Black British actors can just look so far down on us, yet you running to America to get these opportunities. You running to play our icons, but you have so much disrespect in the way you talk about us and our culture. And I'm not with it. And again, I'm just glad that everybody else is catching up. The diaspora is coming together to drag this man because he deserves it. And I hope he learns from it. And I hope that other Black Brits or, Black immigrants who have this mentality, I hope you learn from this. I really do.
Whoa, David O. So y'all just said to hell with calling the truce on the diaspora wars, huh? Slavery and subservience in a Southern accent? Listen to this.
How about Southerner? You know what happens to Southerners? You take the Nigerian accent like this, and you slow it down. You put a lot of slavery in there. Facts. And then you start to put a little bit of subservience in it. This is what starts to happen to the Nigerian accent.
So you mean to tell me your preparation for playing the esteemed civil rights leader Martin Luther King Jr. in the film Selma, that you approached that method acting with slavery and subservience in mind? This is from the same man who produced Nina Simone, the film that starred Zoe Saldana, our prosthetic nose, and Mac Studios Mac Foundation in the shade NW65. It should be noted that Southern dialects vary by region. We don't all speak the same. Somebody from Atlanta won't sound like somebody from Memphis, Alabama, New Orleans. It's reductive. It ignores the complexity, resilience, cultural influence, and regional diversity of Black Southern communities. And also, it's effing wrong. Let me know what you guys think.
I don't expect any British Black person to say anything of substance about African Americans. Ever. Even more succinctly and specifically, I never expect an African British person to ever say anything of substance or intelligence when it comes to African Americans, when it comes to our accents, when it comes to our culture, when it comes to our education, when it comes to our lineage or lack of lineage, because they don't think that we have lineage and they don't think that we know about where we come from. I don't expect it. A long time ago, about a year or two ago, I did a viral video talking about Black actors, and I said, what can Black actors do? What roles are allowed for Black actors to play? Because it seems like there is a constant effort to have non-African Americans play African American figures, historical African American figures in movies, miniseries. Couple off the top of my head, Cynthia Erivo has done 2, Harriet Tubman, Aretha Franklin. We have David Oyelowo, who has played Martin Luther King. We've had Aaron Pierre, that's Mufasa. He played Malcolm X. It seems to be a thing. And these British Black actors, they get so much praise and they get all these awards and these accolades and all these things that if we stop and listen to these people's podcasts, their interviews, if we go back and look at their tweets, they always show us and they tell us who they think we are, y'all. They tell us who they think that we are. And yet we still give them our roles. We still give them all of our historical Black roles. And they constantly showcase their ignorance and their low-key disdain for us. Not all of them, but I also like to add that when Viola Davis did The Woman King and she did her African accent, I can't remember specifically what tribe or specifically what country in Africa, the Africans clawed at her. The Africans tore her up as if she is not an EGOT. That woman has an Emmy, a Grammy, an Oscar, and 2 Tonys. And they spoke about her as if she was some actress off the street. So what roles are we allowed to play? That's what they think of us. That's what they think of us. That's what they think of us. Specifically, Black actors, that's what they think of us. They think that they are inherently better than it. But I'm not trying to start no war. I'm not trying to start no war. I'm literally just I'm making an educated assessment, and I am reading the room, and I'm believing people when they show us who they are.
So old David decides to post an apology after Black Americans rained hell on him for the disrespect that he spewed about our people on that 154 Nonsense podcast. Please don't apologize to us. We do not need it. We like for our enemies to be front and center. Please don't apologize. Stand on it. Now, I want to ask my Black people. When I say Black people, I'm referring to Black Americans. Y'all don't notice the pattern with these people? Now, if you read his apology, it was riddled with Black this, Black that, Black this, Black that. Because he knows and his PR team knows that tugs at your heartstrings. I implore you to believe these immigrants when they show you who they are. I implore you. We're very good at pattern recognition. He meant what he said. Take him at face value. And this is only for my Black American family that's still asleep at the wheel, because way too many of us have already woken up. A lot of us woke up a long time ago. Believe these people when they tell you who they are. Please.
If you take the Nigerian accent like this and you slow it down.
The country of Nigeria did not exist. At the time Ebonics was being formed, when Africans from different parts of the continent were being brought here and learned English together under duress, Nigeria did not exist, let alone the Nigerian accent. You guys can speak in English. What the hell are you talking about? When people say they don't want Black American roles, historic Black American roles played by non-Black Americans, this is why. A historic movie is supposed to stand the test of time. You should be able to watch a movie about Malcolm X, which we do, 20, 30 years from now. Denzel Washington will always be Malcolm X. I will show my kids that movie. Why do we have to watch our legends be portrayed by people who think disparagingly about who they represent in that movie? Why do we have this slave Ebonics accent, knowing that he had to put on that role for Malcolm X, he had to change the way he sounded. Martin Luther King, excuse me. Martin Luther King did not have a British accent. He didn't have a Nigerian accent. He was the product of that slave dialect. And for you to turn around and say it is a subservient Nigerian accent, knowing you put on a role to be that for a check, obviously it's for a check because it's not because you give a damn. I don't want to hear anything else about people complaining that Black Americans need to play their own legends. It's validated right there. If anybody complains, show them that video. The proof is right there.
I'm not surprised by what David Oyelowo said, and I'm not surprised at Godfrey's reaction to what David Oyelowo said, because David Oyelowo was definitely upset. He was upset by Drewski's skit in which he makes fun of European Black folk who move through Hollywood by taking on Black American roles and all of the stuff that surrounds that. I think that David Oyelowo felt targeted because he's been in Hollywood for quite some time and he's also taken some Black American roles. So he felt like he was being insulted, so he had to punch down. Black Americans versus European Black folk are different because Black Americans are Black first. European Black folk are European first. So this person thinks himself as superior to Black Americans and he needs to punch down. So that's why he makes that whole statement about how when he's trying to move into that quote unquote slave accent, he takes Nigerian and he adds whips and chains and he adds subservience, and then it makes the Black American like accent. And it's really disrespectful for a myriad of reasons that I don't need to explain to you. It's very obvious. It's also funny because dialectically, I think that David Oyelowo is actually really bad at American accents, especially as it relates to Black Americans, because he doesn't truly understand it. And when you don't respect something, you're not going to really care to understand it. So it's all just coming full circle. Godfrey egging it on and yucking it up doesn't surprise me because Godfrey isn't Black American. So this kind of disrespect will not be something that directly affects him. He's Nigerian. They're both Nigerian, actually. And it's not to say Nigerian people are bad people. It's to say that this is a specific instance in which it didn't seem like there was a Black American in the room. If there was, if that third person that was there was Black American, he's a very soft individual. He has a very weak spine, because the idea of someone being that disrespectful to our people, and then you just sit there and you laugh and you joke and you egg him on to do a Los Angeles Black American accent, like, all right. Which is also very ignorant, because depending on where part of Los Angeles you're from, that's going to change drastically. Someone who's from Compton is not going to sound like someone from Long Beach, and they're not going to sound like someone from South LA. Like it's just a very, very nuanced thing that you would not really know. But why would I expect people who aren't of the culture to know?
And this is what I've been thinking about all day. Drewski made a skit that hit him where he lived. He didn't like the commentary Drewski made with the skit, and he took it personal. Instead of taking that and reflecting, taking that criticism internal, doing the work, he just threw shots out broad at the whole African-American community. I don't like that. I don't like that, because you could have just done the work, reflected on what he said, but no. You could have even gone to Drewski and got his perspective on it, because not too much on Drewski either, because he's one of us. Not too much. You know what I mean? But you didn't do that. You just were like, I'm just going to make a crazy statement and then put out a half-ass Instagram apology, in my opinion. You see what I'm saying? I don't like that. I don't like it. I do not. And I don't think you respect our community at all. I don't. And that's why I don't like that Instagram apology you put up, because I'm gonna keep saying that. Use your words. Speak.
Given what's going on, is anybody surprised when I say that I have never seen Selma? I have never seen Selma because I could never get past that man's accent. His accent was never on par. And whenever I call out the fact that Black British actors and African actors come here doing Black American accents and think they're doing a good job, but really they are not. They're not. That they do not actually take the time to learn the nuances and the difference in our accents. And this man, David, I don't know how to pronounce his last name, so I'm not going to mispronounce it. The man who played Martin Luther King in Selma proved my point. Came right online and proved my point. Thinking that the Southern accent is just a slowed down, subservient version of the Nigerian accent. What? You throw a little slave on the Nigerian accent, and now you've got a Southern Black American accent. Huh? But when I said that they don't actually be doing a true Black American accent, that man did not sound like a Black man from the South, from Georgia. He did not sound like Martin Luther King. When I said that, people said that I was just starting diaspora wars. People said that I was just being nitpicky and that,
everything is not a diaspora war just because people respond to being disrespected. What David Oyelowo said about a Black Southern accent being a slowed down version of a Nigerian accent with some subservience to it, that shit was disrespectful. And Black Americans, specifically Black Americans from the South, have every right to name that type of verbiage is, one, not only egregious, but two, egregious for a man who actually played the role of one of our most prominent Black American leaders from the South. And it's not a diaspora war that someone has to point out the distinction being made and this almost hierarchical type of language that makes him establish some type of regalness within his own culture that he doesn't find within Black American culture, yet benefits and profits off of it. It is okay to name that. It is okay for Black Americans to say with our full chest that too many people talk out of turn when it comes to our culture without knowing our history. And it is not a diaspora award to have the expectation that people give fucking deference and respect to Black American culture if you're going to come over here to work, live, and benefit from the culture. Now, there has since been an apology, but it doesn't negate the harm. And it doesn't negate that we be minding our whole ass business and somehow a conversation about something Black Americanness ends up coming out of the mouths of people who are not Black American.
Oh, yeah. And see, they don't even understand even the ways of people in the South, these British actors. You know, I remember when I was growing up and we would be down in Georgia because both my mother and father parents lived in Georgia. And every now and then we would go to one of my grandmother's house, friend's house, and they would have us over for dinner. And not only will Southern people feed the hell out of you, they gonna send you home with food so you can eat the meal again the next day. You know, fine, hospitable people. You know, a Southern person will give you the shirt off of their backs if they thought it was going to help you. That's one thing I used to love about being in the South around our folks back in the day. And because in the city, people were very different in the city. They weren't quite, I'm not saying they were all bad. I mean, I met nice people from the city, but I found them to be a little more selfish than the people that I met in the South. But y'all, the problem is you bring somebody over here from another country and they have no connection with the people or the location that icon comes from. Did you go in the South? Did you go around where Dr. Martin Luther King lived, where his family lived, where he was raised? I mean, or are you just coming here to make money and trying to fake up a dialect that you really don't have? I'm just saying. And a lot of people were mad at Godfrey because when he said these things, Godfrey just kind of laughed and went along with the whole thing. So that's why a lot of folks are online now saying, cancel Godfrey. Cancel him. You know, this is one of those moments when you can see he's definitely not one of us. He's Nigerian. So y'all, I'm going to go ahead and conclude. What I have coming up next is at 1:45, Chud the Builder had his bond revoked. Well, apparently they saw the footage of when he bounced from a restaurant without paying. And also the video shows when he got into the fight out in front of the courthouse with a brother that was out there. He pulled that gun, y'all. He pulled the gun and started shooting before the brother, I think his last name was Fox, it actually hit him. So he already drew the gun and fired off a round before he was even hit. So after they saw that, when he went to court, the judge revoked his bond. So Chud is stuck in there whether he likes it or not. I'm loving it. Let his ass stay in there. Let him rot in there as far as I'm concerned. But he ain't getting out, y'all. He ain't getting out. All that money they raised for him, he still... They raised all that money for him and he can't touch that money and he can't get out. And even all those people that made donations, y'all can't get Chud out. You made all them donations and y'all still can't get him out. I love it. So I will see you then. Have a wonderful afternoon and I'll see you at 1:45. And don't forget to pick up your hair products at a 45% discount.
Shalom, family.
This isn't the 1980s. This is 45 years ago, family. People are speaking about Black people in ancient America. Okay, the oldest classical civilization, the Olmecs, being in ancient America, family. But I'll let them continue because we got more.
There is no doubt about it that all of the writers prior to racism admitted that the Olmecs were, in fact, Africans who had come across.
Let me turn to Dr. Simmons. You also agreed with this position that Africans were in this.
I have no problem.
And this is Dr. George Simmons. Like I said, he's from the Caribbean islands. He's a Pan-Africanist as well, speaking about this.
No doubt. As a matter of fact, speaking about, like Dr. Ben mentioned, and you spoke about Michael Nico, I own a book several years ago and still have it in my possession by Michael Nico himself, who is considered one of America's leading archaeologists and anthropologists from Yale, one of America's most prestigious schools. In his own work, he referred to them as Negroid. And he went further to state the title of the book is America's First Civilization, what you call civilization. And to turn around and to tell these youngsters and other people in America in particular that the Black men were the first to build any type of civilization in the Americas will be disturbing to Americans.
He said to turn around and tell people that the Black man was the first to build any type of civilizations in America will be disturbing to Americans. And again, notice how they juggle back and forth between the term African and Black. They kind of use it interchangeably. So that's why I don't want y'all to get caught up in it. I just want you to understand the people they're describing, the people that they were saying looks just like us, who were the first Americans and the oldest part of the oldest civilizations in America. But let's continue. And so it's going to be a slow cook today, family. So this might be an hour-long reaction because we're going to pull out some receipts today.
So
let me ask you this. Even if you're right, let's say you're right, what difference does it make?
It makes a lot of difference.
What kind of difference?
It takes the inferiority complex out of the Black man who felt that his only beginning and relationship here in this part of the world is that of slavery. Then it puts him in the driver's seat because, again, they don't tell you that there are man-made hills within the United States. They call them mounds. And they range from in the Midwest all the way down the eastern seacoast of the United States. And they have found artifacts in them that are similar to things found in West Africa and in Egypt, which is Northeast Africa, that predates the arrival of the so-called indigenous Indians to these lands.
It wasn't no scholars talking about this. This is the first generation. Okay. Now here we have the late great, rest in power to the young God. This is Ivan Van Sertima. He wrote the book that many of you know called They Came Before Columbus. Okay, so the fact that he even said that, the man wrote a book that was widely popular called They Came Before Columbus, speaking about Black people in the Americas before Christopher Columbus, okay? And Ivan Van Sertima was also a known Pan-Africanist. And he was from, I believe, Guyana. If I'm not mistaken, my scholarship, my family, correct me in the comment section if I'm wrong. I believe Dr. Ivan Van Sertima was from Guyana. Okay, so he's non-FBA. The people that I'm showing you, many of them are non-FBA. They have no reason to lie about this. Okay, and they're speaking about Black indigenous people in the Americas before Columbus. And we showed you the definition of what indigenous was. But let's let Ivan Van Sertima talk.
And I was surprised to find after about 5 years that I had collected 12 Europeans, the names of 12 Europeans who had actually seen or heard of Blacks when they came. And that Christopher Columbus was the first of these. Christopher Columbus actually wrote in the Journal of the Second Voyage that when he was in Haiti, Native Americans came to them and told them that black-skinned people had come in large boats trading in gold-tipped metal spears. And then I found Ferdinand Columbus wrote a book in his father. He said, my father told me he saw Negroes north of Honduras. And then I found that Vasco Nunez de Balboa on September 25th in the year 1513, coming down the slopes of Caracua, which is in Darien, which we now call Panama, actually saw 2 tall Black men among the Native Americans. The Spanish were startled. These men were about 1.5 feet taller than the Native American. They were exceedingly black. They had a different texture of hair, different features. And they asked the Native Americans where these black men come from. And they said, we don't know, but they're in a large settlement nearby and we're waging war with them. And we've captured these two.
What? I know you don't have these Pan-Africanists talking about indigenous black people in the Americas and actually bringing up evidence and receipts and standing on it. Oh, damn, but let's continue. Let's continue. Okay? Let's continue. Now, this is Professor James Smalls. This is actually one of my mentors. Shout out to Professor James Smalls. Professor James Smalls, an OG Pan-Africanist. Shout out to him. OG Pan-Africanist in the game. He stands on Pan-African. He be getting on me about, saying certain things about Pan-Africanists, but I love Baba Smalls. Baba Smalls was been around since the days of Malcolm X. When after Malcolm's assassination at the mosque, this was the next imam. Let him say it. Okay, he was the next imam to take over for Malcolm X. All right, this is Professor James Small. Okay, been in all the Hidden Colors, all the damn history documentaries. He has worked on the historical accuracies of shows like The Godfather Harlem with Forrest Whitaker and others. Known Pan-Africanist in the game, has built hotels in Africa, X, Y, and Z. But he is a foundational Black American himself, and he is from South Carolina. Let's see what Professor James Smalls has to say.
From the Chicora Nation.
Oh, damn. He said he is from the Chicora Nation, which was an indigenous Black nation here in the Americas.
And a part of the Wakamo Nation. Mm-hmm. They're part of the larger Tuscarora Nation and Southern Iroquois Nation. Most of the Southern Iroquois would migrate north and become a part of the Northern Iroquois Confederation. But many of those who stayed south and now are part of the Cherokee Greater Nation in the mountains of North Carolina. Even though the Cherokee leadership today act more like they're white folks than indigenous people. But it was the same. The indigenous people of this country, well, I don't want to call them indigenous. That's the wrong word, because Africans were here before the Asiatic got here.
Whoa, my goodness, a Pan-African is saying Africans were here before the Asiatics got here? Ooh. Oh, Lord, he must be a self-hating Africa. He must hate Africa. Professor James Smalls must say, because, you say that around some of these New Age Pan-Africans, man, we wasn't in no Americas. You was West African. Oh, Lord, okay.
The reason they're red and not yellow anymore is because of the amalgamation between the African black and the Asian yellow. That's what produced the red man. So we got to get that straight. And then, but like on the East Coast, a lot of the indigenous Africans were still there. Anybody can look at me and tell and know that I'm one of them. But the whites raided our village, burnt our camps, and enslaved all of us. They all look like Africans anyway. So let's just put them all in slavery.